Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2025 New Balance Indoor National Championships. Known as the fastest party on the planet, if day 2 lives up to anything like day 1, we're in for one heck of a show. My name is Mark Davis, and this morning I'm joined by Michael Twist, and we'll be kicking things off with the boys and girls pentathlon events. Starting here in just a couple of minutes, we'll go into some middle school and freshman 800 meters, as well as the boys and girls championship 400 meter prelims. Michael, welcome. How's it going this morning?
Going great. I'm glad to be back at the fastest party on the planet here at the track at New Balance. It's going to be another great day.
It is, once again, a beautiful day here in Boston. We're in a beautiful facility here at New Balance, And we've got some very fascinating events that are going to be happening here throughout the day. We'll be taking care of the mic and the coverage here this morning, and then we'll be handing things off to some of our other announcers later on in the afternoon. But again, we've got those pentathlon events that are going to be kicking things off here this morning. And we were just talking earlier about some of the events later on, the middle school 800 meters. Gunnar Hamlet running 158.22 for a world 12 and under world record. He's going to be in Heat 7 of our middle school 800 meters. Definitely looking forward to that a little later on, Michael.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. At his race in Philly, he went out very fast, very aggressive, and still hung on for a 158. So I expect that world record to go down again today. Then obviously a great pentathlon on tap for the boys and girls to get things started today.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of people are familiar with the pentathlon event. They're going to be doing several events throughout the day here, and we'll be following them along and try to have some updates on point totals as they get going. But we're just a couple of minutes away from the kicking off. We'll have a few heats. Looks like we're going to have about 4 heats of the boys pentathlon, and that'll be followed by 4 heats of the girls 60-meter hurdle pentathlon. 60-meter hurdles will be kicking things off here. In our first heat here, we've got Brody Foster from Knoxville, Tennessee, Garrett McNeil from IMG Academy, Winston Schroeder from IMG Academy, and then Ryan Brooks from Red Devils Track Club. So 60-meter hurdles will be starting off the day for these young men. And as well as for the young ladies, they'll be running 60-meter hurdles as well. And then again, we'll be going into those exciting boys 800-meter middle school, where we will see young Gunnar Hamlet and see if he can match or maybe even improve on that 12 and under world record. Michael, is this your first time at New Balance?
So I was at Outdoor New Balance last year on the PA mic. This is my first time doing the broadcast for New Balance. Glad to be in the booth with a seasoned veteran such as yourself.
Oh, that's just try to do the job and give the fans a good show. We heard you on the stadium mic yesterday. It's a little different experience talking to an audience that you can't see versus talking to an audience you can see.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm used to being on the microphone at these larger events. I'm the stadium guy for the Penn Relays, but different set of skills here. Not having the feedback from the crowd.
Yeah, but we get to see the crowd here, and as Stephen Fiskelli and I were talking yesterday, these are definitely the best seats in the house here. At this beautiful facility here at the track at New Balance. And looks like we're going to get things underway here right now with our Heat 1 of the boys 60-meter hurdle pentathlon.
And the stands already filling up early here at the track at New Balance.
Yeah, to be fair, I had a tough time finding parking already this early in the morning, and we expect it to get even more crowded as the day goes on here, day 2, and then certainly Saturday and Sunday. This will be a very packed house. You will want to get here early and make sure you get a good seat. So we'll have Foster in 2, McNeil in 4, Schroeder in 6, and Brooks in 8. And we're off here. Foster, McNeil, Schroeder, and Brooks. Schroeder getting out very well. That may have been Foster, though. And it was Brody Foster. Nice lean there at the line. 8:49 to McNeil's 8:51. So our first race is underway here at the 2025 New Balance Indoor National Championships. Heat 2 coming up.
Brody Foster, he comes in with a personal record of 3,327 points in the pentathlon. Off to a great start with that 8:49. That's worth 862 points to get things started for Foster.
Such an interesting event, the pentathlon. I mean, you want to go 100% in every event to try to maximize your points, but you also have to think about all the other events that you're still going to do. So it's unique how they have to manage that energy and an output to maximize your points, but also make sure that you don't ruin yourself for the other four events.
Absolutely. They still have the 1,000 at the end of this. So, how do you save yourself for that 1,000 after having the 60-meter hurdles, the long jump, the shot put, the high jump?
It's tough. All right, Heat 2 here. Lincoln Massaro in lane 2, Colby Creer in lane 4, Jack Schmeling in lane 6, and Marcus Mann in lane 8.
We should also note that during the pentathlon hurdles, they stage the athletes one lane apart from each other. In a straight-up 60, we'd obviously have the lanes next to each other filled, but in the pent, we do not fill the lanes next to each other.
Nope. Very comfortable win there for Colby Creer from Pelham. 8:08. Very fast time. 962 points for Creer to kick things off.
Creer has a indoor personal record of 3,288. That 962 points to get things started puts him on a great path to better that here today.
It was Lincoln Massaro from Eagles TC with an 8:41. Coming up next, Heat 3, Jay Vanderpool, Tennessee Track Club in lane 2. Miles Lipka from Algonquin TC in lane 4. Christopher Marshall from Benswick in lane 6. And Warner Papillion from the Tennessee Track Club in lane 8. Yeah, as track athletes, you're usually, in the hurdles events and the sprint events in the infield, you're used to having, athletes beside you, unless you're obviously in lane 1 or lane 8. But you're used to having those athletes on both sides. And sometimes it could be a good thing. Sometimes it could be a bad thing. If there's a lot of, pentathlete athletes or decathlon athletes in an event, they have to use all the lanes. And that might be a little different from when they do separate them here at these kind of events.
Yeah, when the rule was originally written, I don't think that they expected to have hurdles of this caliber, so they wanted to have a lane buffer in between the athletes.
And they're off here. Very close there between Lipka and Marshall. Looked like it might have been Marshall there. And it was Marshall, 8:26.
That is a personal record over the 60-meter hurdles for Marshall. What a way to get things started. 917 points.
Well, as we were talking yesterday, I mean, this is the event. This is the final indoor meet of the season for these athletes, and this is where you need to lay it all out. This is where things should have been building up. Yes, you have your regional meets, your state meets, your divisionals, your conference, everything like that. But ultimately, these athletes at this caliber are always thinking about the national championships. So this is the time to come out and set those personal records. The athletes that really come up to the froth of the foam there, those are the ones that you will see come out here and run those personal bests and run those fast times.
And we'll have to keep an eye on Marshall. I mean, he has some pretty good PRs in the field events as well. He's cleared 6 feet in the high jump, so that'll give him a great advantage coming into the 1,000 at the end of the day.
Moving on here to our final heat in the boys pentathlon. Raf Campelli, Jericho, Vermont. Aiden Usher, Pasadena, California. Sean Messina, IMG Academy. And Pierce Mankey, Newport, North Carolina. They're off here. Very fast there for Menke. Very comfortable win. See what his time is, 8:23. Kicking things off with 925 points there. And our final heat here of the boys pentathlon 60-meter hurdles. They'll now, all those athletes now will move on to their next event, try to change their mindset. Maybe think about what they did right, what they did wrong in those hurdle events. But it's time to let that go, put it behind you, and get ready for what's next on the docket there for our pentathlete athletes.
They're going to head right over to the long jump now.
Yeah, you saw them. You saw those athletes. As soon as they finished, they literally just made a beeline for the long jump area. And they've got to switch their brains off and back onto the long jump. Start thinking about their technique and getting the most out of it.
And that 60-meter hurdles top time 8:08 by Colby Greer of Pelham. It's 962 points. What a way to get things started in the pentathlon.
Yeah, that lays down the marker. I mean, you have to think about, while they're thinking about their individual accomplishments, their individual point total, their times that they're doing, they've also got to think to themselves, whoa, that guy's out there now. I mean, hopefully, I'm better at him than this, or maybe he's not much better in this, or what have other events. But they've got to be thinking to themselves, okay, now I've got some room I got to make up.
Yeah, so, what does that do for your confidence level if it's your best event first or if it's your worst event first? How do you shake it off or get ready for the next one?
Well, it's kind of like, in European soccer, when they have the penalty shootout, they always put the best striker first. Lay down the law right then and there. Lay down that marker, make the other team think, oh my gosh, maybe we don't have it. And so I think when an athlete can go out there and really put out a fast time and a high point total in that first event, that really, can get into the other, the heads of the other athletes and really make them, think like, wow, I've got to really now work hard. I mean, these next 4 events, I've got to be at my best and hope that it's enough.
But there are 7 athletes within 100 points of one another. That's a tight battle coming out of the first event.
Tight battle. That gap will open up with those athletes as we get moving on.
Coming up next, the girls' pentathlon. This is section 1 of 4 of the 60-meter hurdles. That's Tia Brown of Las Vegas, Nevada in lane number 2, Hayden Higgins of the Lake, Cassie Callis of Tennessee Track Club, and Marley Berkeley of Single Mountain Track Club. And that is lane number 8, Marley Berkeley of Signal Mountain Track Club. 897, that's 916 points.
Wow. But hey, Higgins right behind her, 898, 914, only 2 points behind. Still have a few more heats to go, but that first heat lays down the marker for the rest of these athletes in the next 3 heats.
916 points to get things started. It might be time to start talking about the meet record of 3,627 points by Yulia Plaskaya of IMG Academy set here last year, and maybe even the high school national record set by Anna Hall. She scored 4,302 points in 2019.
It's tough to put together 5 perfect events, but again, you never know at this level. The athletes could really rise up to the challenge and put on a good show. We definitely got some great events all throughout yesterday, and we expect those to keep happening throughout today.
And speaking of that record, the meet record holder in lane number 2 for IMG Academy, Yulia Plaskaya. In lane number 4 from Middle Tennessee Athletics, Anna Keeney. In 6 Rye 270 Track Club, Felicia Siwi And for North Reading Track Club in lane 8, Juliana Ligor. And it's a close one. Lane number 8, Juliana Ligor of North Reading Track Club. It's the 53rd best 60-meter hurdles in the United States this year, and she does it during the pentathlon. That's worth 961 points.
Wow, very fast time. I've seen Ligor throughout the season. She has definitely transcended from a regional top athlete to one of the best athletes in the country. And so she definitely proved that here today in her first event of the pentathlon.
And she has a lifetime best of 3,504 points. And to get things started with 961 points, that meet record is in jeopardy after just one event.
Yeah, that personal record there, personal point total record is not too far off, only within about 100 or so points from the meet record.
Setting their blocks now for section number 3 for IMG Academy, Sophia Casper. For Bloomfield Track Club, Deasia Duncan. For Mobile, Alabama, Janie Ford. And for Northland Track Club, Caitlin Wink.
Again, right now, Ligor leading the field with that 876, 961 points, followed by Maslokoya, 895 with 920 points. So a 40-point gap already at the top here in the first event, the girls pentathlon championship.
And a good start for lane number 4, Deasia Duncan. Deasia Duncan out of the blocks very well, but coming back strong, Janie Ford. Janie Ford making some serious ground over the final hurdle.
That was very impressive to come from behind there, seeing Duncan out in that early lead, but very strong there from Ford over the last 20, 30 meters.
871, that's 971 points. I mean, we're getting close to 1,000 points in one event here to get things started in the pentathlon. Janie Ford. Deasia Duncan also over 900 points, 899.
Very impressive. Janie Ford now taking over the lead so far. One heat to go. And then, again, those girls will head off into their next event, the high jump.
There's 7 athletes over 900 points already today, as our fourth and final section sets their blocks. For Fastlane Track Club, Julia Gigratola Ari. For Lakeville, Eva Welch. For Chargers Track Club, Emily Brown. And for North Reading Track Club, Callie McLeland. Out of the blocks well in lane number 8, Callie McLean. But lane number 2, Julia Gigratola Ari of Fast Lane Track Club.
Ava Welch gets that win there. 9:03.
Is a new personal record worth 904 points. A very competitive pentathlon 60-meter hurdles. A total of 8 athletes over 900 points.
Welsh runs that same time as Casey Callis. So they're both tied there at 9:04. But as you say, 8 athletes already over 900 points. Definitely makes those other athletes start to think a little bit about what they need to do the remaining 4 events of the day. So they'll remove the hurdles here and get the high jump set up for the girls for their next pentathlon event. And then Meanwhile, the boys look like they're getting set up for the long jump, which will be their next event.
How do you think going from the 60-meter hurdles to the long jump compares to going from the 60-meter hurdles to the high jump?
They're both in essence jumping events, so it keeps it very parallel with the girls and the boys. I would think it would be interesting. I would think that if they actually were doing the triple jump in the boys' side, that jumping motion would be maybe a little bit more similar to the hurdling motion. But both events, the whole idea is now, instead of going more low and horizontal in a running event, even though you're jumping, you want to stay as low and horizontal as possible over the hurdles. They're both going to basically vertical events. The long jump, you want to definitely get some height and distance in that, and the high jump's more just all height, but it's definitely that momentum of getting as much air off the ground as you can. To get over that height. But, at this level, these athletes, they've done these events multiple times. They're doing all of these events for their school, whether, in a league meet where they don't have a pentathlon, but the coach still has them do 2 or 3 events. They're used to it so often, moving from one event to one event. It's just really, it's pure athleticism at that point.
Yeah, I would almost say that it's an advantage for those athletes that don't have the pentathlon normally, because they're guaranteed their time in between events. If you're just competing in multiple events at your batch meet, there's no guarantee that you have a rest period in between your events.
No, they set these events up where there's an X amount of time between, usually 20, 30 minutes before the athlete has to get going again in the next event. But yeah, in those conference meets, you may just be running a sprint, and then the second you finish it, head on over and take your run for the long jump. So definitely a possible shorter transition there. But we're going to move on to the oval here now, the first of 7 heats in the boys' middle school 800 meters. We've got a stacked field in each event, 16 athletes. Again, these middle school athletes, a little nervy on the line possibly, shaking a little bit. You have to be completely still for the starter to get things going. So we're off here, our heat 1, the boys middle school 800 meters. You have the pace lights set up for our fastest athlete seated in this particular heat. And as we progress through the different heats, the wave lights will be set up for the winning time from the previous heat. So the athletes in the next heat know what they need to go after. And that's Thomas Harper from S&E, the 8th grader. His PR 2:14. Takes the early lead. Tall runner there for a middle school. I mean, I was kind of shocked looking at the kid. He looks like he can be probably a sophomore or junior in high school. But he's taking the charge here.
And he looks comfortable for how fast he's going out.
800 meters, probably one of my favorite events here in track and field. It really takes that athlete to that lactic threshold. And it's a very unique event, how fast they go out in the first 400 meters. And it's certainly, you can't run the same last 400 that you ran the first 400.
No, you can really see it emphasized by the pacing lights. The pacing lights are set to a even pace. In the boys 800, we expect to see about a 2-second positive split, so those lights will come back on the athletes here as we approach the bell.
Thomas Harper went through 400 at 103. He still leads here. Looks like he's struggling maybe a little bit. You can kind of see that head moving around. It looks like he's really kind of digging in his arms, trying to fight out this win.
The piano is getting heavy, but he's trying to carry it around the final turn.
Lamas Bay keeps trying to think about going around, did not make it on that curve, and so that opened up the gap a little bit on Harper to control this race from start to finish. Thomas Harper, S&E, takes heat 1 His time, 2:11.97, a 3-second personal record for Harper. Hey, you know, whether you're in Heat 1 or you're in Heat 7, you come out here, you win your heat, and you set a personal record, your coach better be in the stands with a big smile and clap at his hands, because you can't do much better than that.
No, a 3-second personal best. What a run by Harper.
Lamas Bay also with a big PR, 5-second PR. His previous time, 2:17, he ran 2:12. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all of those athletes setting big personal records.
Top 11 with PRs. What
wow.
a section of the 800.
You know, these middle school athletes don't really get to run at this kind of a caliber meet. Middle school track and field meets are not huge. So for these athletes to really kind of come in here and stand up and say, look, I'm going to really make a mark for myself at this young level is impressive.
What about running on a banked track for the first time? A lot of these athletes have probably never seen a banked track, and you can see them, the athletes starting on the outside alley, struggling to even stand on the start line.
A banked track is a very unique thing to learn, especially when you're on that outside waterfall, when you get lined up in there, and you need to learn how to stay in that outside waterfall, not cut in too soon, and and have a lane violation. So that's Mateo Signorile, Nyack TC, going out in 29:07. Again, those pace lights that they're still well ahead of is set at that 2:11 time from the previous heat. Signorile with a very comfortable lead here, going out very strong, but again, it's all about that last 400. But he looks very comfortable after 400 meters. 1 minute flat point 57. Kenna Garage 101.71 at 400 meters. But there's a 10-15 minute gap here. Either they're going to have to hope that Signorile slows down, or somebody's going to have one heck of a last 200 meters to catch him.
PR of 2:14.18. He's going for a big one today at the bell.
1:33 at 600 meters. I think he's definitely going to be setting a very fast time for himself. I mean, look how far ahead he is still of those lights. I mean, this is something going to be like 2:08, 2:09 possibly. Slowing down a little bit, but not enough for anybody to catch him as he comes down the home stretch here. Very comfortable win, 2:08.10. I called it 2:08, 2:09. I think I got a little lucky, but still.
2:08.10. He went out in 29, then was through 460, closing in 68. That is the hard way to run 2:08.
That's a very hard way to run 2:08, but within that field, he definitely was the most dominant athlete in there. Kenna Garage 2:10. Again, several of the athletes in the top 10. It looks like the top 10, 9 out of the top 10, or 8 out of the top 9 there set personal records. There was also a season best in there from Braden Miller, running 2:12.17, just misses his own personal record. Next up, Heat 3 here, the middle school boys 800 meters. Again, another stacked field, 16 athletes. A couple athletes getting a little jumpy on the line. They're still learning a lot at this age.
Still a lot to learn at any age in the sport.
Well, it's sometimes hard to find good, knowledgeable high school track and field coaches. But you know, these a lot of these athletes, they're coached by, you know, the the English teacher or the school counselor that got asked by the principal, hey, will you coach cross country and track here at the middle school? So, and it's probably pretty close to a volunteer job. It's probably not a paid job at a lot of middle schools.
And some great coaches we have here at New Balance Nationals Indoor.
Elijah Osborne Jr.'s Jaguar track takes it out in 28.67.
That is some deep water that he is dragging the field into.
Well, I tell you what, he's definitely got himself a comfortable lead that is growing a little bit, but we'll see what this 400-meter split is. But he's got a lot to live up to after this first half of the event for him. Comes through 1 minute flat .04, so a bit slower of a second 200, which you could see the field now starting to pull him back in. Caden Joyner, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, leading that chase pack along with Hudson Wells and Trevor Berquist. So Joyner now getting ready to come up on the shoulder of Osborne Jr., so we'll have to see if Osborne Jr. can react now that he feels that company there on his shoulder. And it seems like Joyner is just comfortable to kind of sit behind, maybe wait for that final curve and make that move.
You have to wonder if those pace lights will encourage these athletes to pick it up because they know what the previous section has run.
And what a move there from Salahuddin, coming from way back behind with a monster last 100 meters to fly by Joyner and Osborne Jr., winning in 2:08.14.
A big PR for the Garden State Track Club athlete.
His previous best, 2:13.88. Again, a PR for Joyner, personal record for Osborne Jr., Stuper, Hudson Wells in 6th place, Ashton Duane in 8th place, Alexander Schwartz in 9th place, Conrad Swass in 10th. Just personal records all over the board here in each one of these heats. Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. If you go to live.athletic.net, you can see all of those results, including season's best and personal records.
And they're off here. Heat 4 of 7 in the middle school boys 800 meters. Again, those pace lights still set to that fastest time in the field right now. 2:08.10. Signorile still leading the field here with the fastest time. And that's Colin Woods, South Baton Rouge Jaguars, going out in 30.16, a little bit more conservative than some of the previous heats. And that's why you can see the rest of the field certainly
Very
within,
bunched up.
yeah, it's bunched up. I mean, he's got that little bit of a gap there, but the rest of the field all well bunched up. So definitely not running away with this.
There's a tough track to pass on, very short straightaways here. It does make it faster overall, but in the 800, it's very tough to pass.
Bit of a slower first 400 meters, 103.73, which is why those pace lights have already caught up to the field. So you would imagine some of these athletes are going to look down at those lights or have seen that split time and think to themselves, if I want to place well in the overall standings in this event, I need to start making a move pretty soon. And they do indeed start to make that move as they get ready to complete 3/4 of this race there.
It's going to be a kicker's paradise here.
Kyle Brannon now kind of leading that kick. But Colin Woods is not done as he slips back up into second place, puts himself in a good position on the outside as he goes into that final curve. Wrigley's in there, Jack Spartan in there.
It's going to come down to the wire here.
Colin Woods trying to hold off challengers. And that was Jax Barton. Sat back, well back in 5th or 6th place for most of the event until the last 200 meters. Come up with another personal record, 2:10.19. 7th grader, so he's definitely got a long career ahead of himself. He'll be hopefully back here next year with even faster times. Colin Woods, your early leader, coming up in 2nd with a time of 2:10.20, also with a 3-second personal record.
Obviously, a lot of these athletes are in 8th grade. What kind of confidence does that give you as a freshman, knowing you've run so fast coming into your freshman year?
Well, I tell you what, high school coaches, keep an eye out for their local middle school athletes. And when they're making a national championship and doing this well and running these kinds of times, I mean, as a former high school coach myself, if I knew that I had a kid coming in that could run 2:06, 2:07, 2:08 already for a half mile, I mean, I would be very happy for my not only my 800-meter squad, my 4x800-meter squad, my 4x400-meter squad, and probably even maybe seeing if the kid wants to come out for cross country and, if anything, for fitness for track.
Absolutely.
All right, here, heat 5 of 7. Delano Rogers Jr., Cobb Powell goes out in 28:17, leading a pack of 3 there. Luca Nims and Jacob Oblender. That pack of 3 with that bit of a gap on the rest of the field, about 10 meters or so we can see. Coming through the 400-meter mark here in 1 minute flat .05, similar to the other times that we've seen before in the previous heats. Oh, and you just saw there, Luca Nims. Again, you talked about learning how to run on an indoor bank track. Took a little step on the inside. Maybe got a little off balance there. A little bit of fatigue.
This will be the first time a lot of these athletes run with a rail on the track. So that is a different experience having that to your inside.
Well, the bank and the rail and, everything that's kind of going on right now. But Jacob Oblender now in the lead, coming through 1:34.27 at 600 meters. The 8th grader has opened up a large gap. Can he finish what he started?
He is kicking, and he is on pace to be our top athlete of the day so far.
But being challenged from way behind, he takes a look over his left shoulder.
What a move.
Wow. Very, very strong.
That is how you finish
last
an
100 meters, Mason Decker, Arkansas Track Club, all the way from 5th place or so. He was in 11th place at 200, 12th place in 400, and 10th place at 600, and he finishes first.
Closing in a 29. That was his fastest lap of his 800.
You don't often see that in an 800 meters, running your last lap faster than your first lap.
No, you do not.
Very unique, but hey, he definitely impressed. 2:06.69 now. Again, an 8th grader running 2:06. I would be very happy to have that as a freshman. You want to make sure that you are very patient with an athlete of that caliber for the next 4 years.
Nearly a 5-second PR, closing in a 29. You have to wonder how much faster can he go.
We will see. We will see. Meanwhile, we are in the second to last heat here, the middle school 800 meters, and we've already got a 2:06 mark laid out for these athletes to think about. And we definitely have some early leaders that probably are feeling that challenge. Calvin Davis, above expectations, track and field, going out at 27:31, leading Jaheel Page and Alexander Riley, all in a very fast opening 200 meters. But again, sometimes those fast early times can really catch up to you. If you've got a kid in that field that can finish in a sub 30, that may be back in that pack.
Yeah, if you go out that fast, you have to hope that you drag at least a few guys with you and break them. But if the field sits back the way a majority of the field is doing, you have to be a little nervous for their kick.
Well, Page definitely deserves to be up in there. A 2:06 PR coming in here. He can run these fast times. And Davis with a 2:09 PR, as well as Riley with a 2:09 PR. But there's also some athletes back in the pack there. Logan Smith is running a 2:07. Ethan Carter a 2:08. So if they can make a move soon. But right now,
this is the fastest that we have gone through 600. 1:30.93.
It's all Calvin Davis right now. Page not looking very good, kind of sluggish there in second place. Riley not looking too bad, but I tell you what, I think this is just too far and too little for anybody to catch.
That's going to be a
Calvin
long
Davis.
50 meters at this pace.
Digging in with those arms, reaching out with those legs. Wow. 2:04.34. Woo! Very impressive. Calvin Davis, above expectations track and field, has now laid down the time here that the 7th and final heat needs to live up to. But we were talking about one particular young gentleman that is in this field that we expect to see a pretty fast time from.
Yeah, you see him on the outside alley there. That's Gunnar Hammett. He is the world record holder, 1:58.22 at 12 years old.
Wow. Sub 2 minutes already at that age. Very, very impressive. Let's wait to see what he can do in this. It'll be interesting to see if he takes it out hard or runs from behind.
So he took it out very hard in Philadelphia when he set that world record.
We've also got Chance Anderson in here, 2:02.08. Hudson Dole with a personal record of 1:58.69. So we've got some fast athletes in here. Gunnar Hammett going out in 26.89, the fastest we've seen. Again, we mentioned Hudson Dole right off his shoulder, and Chance Anderson, pretty much your top 3 athletes in the field, all taking it out with a large gap before the chase pack.
In Philly, Gunnar Hammett was out in 55.61. So he's out a little bit more conservatively here today, and that may work out in his favor.
Hammett, Dole, Anderson. Anderson now falling off a little tiny bit. Dole trying to get up on Hammett's shoulder.
How confident do you have to be in yourself to go around the world record holder at 12 years old?
Well, he's making that move. Hudson Dole making that move, but Hammett fighting him off on this straightaway here with 1 lap to go. Trying to fight him off on the curve. Dole still trying to go around Hammett. They're running basically side by side because Dole can't seem to get around Hammett. He made a very strong move to do so. He's going to have to cut in. We'll see how that affects Hammett.
We could see a new world record holder here.
Hudson Dole now coming down the stretch. He takes a peek over his left shoulder.
Keep an eye on that clock. It's a close one. Just outside the world record, but it is a meet record for Hudson Dole.
He took that little, it was interesting to see him look inside to his left, even though he was on the straightaway. I would have thought he would have looked to make sure somebody wasn't coming around the outside.
He knew Gunnar was on his inside that entire race and was hoping that he wouldn't get past on the inside. But if he kept his head up, we may have seen another world record there.
Yeah, it almost kind of seemed like as soon as he took that look over his left shoulder and he got within about 20 or 30 meters and he realized that he's got 5 meters on Chance Anderson and Gunnar Hammett, it seemed like he almost just kind of went, okay, I won, rather than really thinking to himself, fight through the line, get every single second, and maybe try to get that record.
Yeah, you could see the relief in his face down the home straightaway.
Yeah, see, again, he took that left look there and just kind of glided on in there, but still very impressive.
It is a
record.
meet record. Hudson Dole and Chance Anderson both under 2 minutes, the first sub 2-minute 800 in meet history.
Meanwhile, we're going to start our Heat 1 here of our girls' middle school 800 meters. Heat 1 of 6.
Heat 1 of 6. 12 athletes on the track now. Lennart, Waters, Harper, Corby, Gilbert, Zimmerman, Schoonmaker, Cluley, McKinney, Rutherford, McKenzie, Orion, and Kelly all on the track now. And they are out very quickly, 31 seconds. It's Allie Zimmerman of the Cavaliers. She has a PR of 2:29.83. And she is leading the field out into deep water. The entire field going for it through 350 seconds for Allie Zimmerman.
Ridley Rutherford there with a PR a bit faster than Zimmerman. Might be thinking to herself that she's in a little bit better position there, up in second place, within reach, and having a 4 or 5 second faster time than the rest of the field.
But going out this fast in section 1, anything can happen here in the back half of this race. Out in 69.38 for Zimmerman. Rutherford and McKenzie both right there. Sayona Kelly of Rock Creek Track Club looking strong. Field now bunching up front. 8 athletes in contention.
I like the position that Rutherford's in right now. She's not on the inside there. I mean, McKenzie is a little bit boxed in there. Is not going to really be able to make this move here with 200 to go. And Rutherford's just kind of sitting on the outside.
A great positioning. Let's keep an eye on Sayona Kelly of Rock Creek. She's staying comfortable, not trying to make a move quite yet, as Allie Zimmerman of the Cavaliers still leads it.
800's a tough event to lead from start to finish.
Very tough event to lead from start to finish. But on an indoor track, when it's so hard to pass, sometimes you have to go for it. But now making a big move down the straightaway and coming to the line. That is hip number 1, Josephine Lennart of Irwin, Pennsylvania, a new PR, 2:27.56. Splits of 32, 37, 40, and then a 35.
Very fast there. You can see the rest of the field closing in 37s, 38s.
And Bryn Waters, a 6th grader, taking second in that stacked field.
Let's not forget, we do have some 6th graders in these middle school events. I ironically went to a middle school that was 7th, 8th, and 9th, so I was never a freshman in high school. I came into high school as a sophomore, and that was even only the first year that I got to compete was my sophomore year in high school. But yes, we do have those 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle schools, so we do have an occasional 6th grader in here, and occasionally they do pretty darn good.
Yeah, 2nd place at New Balance Nationals Indoor. What a performance. On the track now, this is section number 2. In section number 2, Norris, Pham, Daglish, Higgins, and Kozmi, Ferris, Boscher, Radwanski, Lotovic, Franchetti, Corgi, Holly, Kaufman, and Burks. Field bunched up out a little bit more conservatively here, but not that conservative. 32.66 for Border City Athletic Club's Daniela DeFranceschi. Emma Pham of 7 Locks Running Club, a 6th grader, has a PR of 2:27. She was in 2nd through the first 200. Some great racing happening on the oval. And our pentathlon long jump officially underway now, as well as the pentathlon high jump. Still Emma Pham up front for 7 Locks Running Club. pace slowing down considerably, 70 seconds through 400. But we are still on pace for PRs.
The sixth grader there, Pham, looking solid for the first 3/4 of the race now. Gives up.
It's going to come down to the kick. A large majority of the field still in contention as we come to the bell. That is hip number 6, Kate Ferris of the Hershey Blaze, blazing around the oval. We're making another move, Emma Pham of 7 Locks Running Club. Ferris of the Hershey Blaze.
The sixth grader Pham's not doing too bad there.
She's doing great, making a look towards the front of the race, coming into the final 50 meters. Emma Pham, a big move, and now a move coming from third, but Emma Pham will get there first.
That was actually Daniela DeFranceschi.
Excuse me, yeah, Daniela DeFranceschi of Border City Athletics Club, 2:24.45. Kate Ferris of the Hershey Blaze, a new PR, 2:24.54. And Autumn Burks of Lake Tahoe Track Club, 2:25.02. On the track now, this is section 3 of 6. Leone, Akakpu, Davis, Archer, Visi, Reinhardt, Verhaeg, Forrester, Garego, Grace Leedy, Barnes, and Alexander. Girls Middle School 800. Currently led in 2:24.45. That's what the pace lights will be set at as hip number 10 pulls into the lead. Savannah Forrester of Jaguar Track Club. 8th grader comes in with a PR of 2:27. She is comfortably in control of this race, but she does have a lot of company. The field moving well with her. Savannah Forrester of Jaguar Track will slip back to second as Addison Davis of Elgin Sharks Track Club takes over the lead. Addison Davis of Elgin Sharks and Savannah Forrester of Jaguar 1-2, but making a pass on the inside. Jalen Alexander. Forrester moving back into 7. Savannah Forrester in second. Davis and Forrester at the bell. Looking strong, Alexander. Jalen Alexander trying to move up, but it is Addison Davis, the Elgin Sharks Track Club. Now Savannah Forrester making another move. Savannah Forrester making a ton of moves during this 800. Now back into the lead. Savannah Forrester digging deep down the straight. She will hang on across the line. Savannah Forrester, 2:25.15. A personal record for the 8th grader. Addison Davis, a new personal record, 2:25.86. Jalen Alexander, 2:26.44. Taking a quick peek at the boys pentathlon long jump, Garrett McNeil of IMG Academy has jumped 6 meters 72. It's We're at 748 points. Currently at 1,606 points in the overall standings. Back on the track, this is section 4 of 6. Halmy, Yorick, Hoff, Loudon, Van Dyke, Hahn, Johns, Strickland, Hurtado, Laycock, Wetstein, Love, Jenkins, and Fountain. Harfield out in 30 seconds. Alyssa Plowden of T4 Pennsylvania. Sloan Rodike of Rock Creek Track Club making a move of her own.
Plowden and Grondike, both 7th graders, taking it out in the first 200 meters.
Coming through 400 very quickly, 65 seconds. That is Sloan Rundike of Rock Creek Track Club, Grace Love of 7 Locks, and Emerson Strickland of Drive Phase Track Club, your current top 3. That was a 65 opening 400. Rundike trying to hang on to that lead as we come up on the bell. A quick opening 600. That's our quickest opening 600 of the day so far. Sloan Grundyke of Rock Creek and Grace Love of 7 Locks.
Very impressive there from a young lady in 7th grade, making this kind of move here with 200 meters to go. There's a lot of confidence in there.
A lot of confidence to make such a decisive move. She's still accelerating coming onto the home straightaway. Sloan Grundyke of Rock Creek Track Club charging towards the line, and she will be your new outright leader. A personal record by nearly 9 seconds, 2:16.84. I think it's time to start talking about the meet record, 2:11.74, set by Grace Smith of Chino Hills here last year. As we move on to heat number 5, it will be Sloan Grundyke of Rock Creek Track Club in the lead at 2:16.84.
Yeah, the meet record, I mean, 5 seconds faster. We're, we still got 2 more heats to go. There's definitely a possibility of getting close to that time.
Now, if you're an athlete in this top seeded section, do you worry about that meet record at all, or do you say, hey, I'm here to race? A win is a win is a win.
I think once you're in that quote unquote seeded section, I mean, we did have an athlete win out of the unseeded section yesterday, win overall in one of the events. But if you're in that seeded section, you go for the win. Now, in an 800 meters, there's some strategy, but it's a little different than, like, say, like a 5,000 meters where you know the other athletes, you know their strengths, you know what you need to do in so many different parts of the race on the long 5,000 meters to strategize to make sure that you win. But if you're in really good shape, you go for it. If your coach knows what you need to do, your coach knows what you can do, then you kind of go for it. But I think in the end, everybody's out here trying to run as fast as they possibly can. And if you can do that, you've got a shot of probably at least winning your heat, if not winning that seeded heat.
And you can see the seeded heat standing trackside, watching Casey Flowers move around the oval.
30.99.
If Casey Flowers keeps up this pace, that will be the time to beat. She's out in 64 seconds through the first 400.
Looking strong, but a little bit of grimace there on her face as she comes by. And Emma Aldana Juego, we saw her run yesterday in some event. She's looking very strong. I remember that stride from yesterday.
We saw her take 15th yesterday in the 1 mile run.
Yep.
She ran a 5:12 yesterday. Casey Flowers also ran that mile. Only 5:36.24 for 64th.
Aldana Cuego is starting to make up some room there. And, you see that flailing arm now from Flowers.
Is struggling early here.
That right arm just kind of swinging a little bit too much. And Aldana Cuego keeping her form, goes on the inside. As you can see, that fatigue from Flowers.
You can't open up the inside. That is tough. Emma Alden Olga.
Well, I think that shows a real sign of fatigue when you're venturing out into the outside of lane 1 and almost into lane 2, and you allow somebody to come in on the inside on a curve, and Aldana Cuego takes advantage of that.
You have to give Casey Flowers credit, though, for going out. She knew what the pace was set in the last section, and she went for it. 2:18.99, a section win. But that will not be your outright leader. Sloan Grondike of Rock Creek Track Club will maintain that top position, 2:16.84, as we move on to our top seeded section. These athletes in the top seeded section have watched all the previous heats. They know what they have to do. Not only do they have to beat their competitors, but they have to run faster than that time, 2:16.84. And the pace lights certainly change the strategy here for this top-seeded section. Without the pace lights, you have to know what paces you have to hit, and you have to beat your competitors. With the pace lights, hey, if I'm in front of that green line and in front of you, I win.
Well, and again, as we mentioned, the pace lights, if it's a 2:16 as a leading time, the pace lights are going to go 68.68. So in an 800 meters, when you do have such a negative split, or negative split in the first half from the second half, it's tough to really rely on those pace lights. I mean, maybe you see them in the last 150 meters that you're ahead of them, or they're just right in front of you. Oh, and we have a fall there. You do not want to see that, unfortunately. Young lady,
that is tough.
Going down, it's tough. You work really hard to come all this way, and it doesn't look like she's going to be able to continue, unfortunately.
That is an unfortunate way to end your race. But back on the oval, the field through the opening 200 meters, currently being led by Jade Walker, I believe that is. And it is Jade Walker out in 30:57. Elisa Schwass of Scottville, Michigan in second. Also in that lead pack, Anna Block and Layla Kirk. It is a breakaway pack of 4 in the early stages.
That was Molly Mako, unfortunately, who had gone down there in the first 50, 60 meters.
It looks like she had stepped on the rail. Making a move for it, Layla Kirk of New Era Elite Track Club. The 8th grader has a PR of 2:11.62. Her PR is faster than the meet record held by Grace Smith at 2:11.64. So a PR would be a meet record for Layla Kirk.
Kirk looks really good there in second place, just kind of running on that outside of lane 1, thinking about pouncing here on Walker any second. Will she wait till the backstretch or possibly that last curve? But you see her looking down, you see her concentrated.
Schwass making a move into the lead. Eliza Schwass of Scottville, Michigan into the lead. A decisive move for the 8th grader, and she is ahead of the pace.
Schwass also with a PR of 2:12.
Schwass flying down the straightaway. She will be your national champion here at New Balance National Indoors. 2:13.68 for Eliza Schwass of Scottville, Michigan. Closing in 32.63.
A new U.S. 54th time in the country there for Schwass.
She looks like she had some more left.
Well,
the way she closed.
Her PR is about a second or so faster than that, so she ran certainly more strategic in that race, and we were talking about that. Do you go after the meet record? Do you go after, a good time, or is it about strategy and making sure you win?
She was second yesterday in the 1 mile. She ran 5:01.83. That's a quick turnaround. You know, it's still early here in Boston, 9:45 a.m. A quick turnaround from running a 5:01 for second last night, and she gets back on the line and gets it done in the 800.
Well, let's all hope Molly Mako is able to recover from that fall, and if she's got any other events here, she'll be able to run or at least certainly recover, get ready for our outdoor season. So, meanwhile, we're going to move on here to we have our next event on the track is our boys freshman 800 meters. Krasner, Dirks, Lawson, Seredic, Ramentelis, Zenko, Youngs, Owings, Jackson, Lee, Kirkland, Heelman, Maharina, and Fisher. 14 athletes here. And heat 1 of 6.
We should just give Molly Mako some credit. She was third in the 2 mile, 5:02.14, a great way to close out her indoor season.
If that was her last event, that's still a good time to be able to hold your head up high and head home on. Meanwhile, on the track, Ethan Kirkland taking the field through in 29.90. His personal record for the 9th grader, the freshman, 2:06. He was followed closely by another 9th grader, Langston Jackson, with a 2:05. So these freshman runners have got some solid times out here coming into this meet. And it's still Kirkland leading, 1:01.22 at 400 meters. And again, those pace lights for this first heat set to the fastest time seated in this heat. And they will get quicker as the times set here get quicker.
And we talked about this a little bit during the middle school girls. If those pace lights are ahead of you at halfway, you are in trouble. It is very hard to negative split in 800.
Well, you're also going to end up, you're going to be in that pack. And you don't want to be in that pack when it comes to when you need to make a quick move and you don't have a whole lot of time to do it.
No.
You don't want to be in that pack. You want to be well out ahead. But
Ethan Kirkland in great position out front ahead of this pack.
Seredic and Jackson, Fisher, and Ramentelis all in that chase pack trying to run down Kirkland, who is going to win this wire to wire. 2:03.91. That is a 3-second PR for the runner from Golden Knights Track Club in Pennsylvania. So again, the top five athletes all setting personal records. So Kirkland definitely led that field out, and the chase pack trying to run him down. While they weren't able to catch him, they were at least able to set some good fast times for themselves to end the season on.
Absolutely a great way to end your season at the fastest party on the planet here at the track at New Balance.
Up next here, Heat 2, the boys 800 meter freshman division. Nisett, Kanga, Cardello, Asaro, Collier, Anderson, Weinman, Barron, Nwandike III, Galindo, Walensky, Sharp, Martin, and that's your field, 14 athletes. That's Brian Anderson, VT's Track Club, taking out 27.55. Very strong first 200 meters. Followed closely by Axel Asaro, Cameron Martin from Freytown Track Club in third. But Anderson's got a personal record of 2:02 coming into this, so he's got to feel pretty confident out front there.
But that is some deep water that he is dragging that field into.
57.90. I mean, when you're in second and third place, you got to think to yourself, did I just chase something I shouldn't have chased? Should I have been more conservative, or am I racing here?
Yeah, you have to imagine going out in fourth or fifth might be a little bit safer in some of these sections, because 57 is very spicy.
Osaro now going around Anderson, but Anderson just kind of tucking back up on his shoulder, and now Anderson trying to retake command of this on the curve. That's strong to do, so he's just going to stay on the shoulder there of Osaro. And it's Anderson and Osaro, and Anderson still on the outside. Osaro fighting him off. Cameron Martin sitting in third, but Osaro just has too much at the end.
Osaro of Garden State Track Club trying to run his way into the lead of this 800.
You see those big arm moves too coming down.
He is your outright leader.
2:02.88. Very solid time here. And only heat 2. And I just love that you really just saw his arms just kind of open up. And that's what you really want to see at the end of an 800. You don't want to see the arms sluggish inside. You really, doesn't matter how they're shaped or anything like that, as long as they're moving high, keeping the arms up, that's solid.
Especially after opening up in 27.81. To be able to close like that, you're going to need the big arms.
Yep. Next up here, heat 3. See all the athletes here on the line getting their national coverage TV time. They're off here. Chang, McLean, Barghese, Hines, Woodworth, O'Connor, Higgins, Draves, Jackson, Mann, Wells, Law, Sutherland, and Reyes. Again, 14 athletes in this field. And we'll check to see what this 200-meter split is. Looks also
another spicy one.
Fairly fast there. Preston Wells, Noblesville, Indiana, 28-25. Ethan Mann, Hebron, Kentucky, and Lucas Chang from Ardrey Kell. Still several athletes in contention here.
Wow.
400 meters now, 58.30. Ethan Mann trying to open up a bit of a gap on the field over Quincy McLean from Curiosity Track. But he's not far out ahead that he cannot be caught. What I'm seeing with Mann is his arms are starting to drop a little bit. Very kind of short stride. It may be his form, but he needs to start pumping those arms here if he's going to hold off any contenders here in the last 200 meters.
What you said is what makes the 800 such a special event. You cannot get far enough ahead to be safe in an 800.
Nope. Because anybody can have a really strong kick, and you could fall apart in that last 100 meters. But Mann is looking pretty solid there. I mean, nobody has really been able to make a move, and it's now down to 50 meters.
And that's going to be a long 50 meters. But he will hold off the field.
2 flat 76 for a freshman. And Peyton Woodworth, coming all the way from 5th place, tries to chase down Mann, runs out of room, but still finishes with a very impressive 2:01.82. Quincy McLean, 3rd place, just nips his own personal record, running 2:03.02. But that mark now out there for the rest of the field to think about in the next couple of heats is 2 flat 0.76. We should see soon a sub 2 minute from a freshman.
This could be the section, but we are going to come back. If there's a fall in the first 50 meters, the official can shoot the gun again and pull the field back.
Which unfortunately for Molly Mako earlier, that happened right around 60 meters into it, so they were unable to call the field back. So, though, I mean, it looked like she kind of hurt herself pretty badly in the process, so it was unsure if she would have even been able to restart. But just a little bit of a stumble here at the beginning, and so we'll line the runners back up.
Now, you see Union Catholic walking very slow back to the line. I like that strategy by Jeremiah Shepard. Give yourself time to reset. You don't need the nervous energy after a false start.
Nope. But again, on a 6-lane track here, indoors, you're going into a curve that's a quick bunch up, whether you're on the inside lanes or you're on the waterfall lanes. And it can be kind of daunting to all of a sudden have all those athletes come in on you, and you may not want to take that risk of going out so too fast to get in front of that field.
Yeah, and these are crowded sections for the 800. I mean, at the senior level, you'd really only see somewhere between 6 and 8 athletes starting together in an 800. So to have 15 plus athletes, that's crowded.
That's Camden Shields from HP Distance taking the field out in 28:46. Kyle Gunter from Oak Woods Hills, Illinois, 28:75. And Isaac Richardson coming through in 3rd place. But that keeps constantly changing except for that lead. Shields coming through very quickly there, 58:82. So he runs a 28 mid and a low 32nd. So the field now needs to start thinking to themselves, where do I make that move to try to reel back in Shields? MacArthur now moving up into 2nd, Richardson now in 3rd. Kind of see Shields there almost kind of overextending his stride and his arms. Really kind of reaching out. That's a good sign, or I should say a bad sign of fatigue as he tries to reach out and reach for that track.
Jeremiah Shepard currently in 3rd. We talked about him earlier, taking his time, walking back to the start line.
Oscar MacArthur made a good move, and he's getting ready, trying to go around the outside.
That's a big move.
3 wide coming down the home stretch. Everybody wants this. Very close there. We'll wait to see. And it is Isaac Richardson and Desmond Hill going 1-2.
I'll move them into 3rd and 4th overall.
Richardson at the end coming all the way from 5th place, and Hill coming all the way from 4th place. So it just goes to show, I mean, coming through the first 400, first 600, and 1st and 2nd place, you're starting to see that pattern of athletes coming from, 4th, 5th, 6th place, being a little bit more patient, a little bit more in control, and having a little bit more energy at the end for that last 100.
As a former track coach, how do you train your athlete to stay calm? If they're in 4th with 200 to go, they still need to stay calm.
I think it's basically at this level, and even at the high school level, it's one of the biggest cliches in the sport, but it's one of the truest sayings I've ever heard. Run your race.
Yes,
you
have to.
You got to run your race. You don't need to run anybody else's race. You need to run your race. And that's all you can do. If you feel good that day, yes, the last 200 meters, go for it. But for the first 3/4 of the race, you need to run your race. You need to make sure that you're in control. And speaking of in control, Kellum Tripaldi is in control of this first 200 meters here of heat 5 of 6, 28:54. Tyron Larry Parker, Riverdale Baptist, in 2nd place, 59:40. So they're getting out. Those pace lights, though, right up on them already. So now it's all, the strategy now starts to happen right here in this third 200. You need to put yourself in position. You don't have to be leading. You don't have to run away with it right now, but you need to have yourself in position.
Well, when you hear that bell, now is the time to try and run away with it.
Lucas Amador now takes over. Goggins in 2nd, Naswell in 3rd. Naswell now trying to overtake 2nd place, and he does going into the curve, but does he have enough to walk down Amador? Amador looking strong down the home stretch. He's just ahead of those pace lights. So it looks like we're going to see our first sub 2 minute, and we do. 1:59.30 for Amador.
Look at the splits. Look at the way he ran that sub 2. 28, then 30, 30, and 29.
Very, very consistent splits there, and that's hard to do, but there are certain type of athletes that do run an 800 meter very even like that. Much more conservative. I mean, he was in third at 200, took over first place briefly, gave it up for a little bit, but always stayed in contention. And then Goggins, unfortunately, just did not have enough room to run him down, and he ends up finishing second, still with a good personal record of 3 seconds. And Amador also just nipping under his personal record. And here we go, the seated section, the boys freshman 800 meters, Lincoln Fagerlin of Fort Collins, Liam Angley, Marauders, Arnold Langone of Terrebonne, QC, Joshua Palmer, Carolina Cavaliers, Landon Watkins of Tampa, Florida, Reed Bannister from Knoxville Catholic, Donovan Noah from Talmadge, we also have Joseph Pangalo of Hackettstown, Donald Wright of Baghdad, Kentucky, Aiden Chan Smith of Tokapoke Track and Field Club, Duncan Palmer, Williamston, and Eli Hansen of Durham Dragons Athletics. And coming through 400 meters here in a pretty fast time, 57.76, Lincoln Fagerlin, Fort Collins, Colorado. He's got that altitude on his side, running 28.62 and then a 29.14 for a second 200. And that's why there's that gap on the rest of the field.
This is the most ideal pacing we've seen thus far. 28, 29, and now another 28.
This is going to be a very fast time. Our record, 1:56.30, Caleb Winders from 2 years ago, and that could be in jeopardy here, as Fagerlin now is being challenged.
Four seconds away from that meet record.
Angley, and I think he may get that, and he does. Liam Angley coming on strong in the last 100 meters for a meet record.
Kicking down 28.73 to close in a meet record time. 1:56.04.
His personal best was 1:58.22. So again, when you talk about checking off all the boxes, you win your section, you win the seeded section, you win the national title, you get a personal best, and you set a meet record.
An incredible
performance. That's where you just kind of go, Coach, I think we did everything we could possibly do, short of a national record, but still, that's pretty impressive.
What about Duncan Palmer in second? He had a PR of 2:00 coming into today, and he raced with some serious confidence.
That was very gutsy there, getting that field out fast, and that probably set up Angley for that time. Next up, our first section, girls 800, freshmen.
Girls 800. 5 sections coming up. Gonna see some good tactics, some sprint finishes here in the girls freshman 800. 5 sections coming up. In section number 1, Barham of Whitsett, North Carolina, Ingram of Brockport, New York, Fitzgerald of Bellport Track Club, Blake of Hopkins Track Club, Silvera of Blue Devils Track and Field, Rigari of Brockport, New York, Rodriguez of MTFC, Schmidt of Voorheesville, New York, McInerney of Runners High Racing Club, Bear of Monte Cristo Track Club, Scott of Kalamazoo, Michigan, Bador of Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania, Peterson of Maroons, Bergrillo of Woodbury Track Club, and Breslin of New England Elite. This is your freshman girls 800. Out in 32.91 for Aubrey Peterson of the Maroons. comes in with a PR of 2:22. 68.82. That is Breslin of New England Elite. Kayla Breslin. Kyla Breslin, Aubrey Peterson, Savannah Schmidt, your current top three. Coming up on the bell here in section 1 of 5. That is Kira McInerney of Runners High Racing Club, Madeline Grillo of Woodbury Track Club, and Kyla Breslin. Grillo looking strong, making a move into the lead. Now Kira McInerney of Runners High Racing Club fighting back down the straightaway. Opening up her stride, Madeline Grillo. Excuse me, that's Kira McInerney of Runners High Racing Club, 2:19.30 for Runners High Racing Club. Madeline Grillo of Woodbury Track Club, a PR 2:19.98. Kyla Breslin of New England Elite, 2:22.77. Mary Catherine Parham of Whitsett, North Carolina, 2:23.19. Checking in on the boys pentathlon long jump, Garrett McNeil of IMG Academy, 6 meters 72 on his first attempt of the day. That'll score McNeil 748 points. He's in the lead, 1,606 points. Excuse me, in second place with 1,606 points. Christopher Marshall in the lead, moving from third to first. He jumped 6 meters 48 for an additional 693 points, 1,610 points. Foster currently in third at 1,603 points.
You see some of those athletes now in the pentathlon now starting to get into maybe their specialty events, and you see them moving up from 6th and 7th up to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So,
yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the girls pentathlon high jump, you've seen the Nevada #1 mark in the high jump for Tia Brown. She jumped 1 meter 55. That's 5 feet 1 inch.
Janie Ford, though, still jumping 149. She's still going to have a shot there, but she's still currently leading there with a points total of 1581 over Tia Brown.
Yulia Isokaya of IMG Academy has yet to enter the competition, scheduled to come in at this height, 1 meter 55. Back on the oval, Lillian Palmer of Sky's the Limit pulled the field out in 72nd. Abigail Gradich of DCP Track Club through 402nd, and Helen Cates of E-Distance in third.
That's my girl there in 4th place, Madeline Tuxbury from the Wellesley Track Club, Wellesley High School, where I coached. She ran the mile yesterday. She now moves back to 5th place there. But it's all Cates right now.
Helen Cates and Lillian Palmer 1-2. Lillian Palmer of Sky's the Limit trying to pull that chase pack back up, but Helen Cates is out front here in section 2. But it will not be enough to surpass our leader in this event, Kira McInerney, 2:19.30. Helen Cates will take the second section. 2:22.80 for Helen Cates of E-Distance. Abigail Radich of DCP Track Club, 2:24.10. Julia Carswell of Border City Athletic Club at PR 2:24.29. As section 3 steps onto the track. Section 3 of 5. O'Brien, Ingram, Staunton, Short, Siribon, Wiley, Sabo, Arango, Brookings, Bashirs, Kelly, Reedus, Reese, Foley, and Haga, all scheduled to start this section. Seeing quite a few athletes double back from that mile yesterday, and some athletes doubling back from the 400. Just goes to show that you can approach the 800 from either side, either the sprint side or the distance side. The evolution of the 800 recently tended to favor the sprint side. On the senior level, you don't see as many athletes trying the 800, 1500 double as you used to see.
No, that's a unique double to see. It's mainly at this younger age, like you said. It's more. You've got more. You get a mix sometimes. You get the 400, 800 runner. The 800, 1500 meter runner is tough. A lot of your milers are maybe better 2-milers than they are 800 meter runners.
Your leader right now, Adia Arango. This is her third event of the meet. She ran 60 point in the 400. There was a leg on the 4x8 yesterday. She was scheduled to be third, 2:25.56, and now on the track for her individual race in the lead at the bell.
Arango getting some good camera time here this weekend, day 2, and she's already on the track for the third time. Yeah.
But Elena Sabo, her freshness may pay off for Sabo here. This is her first event of the weekend, and she is into the lead and ahead of pace to take over the outright lead in section 3 of 5.
Sabo looking very strong, very confident, not overstriding, good arm movement there.
When you talk about running your own race, Sabo really pulling it off. 2:18.80, a PR by nearly 3 seconds.
Well, she was never out of contention. She was in the top 2 the whole time. She bided her time, watched Arango, and made the move at the right time.
It's just tough to watch an athlete run away from you in the 800 because you don't have that much time to make up the gap.
Yeah, I mean, but again, all credit to Sabo for keeping herself in contention for the majority of that race, and certainly at the end, securing her position now of having the top time.
Yeah, she timed that move perfectly, closing in 35.10. My coach always used to tell me it doesn't matter who is in the lead anywhere in the race except for at the finish line.
Yep.
Steiner, White, David, Weller, Woods, Lanes, Tomlinson, Callahan, Dreher, Johnson, Courtney, Whitson, Scholes, and Hamelin.
15 athletes, again, very, very packed fields that we have out here. Some of these athletes, you know, aren't used to running in this big of events, as we've been mentioning over and over, and that definitely plays into the strategy, plays into the nerves a little bit. You can see how athletes are having to check up a little bit to get themselves off the rail and into an outer position to be able to make a move when they're feeling good. And you may do that and think, okay, I just slowed up a little bit. Now I feel really good. Maybe I should sprint. But that may not necessarily be the thing to do.
No, because you only really have one move in the 800.
Yep.
So you have to pick when do you make that move. And if you make that move 50 meters into the race, you're going to pay the price down the home straight.
Well, again, it's that panic moment where you're like, I've been boxed in. I'm not running full stride. I don't feel good. You get on the outside, and maybe you feel too good too soon, and you make your move too soon. But
Woods, Carissa Woods of Adrenaline Track Club, Kira Tomlinson, and Peyton Deerer. Your top 3. Peyton Deerer of Moorestown looking strong. Coming into the bell. That's Carissa Woods of Adrenaline Track Club. Deer Still strong in second, but going to the arms early.
Yeah, you can see, again, we keep mentioning those arms. You see her just almost over digging, over striding, trying to make up that gap that Woods put on her in that
Woods
third lap.
Really opening up that gap on the third lap.
Wow,
And that's
very,
gonna help her on
very
this home
strong.
straight. She is way out front.
Good
The
form
field
coming down.
watching as she comes to the finish line. And she looked comfortable doing that. Carissa Woods, 2:16.53. A 3 second a 3 second season's best, a 1 second PR. Garrett Tomlinson of Doylestown, a personal record 2:18.22. Peyton Deere of Moorestown, 2:18.50. Our top seeded section will take the track now. 13 athletes scheduled for this section. Orton of Lexington Elite, Means of Drive Face Track Club, Salerno of Lancaster City Track Club, Brundell of Clifton, Virginia, Solomon of New Rochelle, Edwards of Moorestown, Agris of Etobicoke Track and Field Club, Kramer of Eagle Track Club, Mora of Chicago, Illinois, Schellenbarger of Martian Elite, Orengo of WETC, Ramirez of Bullis, and Grant of Voorheesville.
The time these young ladies are possibly thinking about that meet record, Addison Moore running 2:12.63 2 years ago. So far, our top time, 2:16.
A very quick opening 200 for Morgan Means. That's Hope Edwards of Moorestown and Olivia Solomon of New Rochelle rounding out the top three in a breakaway pack. But that is a spicy opening 300. 45 high, 46 low there as they went through 300.
Means with a personal record there of 2:13 is only about a second off of the meet record. So if she's feeling good here today and can take this win,
I
that
hope she's
may
feeling
be in
good, 'cause
contention.
that's a quick opening 400. 62 for Morgan Means. Olivia Solomon of New Rochelle and Hope Edwards of Moorestown still top three.
Solomon looks very comfortable, just like she's just waiting very patiently off of Means' shoulder.
Floating around that turn. And as she comes off the turn, she's going to try and float into the lead.
It's a matter of probably when Solomon is going to try to make that move. And she makes that move now with a lap to go.
Olivia Solomon of New Rochelle into the lead.
Means does not have an answer for this break unless, of course, she's got something in the tank for the last 100. But Solomon is just running away with this now.
Solomon 18 seconds away from the meet record. Olivia Solomon flying around the turn. Here we go. Olivia Solomon of New Rochelle, New York, off the turn onto the home straight. But a late charge. Olivia Solomon will hang on for the win. But a big kick for second by Vivian Salerno of Lancaster City. Olivia Solomon, 2:13.69. Eighth fastest time in New York this year.
You saw those two athletes in second and third, Salerno and Agris, both with low 33 second 200 meters. That was really helped them move up there from fourth and sixth respectively to finish second and third. But it's all Olivia Solomon, your national champion in the girls 800 meter freshman division. And next up on the track, and it's going to take a few heats to get to them, but the boys 400 meter championship prelims, and all eyes are going to be on heat 14. Olympic gold medalist, the youngest Olympic gold medalist in USA track and field history, Quincy Wilson, the under 18 world best in 400 meters. We will see him in heat 14 here of the boys 400 meter prelims. And I tell you what, this crowd is going to roar when they introduce an Olympic gold medalist in a high school event.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting in here, but we have 31 sections, and we're whittling the field down to 8 athletes.
Absolutely amazing how they're going to be able to do that. Top 8 times going on to the final here. Edward Atafo in 1, Broberg in 2, New in 4, Nixon in 5, Brittingham in 6.
Now, if you're stepping onto the track here in section 1, or heat 1 rather, you know you have 30 sections after you, and they're only taking the 8 fastest times.
You better.
Do you run all out here and just?
Yes.
You don't save anything for the final. You
Nothing.
have to go all out.
Nothing.
Here.
You go as hard as you can and try as best as you can to make sure. And again, these heats are not set up. The fastest heat is not the 31st heat. They're all seeded randomly, which is why we've got Wilson in heat 14. So any given athlete in any one of these heats has got an opportunity, has got a 1 in 5 chance of making that final, because one of these athletes in this heat is going to be a very fast athlete in each one of these 31 heats. And that's Miles Dixon, the 11th grader from Stags, taking it out in 22:55.
It doesn't matter how good you are, when you are competing against athletes of this caliber, you have to leave it all on the track. You don't want to be watching the final from the stands.
Nope, and that's Dixon.
That's a PR for Dixon.
From the first lap to the last lap, Dixon lays out the first mark of the day, 48:27.
Just outside his PR, PR 48:25. But that's how you get it done. Just go for it. Leave it out there.
All right, heat 2 here. Larson, Blair, Adams, Murray, Taylor, and Rice Jr. All 6 lanes covered here in heat 2, the boys 400-meter championship prelims.
Probably worth talking a little bit about lane draw here. On an indoor track, lane 5 and 6, clear advantage.
Well, they put the faster athletes out in the outer lanes. They give them that advantage of being on those outside lanes because you have the brake line after the first 300 meters. You're up on the curve, which is better for the sprinters. But it's not always the case there. As we see in lane 3, Jason Adams taking the early lead here.
There's a little bit of an advantage in terms of knowledge. Being in lane number 3, you can see exactly what the top-seeded competitors are doing.
You do. You see that those outside top 2 competitors, and you're able to maybe look on the inside a little bit. But Adams not able to continue that lead from lap 1. And instead, Jaden Taylor, Coastal Georgia track team, takes a win there, 48:56. So already you think to yourself, I just ran in the second heat, and I'm now already only in second place. So you've already lost one. You've already now missed up on one guarantee spot, even winning your heat. So that starts to play in your mind a little bit when you realize how quickly those times are going to drop down as we get going.
And we can see it from the booth here. The athletes standing trackside, watching the next heats go, knowing, all right, this is where I am right now. I need to survive 29 more sections in this place.
Here we go, heat 3, Winfield, Scurry, Merritt, Irwin, Kerr, and Ooch. And that's Kerr making up already the stagger in lane 5. We expect him to come out on the break and take that rail. Ooch right up on his shoulder, trying to fight him into the turn. A little bit of arm movement there. Ends up having to settle. That might have been a little bit too much energy used trying to fight Kerr.
Can't make the move going into a turn, and he's making another move going into another turn. That's not when you want to make the move. You want to make it about halfway around the turn so that you can pull into the lead onto the straightaway.
And Kerr running very strong, holding his position throughout the race and taking the win there, 49-19. Didn't use a lot of energy there, wasn't having to fight anybody. Just hold your position, don't fight back, don't use any more energy than you have to.
Hold that position, but you also have to fight the clock.
This is true. This is true. When you only got 8 spots, you do have to fight that clock a little bit.
And obviously no pace lights going in this, so you really have to be aware of what the previous sections have run.
Indeed. Next up, Heat 4, Henley, Rogers, Johnson, and Garcia. Aiden Henley, Malik Rogers, Jourdain Johnson, Seven Garcia. And Seven Garcia well made up his stagger. Actually, that's Jourdain Johnson who made up that stagger. Wow, he is out. Jourdain Johnson, 21.81 in the first 200. Seven Garcia now about 5 meters behind there. But it's all Jourdain Johnson, East Orange campus. This is going to be a very fast time. A mark the other athletes are really going to have to think about. And indeed, 46.96.
46.96, what a run.
Almost 2 seconds faster than the previous 3 heats. $46.96. That's one of those types of times that might be contending for that top 8. I mean, it depends on how many athletes out here are ready to go, but that's a very, very solid time.
Very solid time, but this is a very fast track. The track at New Balance is ready for quick times.
Akinapura in 1, Ruiz in 2, Holt in 3, Thaxton in 4, Salvadon in 5, and Benson in 6. Vincent Enciapura, Vendry Ruiz, Andrew Holt, Braden Thaxton, Andrew Salvadon, and Suhail Benson. And that's lane 4 and 5, Thaxton and Salvadon. And that's Andrew Salvadon, Virginia Beach Flames. Thaxton in 2nd, Benson in 3rd. But Salvadon
out quick, but he is still going.
Very strong running.
He's going to be in contention here.
46.76.
That's the 5th fastest time in the United States this year. Yeah,
wow.
Have to believe that that's going to make the final.
So again, you just won previously in the previous heat, 46.96. Now you've already been knocked down to 2nd place. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to see that. You know, you run a very fast time, but you don't have any control over the heats after you.
Seven Garcia, 47.78. Jourdain Johnson, 46.96. Andrew Salvadon, 46.76. Top 3 is pretty fast right now
already, and we're only getting ready to go into heat 6 here. And 31.
We have yet to see the one lap wonder Quincy Wilson.
Hicks, Thompson, Gaji, Seeley, Runkle, and Thompson. And here we go, heat 6 of 31. Runkle out to a strong start, but that's actually Nicholas Seeley in 4 as well. Derek Hicks out very fast, but it's all Nicholas Seeley. 22-32. Harry S. Truman runner. Hicks in 2nd. Runkle in 3rd. Seeley still leading.
Bubble time is currently at 48.95. So that's just inside that bubble. Anthony Brittingham of the Rams Track Club, currently in the hot seat at 48.88.
That time is going to come down a lot, unfortunately. So going into Heat 7, we're almost halfway through getting to the Wonder Kid, Quincy Wilson, in Heat 14. But up first here, Heat 7, Beckley in 1, James in 2, Rittenhouse in 3, Scott in 4, Long in 5, and Owalabi in 6. So far, all of the leaders that have taken the rail after 200 have been the majority winners of their heats. So it's definitely about getting out quickly. And Dante Long is doing that in lane 5. And he will take the rail at the break. Very strong start there. Oh! And a little bit of a trip from Terrence Scott there. Dante Long.
Not how you want your nationals to go. But it is a quick one on the track.
Dante Long, Fort Washington. 47.53.
That'll move him into 3rd.
Hey, you're still up in there. Fortunately, that was Terrence Scott, Win Sportswear, who went down there just past the 200-meter mark and it was unable to finish. So again, tough way to finish the event, but hopefully he's got some other events to make up for that. Next up, Heat 8 here. Osterhout, Hunter, Shockley, Thomas, Thompson, and Perez. Caden Osterhout, Blake Hunter, Isaiah Shockley, Aston Thomas, Sebastian Perez. Those are your runners here in Heat 8. Perez out to a pretty good start there, as well as Osterhout. But it's Perez there on the outside with the early lead after 200 meters. 23.68, the Trumbull track and trail athlete. Blake Hunter trying to go around the outside there. He's getting up on Perez's shoulder. Perez holding him off and seemingly kicking it into another gear. Perez down the home stretch And he'll be able to fight off contenders there. For a very solid time, 50.09. One of our slowest heats so far.
Bubble time still 48.80 by Nicholas Seeley of Harry S. Truman. And we now have a bolus athlete on the track.
I tell you what, I mean, even when Quincy Wilson comes out to get ready to run on the track, I'm curious to hear the reaction of the crowd, even when he comes and lines up on the outside of the track.
I have to imagine warming up as Quincy Wilson is tough.
So 4 athletes in this heat. Heat 9, Nick Coleman, Kenley Poole, Joshua Virgil, and Mickey Green.
Mickey Green already had a pretty good season so far. You've seen him run some fast times, over 60 meters, 7:16 at the circuit in Philadelphia.
And that is Green taking the lead there. Actually, sorry, Joshua Virgil, Green in second.
Green out 22:62 though, so he's out very quickly.
He looks in a pretty good position. He's got to make a move quickly here, otherwise Virgil is going to pull away, and it looks like he is going to do that. Green kind of swaying his head back and forth. Very strong finish there. Joshua Virgil from Stags. His time 49.04. Next up on the track, Heat 10. Just about 1/3 of the way through here. We've got Brody Lewis from Ocean Lakes, Alex Poge from Brooklyn Speed and Power, Jaden Bennett from Phillips Exeter Academy, and Anders Feltz from Crozet Crew. Here we go, we're off. Heat 10, 4 athletes. Brody Lewis out very strong on the inside, as well as Jalen Bennett. Bennett looks like the early lead here. Brody Lewis actually is in the lead. No, sorry, Jaden Bennett, it was 22.83. Brody Lewis in second, but now he drops back to third. Jalen Bennett, Phillips Exeter Academy, coming down the home stretch, powering his arms, but he's having to fight off challengers. He holds on once again. The early leader wins the heat, 48.57.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Lifesaver.
So now that time has dropped down to 48.78. Braden Thaxton is currently sitting in 8th place. Just a few more heats here until we see Quincy Wilson. And I see him actually over on the side of the track now, pacing like a ferocious lion, getting ready to pounce and show these youngsters, even though he's one of them, what it really means to run fast. So we're really looking forward to that. But right now on the track, Thomas in 1, Strand in 2, Campbell in 3, Patterson in 4, Moon in 5, and Stevens in 6. We're off here, Heat 11. We're officially 1/3 of the way. Jeb Moon, Lynchburg, Virginia, out to a strong start there in lane 5. But he's being challenged by Grant Stevens. But it will be Moon taking the rail. Will Jeb Moon keep up the tradition of the early leader winning the heat. But Stevens now going around him on the curve. Davis Patterson within contention. Patterson goes around the outside, but it's all going to be Grant Stevens. Last 125 meters there from Grant Stevens made that race for him. 48.81 is his time. That's a new U.S. number 72.
48.78 is still the time to beat to get onto that top 8 list. See Quincy trackside there getting ready to run.
Well, what I love I'm seeing over there, the audience can't really quite see it, but all the athletes are lined up all really nice and properly in their order, right up against the wall and everything like that. But he's just pacing around in front of them and walking around and just getting ready. He cannot wait to get on this track and show this crowd what they came here to see.
And I think that it speaks to no matter what level of this sport that you have competed on, pre-race nerves affect everyone. You see the nerves in Quincy's face right now.
Those could be, I mean, some people may see that as, overconfidence and, get back in your order, get back in your line. Everything. He could just be a little nervous. He's got a lot riding on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Heat 12 here, Julian Louise, Matthew Waltman, Tyler Noon, Lorenz Forsman, August Doach, and Zion Omatessa. Julian Louise in lane 1 trying to get that rail, but he does not get it.
It was a perfect cut in there.
Forsman running a really good line there after the break, 22.71 at 200 meters. Louise in second. Louise is still in there. Tyler Nunn as well. Tyler Nunn trying to come around the outside. Forsman fighting him off.
But it is not enough to break into the top 8.
49.12. Matthew Waltman in second. Julian Ruiz. That was Waltman who came from 4th to 2nd over the last 75 meters.
One more section before the one-lap wonder sets his blocks. Now, I have to ask the question. He raced at the Olympics on August 9th. Typically, you finish your high school season well before August. You shut it down and you start your base phase. It's relatively early in the season to see an Olympic-caliber athlete racing again. What will that do to his performance here today?
Well, I mean, unlike the distance runners, there's that nice long break during the fall where, the sprinters are doing all the conditioning that they need to do to recover, rejuvenate the muscles, repair anything, deal with any nagging long-term injuries that you may have picked up throughout racing so much through the high school and then professional Olympic level season.
Yeah, very, very long season last year for Quincy Wilson, but he's shown that he's ready. He's raced well thus far this year, and he looks ready standing trackside.
So that was Alexander Lambert, also from Bullis, putting up his arm, saying he's just not quite comfortable in the blocks there. We got Chandler in 2, Burnley in 3, Brand in 4, Lambert in 5, and Petit in 6.
Lambert raising his hand there just goes to show the experience at Bullis. A lot of high school athletes wouldn't think to do that. They just say, I'm not set,
I'm not good, I'm not good. This is, exactly. No, that shows a good amount of, maturity and to be able to know that you're allowed to do that.
Also speaks to our officiating crew that they respond to that and let him stand up.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Alexander Lambert out nice and strong there in lane 5, making up the stagger on Petit. And he gets the rail there. Bumps Petit just a little tiny bit, but that was really Petit kind of coming in on Lambert. So this has got to be motivational for Wilson to see his teammate right before he gets on the track possibly winning this heat, but no, Poteet's got something to say about that.
Poteet answering.
Take the rail, Lambert. I'm going to take the win.
But it is not enough. That'll move him into 19th place overall. And it is now race time. It is showtime. The one you have all been waiting for, Quincy Wilson.
It's just, I mean, I'm an Olympian. There's a lot of I know a lot of good athletes that work for New Balance that are here in this building that are Olympians themselves, but they look down at a gold medalist and you're just in awe. Let's give credit to the other athletes here though. Jordan Fennell in 3, Jacob Martin in 4. We got Kai Keats on the outside, but it's the 2024 Olympic gold medalist in the 4x400 meters, Quincy Wilson running for Bullis in lane 5. Let's see what he can do for this crowd.
The one-lap wonder, ready to let it rip over 2 laps indoors here.
I don't see 46.76, which is our top time right now. I don't see that holding up. I'm going to put $10 on that.
I think that we might see it go down.
Oh, he got out strong too. That was a very strong start for Wilson. He was angry at those blocks when he got out of them. And look at that.
Stagger early. Those New Balance spikes are working for Quincy Wilson. Fastest party on the planet. Look at that tangent. That is our fastest opening 200 of the day, 21.66.
He's still, and now this is the time an athlete at his caliber, he does need to be thinking about the final because he does have a final. That's where he really wants to open it up. But you also want to lay out that time to make sure you're in that final.
Nothing is guaranteed. You run through the line.
You run through the line. You've got to make sure you make that final to show off. And he runs 46.54, just ahead of that top time. So nothing crazy, nothing out of control. No need to showboat this early when you still have a final.
Out quickly through 300. And then you could kind of see his face relax, a little bit of a smile let out.
Yep.
He knew that the work was done. Once you're through 300 and the 400, you can just float.
And again, it shows, even at that young age, the professionalism to know, and I'm sure he talked with his coach beforehand, look, you're probably going to get out to an early lead. You're probably going to have a huge gap. You need to still run a fast time in order to make sure that you're in that top 8, which would be horrendous if he didn't get into the top 8. But obviously, he could run that first 300 the way that he did and just float in that last 100 and save that amount of energy, not have to fight, not have to battle with anybody else, get the time that he needs to get.
You want to make sure you're out through that brake line, because even though you're the fastest in the field, if you're not in the lead at the brake line, it's the indoor 4. Anything can happen.
100%. And it's also going to give you a little bit of an idea. You're warming up. You're now on the track for the first time. I'm sure he's been here before, but this is it's always good to get familiar with the facilities, your first race of the meet. Meanwhile, we're moving on here into heat 15 of 31, almost halfway through here in our boys 400-meter championship prelims. Again, only the top 8 out of 31 heats will be making the final. And so far, that fastest time, 46.54, the Olympian Quincy Wilson leading the field. And in heat 15 here, Nicholas Bailey, Milo Willits, Kofi Rossi, and Malachi Mosley. Your 4 athletes here in heat 15.
It is a packed house now here during the 400. Standing room only.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, a lot of people probably came here just to watch Wilson, but there's also a lot of other great athletes and some great events still, ahead of us.
Don't want to discount.
The meet's not over.
The meet's not over. We have. Yes, we
still
have an Olympian.
Yes.
We see a big jump getting ready to happen in the girls' pentathlon high jump. Yulia Zakea of IMG Academy trying to get the crowd pumped up here. She'll be attempting 1 meter 73, I believe.
Malachi Mosley Kentwood Track Club out to the early lead. And that's Kofi Rossi, Poly Prep Country Day, right on his shoulder. Mosley, Rossi.
That was a 1.73 attempt, 5 feet 8 inches, a miss for Yulia Maslakea of IMG Academy.
So Rossi ends up winning that heat, 48.04 over Mosley, 48.50.
Very impressive performance so far. Remember, she scored 920 points in the 60-meter hurdles. A big clearance there in the pentathlon high jump to move into the lead in the pentathlon high jump. That was Marley Berkeley of Single Mountain Track Club. 1.73 clearance. That'll move her into the outright lead with 1,807 points.
Heat 16. Just about halfway through here. McAnulty in 1, Nelson in 2, Schwongert in 3, Austian in 4, and Orsiet in 6. Austian, Motor City Track, out very strong here.
Yulia Maslakea over that 1.73 bar, back into the outright lead in the pentathlon.
Rondri Austian, Motor City Track, very strong in the first 200. No contenders in sight. But again, winning is one thing. You got to get that time. So you got to finish strong. You don't relax all the way through the line. This time 48.66.
As we move into the back half of this championship 400, we have to talk about the advantage of knowing where that bubble time is. When you're in the first 14 heats, you have no idea where that bubble time is going to end up. Now we're starting to see it trend. 48.50 is where the bubble time's at.
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of those athletes in the later heats and you're one of the faster athletes, you're an athlete that can run 46, somewhere around in that range, then you will have a good idea. If you say you're a 46-second 400-meter runner in that very last heat, and the cutoff time at that point is 47.2 or something like that, then you know that you've got a good shot, and you know as long as you run your race, the thing of the day.
Gotta run your race.
Run your race. You'll be in that final. Chong, Uphouse, Kinkin, Matthews, Ciaccio, and Bonchek. Heat 17. Ciaccio out strong there in lane 5, as well as Richard Matthews in lane 4. And Kinkin in 3, so it's going to be a battle for the rail there. Looks like Matthews, nope, it's not. It's going to be Kinkin. Liam Kinkin sabers Richard Matthews in second, Ciaccio in third. Ciaccio now making a move around Matthews and wants to take on Kinkin. And Ciaccio does come around the outside. Very strong last 100 meters. James Ciaccio, U.S. top 38 from St. Anthony's, running 48.29. And that time, that 8th place time, just keeps getting a little bit faster. And again, when we still got 14 heats to go, if that goes down by 0.2, say every heat on the average, that's going to start getting down there to maybe even under 47.
It's going to be a spicy final.
Yep. Next up, Heat 18. Inwacha from Eastern Tech. V from Bishop Stang. Bryant from Cleveland, Ohio. And Stevens, Temple, New Hampshire. We're off here, Heat 18. Inwacha out very strong there on the inside. At the break, Inwacha's looking very strong there out in front. Rema Inwacha, Eastern Tech. Ross Stevens there in second. And he's almost letting V in on the inside, but
that's a big kick.
Stevens now trying to come around Inwacha. And he may have gotten him.
He got him, but it's not enough.
49-26. It's a good win, but it's not going to be in that top 8.
Pentathlon high jump bar at 1.76 now. That's 5 feet 9.25 inches. That'll be worth 928 points. This would be a huge clearance for Yulia Maslikea of IMG Academy. This is her third and final attempt on the height.
Right now leading the boys pentathlon, Brody Foster. He was 7th after the 60-meter hurdles, 3rd after the long jump, jumping 6.69, and he's now in first place during the shot put. Boys are already in the shot put event. Warner Papillion is now in second, and Winston Schroeder is currently sitting in third. Meanwhile on the track, Lamalfa, McLaughlin, Gilmore Jr., your 3 athletes here in Heat 19. That long stride, Gabriel McLaughlin, MVP league. Bradley Gilmore Jr. in second. We'll see if Gilmore Jr. can get up on McLaughlin's shoulder. And he does start to make that slingshot move around the outside. And it looks like he's gonna win that. Brandon Gilmore Jr., Team 4430 Track Club. He didn't run 4430. He only ran 4908. And it's, if he ran 4430, he probably definitely would have been in that top 8.
That would have put him in top 8. Well, this next section gets set. I have to ask you about the pentathlon high jump. Marley Berkeley of Signal Mountain Track Club has taken 14 attempts at the high jump. This is only the second event of the day. How do you deal with that fatigue coming into the second half of the pentathlon?
Yeah, it comes to a certain point where you may have to think to yourself, this is as good as I've got, and I'm starting to expend myself maybe a little bit too much with still 3 events to go. But again, if you feel like you're just close enough to pick up that good handful of extra points by clearing that height, then you keep going for it. Heat 20 here, Guidry, Berger, Wolkenfuss. And that's Berger, Josh Berger from Bismarck, North Dakota. 23:02, a little slower there. Wolkenfuss in second. But it's Guidry now trying to make a move on the outside. He has not gotten past Wolkenfuss, but now he goes past Wolkenfuss and he has his eyes on Berger, but not enough. Ran out of space. Your winner of that heat, Josh Berger, 49:04.
James Yashio of St. Anthony's in that hot seat. You know he's holding his breath each section now.
You just got to hope that, the rest of these athletes, You kind of, when you're sitting in 8th, there's still 10 heats to go. It's a low probability that nobody's going to run faster than your time.
What about Miles Dixon of Stags Track Club, the junior, ran 48.27 to get things started in Section 1. He's been sitting there since Section 1 saying, am I going to make it, am I going to make it, am I going to make it? That's a long time to sit there. That's an hour of sitting there.
Very long time. And again, about 10 more heats to go here. Heat 21 of 31. Elliot Raimondo, Preston Barnes, Charles Dallas, Colin Campbell, Quincy Hearn, and Caden White. Heat 21, boys 400-meter championship prelims. Full field on the track here for Heat 21. Charles Dowles out pretty strong there in lane 3. Will he get the rail, or will it be Caden White on the outside? It is Caden White on the outside, followed by Quincy Hearn. Barnes, that's Dowles settling in 3rd. Hearn in 2nd, trying to get up on the shoulder of White. And he goes around White. Now it's Dowles' turn to see if he can go around White and challenge Hearn, but it looks like it's all Hearn here. Quincy Hearn, Urban Youth. 49.06.
James Yasho and Miles Dixon letting out another sigh of relief. They're still in 8th and 7th.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, you wonder if they're watching. Do they watch, or do they go hide somewhere? To coach, tell me, just to let me know.
Oh, I'm staying trackside until I know if my season's over.
Well, not that their season's over. Maybe there's a 4x4 down the road.
Oh, absolutely.
200 meters. There's a lot of events.
There's a lot of stuff still to run.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of events. These
what is my individual 400 season?
Yes.
Done here today.
So Heat 22, Jalen Anthony, Jackson Collins, Malachi Walton, Aiden Myers, Cameron Homer, and Faraj Alaman.
And we should note, while we do not have it on the live broadcast, the shot put will be recorded on demand. You can go to athletic.net, or you can view the live results at live.athletic.net to stay up to date on the championship boys shot put.
So that's Cameron Homer from Bullis, out to a very strong start. We have seen many Bullis runners out here with strong starts, but only one definitely won his heat. So we'll see if Homer can hold off Alamin. He's got a good lead over Faraj Alamin from Archbishop Carroll. Cameron Homer, Bullis, coming down the home stretch here in Heat 22. And he's going to hold on for the win. His time 47.83. So
James Yasho, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that now it's Miles Dixon on the hot seat. 48.27. That's your time. It hasn't come down actually as much as I thought it was. There was a lot of 49 races in there that I thought would have been a little bit faster.
Yeah, you can't run a tactical 400 when you have 31 sections whittling down to 8 athletes.
True.
But Cameron Homer, 47.83. You're currently ranked 6th in the meet. You're not the fastest athlete on your team. Talk about having that caliber of a training group.
That's tough.
I don't even know if I would say that that's tough. I think that the opportunity there of being able to train with such a strong group of athletes at Bullis.
Well, my old college coach, Dave Murray at the University of Arizona, used to say, if you want to be a racehorse, you train with racehorses.
Exactly.
So, that is a stable of racehorses at Bullis.
Is it better to be the big fish in the small pond?
Some guys and girls need that, but I like the train like a racehorse. You got to train with other racehorses. Meanwhile, Heat 23 here. Joseph Misak, Win Speed Athletics, taking the early lead here. Gabriel Murray in second. And Misak coming down the home stretch. No challengers. Gabriel Murray trying to come on, but it is not enough. Joseph Misak, U.S. number 18, 47.69. So now that moves Miles Dixon out of the list, and now we're off to Kofi Rossi now, sitting at 48.04. So we're starting to see some faster times and starting to push down that top 8. Again, I really think that cutoff time is going to be somewhere around low to mid 47. I don't think it'll make it under 47, but definitely somewhere right around low 47. Heat 24 here, Brendan Robbins, Kareem Slim, Samuel Chevrier, Matthew Nidbalzik, Jamison Coleman.
Obviously, the prelim's not done yet. But it might be time to start talking about the matchup that we're going to have in the final between Quincy Wilson of Bullis and Andrew Salvadon of Virginia Beach Flames. Salvadon took the 500 from Quincy earlier this year.
Yep.
We get to see that rematch.
Gold medalist, you're only as good as your last race. And so Quincy Wilson may be an Olympic gold medalist, but not everybody is unbeatable. James Coleman there, the 11th grader from Hoover Elite, takes a lead over Matthew Nidbalski. Nidbalski needs to get up on Coleman's shoulder or make a move soon. Otherwise, Jamison Coleman is going to take this, the 11th grader, and he does run very strong at the end. 48.97, not enough to get himself into the final, but a good accomplishment to win that heat. Nidbalski, Sewell, New Jersey, 49.64. Samuel Chevrier, 50.43 in third. Getting down to it, last 6 or 7 heats. Full field here, all 6 lanes taken up. Nick Huberin, Justin Wilson, Joel Parrish, Garrett Brennan, Flynn Arnold, and Mikal Allaire.
Kofi Rossi of Polyprep Country Day in the hot seat, 48.04. That is a U.S. number 27 mark.
Well, I mean, this is the national championships. I mean, if you're not running in the top 30 in the U.S., then you're not going to be in the top 8.
But it is just a prelim.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, it's one thing to race and know that you have to run fast in the final, but you got to get to the final. So these athletes are running as hard as they can to give themselves a shot to actually even get into the final.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Oh, a nice battle there, side by side. Brennan and Hirnman. Sorry, no, that's Brennan and Arnold.
Arnold, very smart there, backing off so that he could time that pass perfectly.
So Brennan now coming down the home
Joel
stretch.
Parrish.
Flynn Arnold ends up taking that 48.37. Allaire 48.62. Brennan finishing in third, 49.31. Again, that winning time not enough to make it into the final. Just a handful of heats left. Heat 26 of 31. Kieran Brosnan, Dennis Jackson, Bryant Williams, DJ McDonough, Kaiser Dunbar, and Jalen Martin. We're off here, clean start, heat 26 of 31. Brosnan, Jackson, Williams, McDonough, Dunbar, and Martin. And that's Dunbar making up the stagger in lane 5 over Martin. Out pretty well there as well in lane 1, Brosnan. But it's going to be Dunbar with the rail. Tight pack there, 3 abreast, trying to figure out who's going to settle in for second. Kaiser Dunbar, IMG Academy, out to her early lead. He wasn't tussling with anybody in the back, trying to gain position, and that's left him free to run this last 200 meters comfortably, but he still has to run a fast time. Ooh, 47.81. Where does that put us, Michael?
47.81 currently is 7th.
So who's our man sitting on the bubble?
I have bad news for Cameron Homer of Bullis. He is in the hot seat.
Oh,
47.83.
47.83. So we're already in the high 47s, and we still have about 4 or 5 heats to go here. And Wilson's teammate on the hot seat in that 8th and final position. Galion, Schaefer, Green, Perkins, Caldwell, and West Gaither. And in lane 4 there, Perkins out to a strong start, but he's being challenged by West Gaither. But it is Will Perkins taking the rail. West Gaither now sitting in 2nd, Caldwell in 3rd. They're dropping Caldwell, and West Gaither making a move around Perkins. And he's saying, take that rail all you want. I'm going to have the strongest last 100, and he does. But he's got to fight through that line for every second. 48.03. Not going to make that top 8, but a very strong finish there. Silas West Gaither out of Nevada Track Club over Will Perkins from Minutemen and Brian Schaefer from Crofton TC. So 4 more heats to go. 4 more heats for athletes like Seven Garcia, Kaiser Dunbar, and Cameron Homer, sitting respectively 6th, 7th, and 8th, all within 0.05 seconds.
You should note that Cameron Homer is only a sophomore, currently sitting in 8th.
So see, and that plays into the strategy. I mean, you think to yourself that, like, you can't go away too disappointed. If it was your senior year, that'd be one thing. But as a sophomore, you want to fight for everything. But at the same time, you have to realize, okay, now I know what I need to do to come back here next year or even the year after that.
Exactly, and surrounded by such good training partners, I think the future is very bright for Cameron Homer. I know that it, like we've said before, it is tough to run that fast, not be the top guy on your team.
Yep.
But the future is bright for Cameron Homer.
All right, heat 28 of 31, Brady Mack, Jack Manfredi, Tyler Hall, Thomas Daniel Tent, Tayenza Jeravaza, and Bruce Payroll. Payerly taking the rail, Rogers Heritage High School, Bruce Payerly. Jeravaza in 2nd,
within pouncing. And Jaravaza trying to go around the outside. And he does go around the outside. Payer Lee does not have enough to answer. Taedza, TJ, Jaravaza, WMA, 48-65. So athletes like Garcia, Dunbar, and Homer still surviving here. Next up on the track, Heat 29, Nathaniel Wilson, Madai Semalayo, Cole Struther, and Kobai Riley II. And that's Struther, Cole Struther. Looks like he's going to be taking the rail after the break. Blue Lightning Track Club, Cole Struther, Kobai Riley II, now coming up on his shoulder. Riley now passing Struther and trying to pull away. Does Struther have another move? And he does. He starts to come around the outside. And it looked like Struther took that, and he did. 48.02. You got to have a 47 in front of you right now. Got to have a 47 at least.
I don't know. It's looking good.
Two more heats.
Cameron Homer. But we have a dangerous man.
Imagine having two of your athletes in a national championship final. With this many athletes trying to get into that final, 31 heats, an average of 4 or 5 athletes.
We don't.
That's 150 runners.
Don't want to speak too soon though, because there's a dangerous man on the outside here.
Oh, a little bit of a block issue there for Asayemi.
Green card.
Green card. We don't want to see the reds, as we talked yesterday. The green card's like a yellow card in European soccer. Or I should say in soccer in general. Soccer, they call it here. European football, they call it over there, or football. But that was a mechanical issue with his blocks. Get those reset and get going again.
We fought a war so that we could call it soccer.
I don't know if that's why we fought the war.
That was the entire thing. I learned my history here while I was in Boston. We threw tea into the water because soccer versus football.
Okay, all right. I follow European football, so I will call it football. But for our fans listening, we'll call it soccer.
But Keenan Davis of Archbishop Carroll on the outside. I think he has a shot here.
Crew Brown, Josiah Wade, Alexander Osayemi, and as Michael mentioned, Keenan Davis.
He's been honing that speed all season long. He's run 21:54 over 200, and he was third at the Virginia Showcase 300. So
yet Osayemi now is going to be taking this rail unless Davis can make a strong move, and he doesn't. Osayemi, Clayton, New Jersey, 22:65. Not that fast. We'll see what Davis can do here in the last 200 to put himself in a position of possibly making that top 8. But Osayemi still controlling this race. Davis may try to go on the outside. It's not going to be enough. Osayemi, 48.59. One more heat to go.
One more section.
One more heat. One more chance to knock off the likes.
What position do you have to be sitting in right now to say, okay, I'm comfortable? Seven Garcia. Is Seven Garcia now thinking about what he's doing in the final, or is he still holding his breath?
To have two athletes break 47.78, where Seven Garcia is sitting right now, is low. The probability of even two athletes beating 47.81 Kaiser Dunbar is possible. You never know. But one athlete beating 47.83 here and knocking Cameron Homer out is a probability. Isaac Fitzpatrick, Dustin DeCamber, Logan Borden, Harry Economan, and Ryan Rauber. And Economan making up that stagger on Rauber.
Economan ran 65 over 500 at the Virginia Showcase.
Economan with that kid's got to be 6'3", 6'4". Huge athlete.
It's tough to run fast indoors at that height. He's out a little slower than he would have hoped, 22.75.
I tell you what, unless something really happens here.
If I'm Cameron Homer, I'm starting to relax a little bit.
But here comes Robber. He's running fast here at the end. It's not going to be enough.
That was a big kick at the end.
48-16. So we won't say officially, but we will call off these names now in your top 8 looking to move on to the finals. And there it is up on the board, so it is official. Quincy Wilson, Andrew Salvadon, Jourdain Johnson, Dante Long, Joseph Misak, Seven Garcia, Kyler Dunbar, and Cameron Homer. Your official 8 athletes moving on to the championship boys 400 meters. Congratulations to those athletes, to the parents of those athletes, the coaches of those athletes, the support group of those athletes. And I tell you what, can't wait to see that final. Only about 1 second or so separates Wilson from Homer. But again, we probably haven't quite seen everything that Quincy Wilson has.
No, you have to imagine that he has another gear there yet to show us. But we now have a very exciting event here. I'm very excited for this. The Championship Girls 400 Prelim. It's going to be another bloodbath. We're cutting the field down to 8 athletes, and we have some real competitors scheduled to be in this. Natalie Dumas of Eastern Regional, Bailey Miner, Sydney Sutton, Taylor Oscar. It's going to be interesting to see who can get it done.
Again, the idea of doing enough to make sure that you make the final, but not, blowing it all in the prelim. Balancing that at this age, at this young age, could be tough.
As a coach, as a fan, as an athlete, I would rather leave it all on the line in the prelim than to say, oh, I could have gone faster, and to be watching this final from the stands.
True.
Well, on the track now, Claver of Rough Cut, Seaman of WETC, Huckstep of the Roadrunners, Burnett of Kimberly Track Club, Weiss of Devil's Track Club New York, and Arewu of Zionsville.
Quick update on the boys pentathlon. They've now completed the shot put. They're moving on to the high jump. Miles Lipka, Algonquin TC, now your leader. He was 5th in the 60-meter hurdles, 4th in the long jump, but he won that shot put to take the lead now with 23.19. And Brody Foster is currently in 2nd place.
400 coming down the straight and across the line. Getting things started quickly. 56.05 for Ava Weiss of Devil's Track Club. Great performance by the junior. And talking about that pentathlon, you can really see the fatigue that these athletes are facing as they're warming up for the high jump. And they look a little stiff after the hurdles, the long jump, and the shot put. You have to imagine it's a
and now
game
they
of
got to
recovery.
jump as high as they. I mean, a tough event. now you've got the lactate starting to build up in the legs after the hurdles, that the power, the lower body power from the shot put that you have to put into it. And now you've got to press down on the ground and jump as high as you possibly can. It's a lot to ask, but, that's what they're out here to do.
I think people think of endurance athletes, your distance athletes as your endurance athletes. But it's really these multi-athletes that are the true endurance athletes, showing that strength, that power, and maintaining the technique through these events.
Absolutely.
Gaffney, Jeffries, Peacock, Brister, and Bowden.
A quick update on the girls pentathlon. They've completed their high jump, obviously. That's why the boys are getting ready to high jump. Now the girls will move on to the shot put, leading the field now here after 2 events. Yulia Maslaskawa. She won that high jump, clearing 173. So moving up from 3rd place after the 60-meter hurdles. Maslakaya now sitting with 1,811 points.
Berkeley not far behind, just trailing by 4 points because she also cleared 1.73 meters. Excited to see how that shot put develops. All the way through the line, Madison Brister of Lane 4 Track Club, a U.S. number 4 mark, 53.83.
That's a very fast time. I mean, again, with the amount of heats that you have here to lay down that kind of time, that could put the fear of you-know-who into a few people in the heats afterwards.
But you know what? I think you have to do it.
Yeah.
I think you do it now. Because it's a beautiful venue. The seats are comfortable. But I'd rather be running on the track than sitting in the stands.
Well, we've got a pretty good view up here from the booth, so I'm nice and comfortable. I'll stick here.
Gapola, Poland, Oska, and Hudson.
And again, speaking of the pentathlon events for the boys and girls, make sure that you catch all the field event viewing available on demand at runnerspace.com. So head on over there and you can catch all your favorite field events of the pentathlon as they are going on, as our cameras are here on the oval. If you don't want to miss any of the action from the boys or girls pentathlon, head on over to runnerspace.com for all on-demand action.
We are covering all of the field events on demand. Some incredible performances happening already and will continue throughout the day. We're back on the oval. Taylor Oska of Union Catholic, running very strong here. This heat 3 of 25. And we'll try and cut the field down to 8 athletes. Oska 56.24. You're way too early bubble time. Currently 57.48 by Penn Charters. Michaela Poland. Hall, Evans, Ikova, Overton, and Torres. Out very quickly, Taylor Overton of Vero Beach, Florida. We're responding well. And Alina Torres of Real Training. Taylor Overton now into the lead. Coming up on the break. Keep an eye on lane 2. That's Kendall Hall of Lightning Track Club. She's looking for a pass on the inside, but she'll settle for third at the moment. Overton, Torres, and Hall battling for that first spot, trying to set a time quick enough to withstand the trials of 400. Down the home straight, looking strong across the line. 55.16 for Taylor Overton of Vero Beach, Florida. That's a US 33 mark. There you go.
So right now that bubble, Omima and Yangwu currently sitting in 8th place with a time of 56.92. But with about 20 heats left to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of running left to be done
that
here.
That probably will change.
Overton and Bowden currently in 2nd and 3rd in the standings. Sophomores. That is lane 5 out well. Natalie Dumas of Eastern Regional High School. Dumas out quickly. She has shown her strength over 800 so far this season. She's also run the full mile and shown some serious speed over the 400, breaking the South Jersey record. Natalie Dumas of Eastern Regional through 300 comfortably. Now this begs the question, does she shut it down the 50? Because she's safely out front. She'll hang on across the line. Natalie Dumas, 54.98, and she looked very, very comfortable. That's the 2nd fastest time of the day so far by the junior from Eastern Regional High School.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, you think about that, do I shut down? Do I save myself for the final? It looks like I'm going to secure myself in maybe one of the top 3 spots. And once you're into that top 3, it's going to take a lot to have those, times get moved down. It's not like Homer in the boys' race came in as, the 2nd or 3rd best time. He came in and maybe like the 5th or 6th time. So, yeah, you're in jeopardy when you're sitting like that. But you get the number 2 time for the day.
Yeah,
even this early, you got to feel fairly comfortable.
I don't want to jinx anything.
No, of course.
But she did it perfectly. I mean, last 10 meters is where you really, really build that fatigue in the 400.
Right.
And that's where she floated it in.
Yep.
Didn't push for it. But over a second behind Madison Brister of Lane 4 Track Club. Berge, Scott, Maxwell, Kellogg, Rambo, and Saunders. Sophia Rambo of Grassfield Track Club, Virginia. Running a perfect tangent. An incredible tangent. Floating into that turn, and she's out quickly, 24.58. That is our fastest opening 200 of the day so far. Sophie Rambo. Sophie Rambo down the straight and across the line. Sophie Rambo. That is the fastest time in the United States this year, and it is only the prelim 53.23 by Sophie Rambo of Grassfield Track Club. We talk about throwing down the gauntlet, setting the tone early. Sophie Rambo just turned a lot of heads there, setting the U.S. #1 in a prelim.
Very, very impressive, and being very close to that meet record, 53.02, Faith Franklin from last year. So we could see another meet record go down. I don't see the high school national record going down. Multi-gold medalist Sydney McLaughlin, 51.61 from about 8 or 9 years ago. So set actually in 2017. That's a tall feat to make, but that meet record definitely in jeopardy, at least in the final. But yeah, a very strong time there, and very impressive.
And Rambo has not lost over 500 meters this year. She also showed some strength. She ran the 1,000, and she showed some serious speed over the 60 and the 300. So I'm excited for that final. Not that anything's guaranteed yet. We still have a lot of sections left. Heat 7 of 25. Gaines, Johnson, Anderson, Maitros, Hudson, and McGuire. Out well. That's Nikira Hudson of Montverde Academy. Clear of the field through 300, sub 40 seconds.
Those times around low 43, you want to see those athletes going through closer to 39, maybe even 38. So not quite sure where this is going to put.
That puts her in a great spot.
54.82, so that does put her into third. So we were talking about Natalie Dumas's time of 54.98, and already now that's starting to get bumped down.
If I'm a coach from Eastern, I'm probably sweating a little bit that Dumas is now in fourth with a lot of running left to happen.
And now that that bubble time, Taylor Aska, Union Catholic TC, 56.24, is currently sitting in 8th place.
While on the subject of Natalie Dumas, we should probably talk a little bit about English Gardner from Eastern Regional, coached by South Jersey legend John Shea.
Yes.
She was an Olympic gold medalist in the 4x1. So Dumas is in good company in terms of alumni.
Absolutely. And really, at that opportunity, it's more about having the knowledge around you, having the experience around you. You don't just have the PE teacher coaching, coaching your potential professional track future.
And it is a different coaching crew there now.
Yeah.
But a very experienced coaching crew, and it seems like they know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Sydney Glee of Atlanta moving well through 225.25. That is right on pace compared to what the other qualifiers have run so far. But she's not shaken Adriana Rodriguez of Wesley Chapel Panthers. Sydney Glee, Adriana Rodriguez battling down the straight. It's going to take a lean at the line, a close one. Sydney Glee showing a little bit of glee there at the line, 55.73. She's going to be happy with that.
That puts her in the top 8. And we should know, Sophie Rambo, only a junior. Sitting in 2nd place, Madison Brister, only a junior. Sitting in 3rd, Nakuri Hudson, only a junior. Sitting in 4th, Natalie Dumas, only a junior. And sitting in 5th, Taylor Overton, currently a sophomore.
All right, I'll be the bad guy and I'll ask the question. Do the seniors have senioritis? Where are they?
You know, that's something that's a term that was around a lot when I was coaching at Wellesley, and you do see it. I mean, it's less with the more higher end athletes that are running at this kind of level, but even your best athletes on your team, if they're thinking to themselves, I'm not going to compete in college, or I'm only going to compete at, I'm going to walk on to a D3 team, they do get seniorized, and you don't blame them. Go enjoy your senior year, have fun. You're not going on scholarship to college. So
winning is fun. Winning is fun. Have fun here at the fastest party on the planet.
But again, the athletes that are here probably don't have senioritis. I'm talking about the athletes that are probably not going to. They're not going to be running in college, possibly.
There are some good seniors in the building.
Yes.
That are going to need to step up because we only have one senior inside the top 8. Davis, Pope, Wallace, and Mosley. Natasha Mosley of the DC Cadets out quickly, but the field is with her. currently in 4th, but I like her positioning. Amaris Pope of the Roadrunners moving up into 3rd, but it'll be Wallace and Mosley battling around the turn. Wallace and Mosley. Wallace and Mosley to the line. Julia Wallace, 55.97. That will put her into 9th place overall, but only a sophomore, so I expect to see her back here next year. See these athletes doing runouts. Our meet director trying to keep the runouts honest and short so that we can stay on schedule here. Seeberger, Utz, Johnson, Warner, Brown, and Truss. Looking around at the stands here, I have to talk about, I know we've said his name too many times, but the Quincy Wilson effect. Quincy Wilson got bodies into this building. People watched the 400 and they're like, oh, wait a second, this is pretty interesting even if it's not Quincy Wilson. And now they're seeing all these great races. They're not leaving. They're still here.
Well, I mean, we've also got a tremendous amount of amazing races coming up as well. I mean, we got the boys and girls championship distance medley relay. You got the rest of the pentathlon going on.
Exactly.
You got the 2-mile championships.
These competitive events, it's when people talk about the health of track and field as a spectator sport, we just need to get people to tune in and watch it. And right now, people are tuning in and watching it here in Boston at the track at New Balance for the fastest party on the planet.
Absolutely.
That's Kennedy Brown of Bullis in the lead, running a strong race. Going to the arms and across the line, Kennedy Brown of Bullis. 55.84. Kennedy Brown into 8th place. Sydney Glee, our lone senior, inside the top 8. Hanging on to that 7th spot for the time being. See our athletes going down the steps there. Absolute torture. After filling the legs with acid, they ask you to walk down the steps to get off the track. Always interesting to see the different routines these athletes have when getting into the blocks. Some of them want to get into the blocks quick. They're like, hey, I'm here, I'm down, I'm ready. Other athletes take their time. They want to be the last one into the blocks, and they really want to control the pacing of the start.
Absolutely.
Molly Weitzman of the Whippets Track Club on the outside. Madison Britton of Mount DeSales Track Club making up the stagger early, and now here comes Isabel Reinders of Momentum Track Club. Myrie and Doyle Bent. Kennedy Myrie of Garrison Forest, 26.32 through the first 200. Kennedy Myrie of Garrison Forest leading a pack around the track here. 4 wide coming down the straight. A great race to the line. Molly Weitzman of Whippets, 57.35.
So right now, 8th place, Kennedy Brown from Bullis, ironically, 55.84 is that cutoff time.
That is a quick time, but I have a feeling that someone in the next 14 sections will have an answer.
Yeah, you've got to figure that that time's going to, start to creep down towards that 55-second flat mark.
Like, these athletes have been studying for this test all year long, and really more than that. People tend to think of track in seasons, but it's really a lifetime of work to get to this moment. And I expect to see some very quick times in the back half of this 400. Thompson, Robinson, Grant, Lewis, Serto, and Jackson. Out of the blocks well, Gina Serto of Wyckoff, New Jersey, making up the stagger. She's going for it. We're going to keep an eye on the opening 200. But on the inside in lane number 3, Patience Grant showing no patience, going right into second. Gianna Sertu, Wyckoff, 25.66. That is on pace to be our top 8. Patience Grant of Atos.
Serto ran so strong down the home stretch in that first 200 to take that rail. Very commanding.
You see that
position she put
now,
herself
though.
in. Yeah.
It is a heavy piano. She's trying to carry it across the
Serto.
line. Woo. Gianna Sertu, 55.91. That is 10th overall so far. You have to give her credit for going for it. Going out 25.66.
The move that she made coming off that turn down the home stretch within the first 200 meters was not only guaranteeing that pole position, but it was a strong momentum going into that final lap.
Maybe she could have run a hair faster if she went out a little bit more conservatively. But at a meet like this, I don't think you care about the time unless it's good enough to qualify for the final.
Absolutely.
So she went for it. She went for it, and I have to give her credit. Allard, Lekenides, Roche, Nitka, Bowanchuk, and Schreiner. Boys pentathlon high jump going over final instructions. And our girls pentathlon shot put getting underway now. Kelly McLean of North Reading, our first thrower, 8 meters 09. Again, you can find all the results at live.athletic.net to stay up to date.
Yeah, it looks like they're just under 3 minutes away from starting the boys high jump in the pentathlon. Again, you can watch all the on-demand coverage of the pentathlon field events at runnerspace.com.
Joshua Bowanchuk of the Speed Academy showing some serious speed over the opening 200. We talked about needing about 39 through 300 to be on pace. She's a little slower than that, about 40, but she's not fading. She is accelerating.
Salwanchuk all the way down the home stretch here. Get that time, 55.69.
So she will be inside 55.69. The senior, answering my question from earlier, now she's at 6th place in the qualifying, but that will bump Sydney Glee of Atlanta, Georgia, back to 8th.
So now the 8th place time, 55.73, is that cutoff time for the senior Sydney Glee from Atlanta, Georgia.
But we finally have 2 seniors inside of qualifying.
And yet we also have 2 sophomores and
It is a young
and 4
bunch.
4 or 5 juniors. So it's a bit of a younger bunch here currently in the top 8.
2 bullish athletes in this section. What goes through your mind when you are racing against your training partner? I mean, they've probably done all their workouts together, and now here it is, let's race.
Well, I think in the sprints, I think it's very unique. I mean, for distance runners, it's kind of a little bit more of a solo event, because sometimes you're just kind of out there by yourself, or sometimes you're in what they call no man's land. So you're really only kind of thinking about yourself while you are thinking about your team. But I think, you know, the sprinters, they can feed off of each other so much. I mean,
Brooks out well. I mean, she sees the back of her teammate's jersey. Her teammate out very quickly. Tatum Lynn out well, but Zoe Brooks going for it. Zoe Brooks not in no man's land. She is in this race behind Tatum Lynn. Zoe Brooks fighting for that spot. She's currently in 3rd, but looking for more behind her teammate Tatum Lynn. Tatum Lynn out in 25.95. She is on pace. Tatum Lynn trying to run her way into the final. Zoe Brooks still fighting for that 2nd spot. Josera Amelia Vites Track Club currently winning the fight for 2nd. Tatum Lynn across the line for 1st, 55.68.
And that ends up bumping another athlete out of the top 8.
But we keep a senior. We have 2 seniors still inside the top 8. Tatum Lynn, Josera Amelia Vites Track Club of Long Island.
And Salwinchuk as well, a senior. So now that time starting to creep down. We're now at 55.72 for that 8th place currently.
We talked about Dumas earlier. She ran the 2nd fastest time during her section.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's in 4th. We were a little nervous how quickly she was falling from 2nd.
Yeah, over those first couple
down.
of heats, yeah, things have kind of calmed down a little bit, and you're just having some athletes slipping in that 7th or 8th spot. Nobody really challenging those top 3 or 4 positions. But again, those positions are all under 55 seconds. So unless we start seeing some more sub 55s, that top 4 of Rambo, Brister, Hudson, and Dumas are safe.
Justice McDaniel of the McNamara Mustangs. Her start left a little bit to be desired there. She popped up quickly out of the blocks, opening up a big opportunity here for the inside lanes. But now Justice McDaniel, where we expect, she is into 2nd, and she's comfortable behind Jillian Stevens of Oxon Hill. Jillian Stevens of Oxon Hill.
That's a big pack there going into the final 100 meters. That could be anybody.
Pack. You know, if you're trying to qualify for the final and you are in a pack that large in the prelim, it's got to make you a little nervous.
It does. You don't want to be bumping into anybody. You don't want to be fighting anybody. Better to be out clear. And again, the time right there shows why everybody was in that race. It was a much slower time than we've been seeing.
Justice McDaniel, 56.90. She ran her own race, and she'll have to be happy with that time. On the track now, this is section 16 of 25 more. McGillicuddy, Garcia, Costa, all fighting around the turn. Ariana Garcia.
Very good line there that Garcia just ran coming off the break.
Excuse me, that's Isabella Costa. With some lane switching around there. Isabella Costa of Pittsburgh. Ariana Garcia running in 2nd. Isabella Costa coming off the turn in the lead. Isabella Costa 56:41. Now, we do have clocks every 100 meters in this race. If you're an athlete, you're running close to full tilt here in the 400. If you see you're through the 100 meters slow, can you do anything about it, or is it too late?
Well, I think, that early in the race, 400, you're still jockeying for position. So I don't know if you're really necessarily thinking about the time as much as you're thinking about your position, because you're going into the second of 4 curves. You're coming off the start. Where is everybody else? Have you made up the stagger yet? Has somebody else made up the stagger on you? You're really starting to think about your position, and then you've got 100 meters before that break, and then it's all about how you come out of that break and whether you have that rail or not, or if you're clear.
Jalen Millard of BioCore Sports Performance, the senior, out quickly. Jalen Millard, started run 54 this year.
Jalen Millard, holy cow, 24.98.
24.98, what an opening. She's only run 24.28 in the 200.
That was a low 38 second approximately at 300. We're going to see a very fast time here.
Is that too fast, too soon? Jalen Millard of BioCore Sports
Hold yourself together.
Trying to hang on, going to the arms, digging deep, and she will hold it across the line. 54.34, a U.S. 13 mark for the senior.
Very solid time. It was a little tough the last 30, 40 meters, but certainly very strong for the first 300, 325.
Talk about going for it. Jalen Millard almost PRing in the 200 during that 400. And she held it together for a U.S. 13.
So now
top-ranked senior.
So now that athlete sweating in 8th place, Sasha Salwanchuk, the Speed Academy, 55.69 current cutoff time.
Scott Ziegler, Kunn, and Trinity McKenzie.
Sydney Kuhn, Michigan Saginaw Striders, 25.92 at 200.
Great opener. She's through in 40 seconds, so she's through right around that magical barrier that we've talked about of 40 seconds through 300. It's going to come down to the final 50 meters.
Strong down the finish. Very strong down the finish. Good lean.
That
always lean.
May have made it enough. 54.67. That'll move her into 4th place. Tatum Lynn of Bullis now into the hot seat.
55.68 for Lynn. So again, you look at that time for Overton, sitting in 7th, a U.S. number 37. You're going to have to get out. You're going to have to be one of the best runners in the country this year to make it into the top 8. I mean, this is the only way to probably guarantee that you make in this final is breaking 55. At least close to it.
If you want to dance in the final at the fastest party on the planet, you better be one of the fastest athletes in the United States. And dancing they are in the prelim. Off the line well. It's Julia Brown of River Forest and Bailey Miner of Fort Bend Christian Academy. Bailey Miner of Fort Bend Christian Academy. $25.90.
Minor ran really well from that break line. Nice, good straight line. A lot of athletes get really anxious and want to get on the rail as soon as possible.
She ran well through that first 200, but a little bit slower than we've seen our qualifiers run so far, but she's made up some time through 300. She's digging deep down the straight. It's going to take a lean at the line, 55.06. That is good enough for 7th. Tatum Lynn of Bullis will be outside the qualifying, looking in.
We're already down to 55.16. We have 5 or 6 more heats to go. I thought it would take a low 55, but it looks like it's gonna. It looks like it's gonna go under. And you know, Dumas now in 6th place, 54.98, is not looking safe because that is just under 55.
What does that say about the recent progression of the sport? That we're talking about a 54.98 not being safe to make the final.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you would have a lot of high school athletes out there that have never broken 60 seconds and just, you know, floored because they see their female counterparts just out there running such amazing times, and so many of them out there running such amazing times and running low 53s, you know, to low 54s is the only way to guarantee yourself into a national championship final. Which makes that 51-second time from McLaughlin, I mean, all that more unbelievable for a high school student.
I mean, these athletes would be ranked nationally if they're collegiate athletes, and a lot of them are underclassmen here. Out well. This is section 20 of 25. Sydney Chadwick of Union Catholic Track Club, a historic program out of New Jersey, keeps cranking out monsters.
What a move there, though, from Britton.
Britton of Mount DeSales. It's going to be DeSales and Chadwick coming off the turn together. The inside is still open. Chadwick trying to make a pass on the inside, but Britton will hold her off.
Britton just changed gears there, right going into that final turn, that last 100 meters. It just seemed like she went from like 5th to 6th gear instantly. There was no small buildup or anything. It was just really quick to get around Chadwick and take the win.
To have that type of gear change at that point in the race, very impressive.
Very tough.
Ort, Tyson, Marks, Esnita, and Barry Hill. (21 of 25). That bubble time, Taylor Overton of Vero Beach, Florida, 55.16.
Yeah, you've got to be going after that sub 55, because even if you run under 55.16, it's only heat 21 to 25 or 22. I mean, there's a few more heats to go. You want to be under 55 to guarantee.
There was an early cut in there. We saw the yellow flag go up. Unsure who that violation was on. You got to make sure you go around the cone. Sofia Gasanita of Newburgh High School down the straight and across the line. Sofia Gasanita of Newburgh High School, 55.47, just outside qualifying. I'll put her into 9th place overall.
We will have, it looks like, a conference of officials there on the home stretch, possibly to talk about that yellow flag from the previous heat.
Fortunately or unfortunately, it does not matter. No one from that section qualified for the final.
True.
But obviously, if you ran a fast time, you want it to count. Hollander, McNody, Boyd, Sutton, and Torrance getting ready to rip here in section, heat 22 of 25. All eyes are going to be on Sydney Sutton in lane number 5. We saw her take second at the circuit, Philadelphia. As a reminder, that race was the national record in the 300. She was second in the national record 300.
Wow, and is she out in this race?
She's going to go out quickly. The question is, can she hang on? We know she has the speed to get out quickly, but when you have that type of speed, you can really get yourself into danger early. She looked comfortable through the first 200, 24.77.
A little bit of overstriding there. You see how how she's leaning back a little bit.
Starting to lean back, but she is out quickly through 300. Does she have enough left to make the final? Coming off the turn, heading down the home straightaway, looking to run faster than 55.16. It's going to be a quick one. She is safely within qualifying.
Oh, yeah.
Sydney Sutton into 4th for Bullis, 54.43 for Sydney Sutton.
So that pushes Taylor Overton out of the top 8. And we're now looking at Bailey Minor, Fort Bend Christian Academy, 55.06 now, the cutoff time, with just a couple of heats to go.
So once again, we talked about Dumas earlier, how we keep going back and forth on whether or not she's safe. She's now down to 7th.
Yep, that's tough. I mean, to start off at around 2nd or 3rd in your heat, and then just see yourself slowly get knocked down the pecking order. That's a tough thing to watch, I'm sure.
That's tough. That is a tough thing to watch. Vaccaro, Matthews, Phillips, Davis, Urish, and Asabayi lining up now. On heat 23 of 25, do we expect this to go under? 55.06.
I think we've got another sub 55 in one of these heats. I'm going to say 1, maybe even possibly 2, and that would not be very good news for Bailey Minor, and possibly not good news for Natalie Dumas.
Vaccaro, Matthews, Phillips, Davis, Yorish, and Asabahi. Samia Yurish of the DC Cadets out well in the early stages, but she does have some company in Asabahi and Davis. Teresa Davis of Fort Washington Davis was in the lead, and she has control of the rail at the moment. Davis surging, making a move to take over the rail. She is through 300, right around that 40-second barrier. Teresa Davis of Fort Washington. Samia Urish of the DC Cadets. Mia Urish, 55.87. Teresa Davis of Fort Washington, 56.69. An athlete goes sub 55 here. We will see an entirely sub 55 final.
Two more heats here for Dumas and Minor to survive.
Allen, Ollie, Rosh, Rapu, Brinker, and Barnett. Ronnie Barnett of Vitesse Track Club of Long Island dragging the field out here. Down to Barnett. Here comes Delaney Brinker of Tribe. Delaney Brinker of Tribe trying to make a pass going down the back straightaway, but Barnett will hold her off into the turn.
This is going to be under 55.
Three athletes on pace to qualify for the final through 300.
This is going to shake things up.
Yeah,
big shake-up.
And Crapo down the straight. Oh my, it's a quick one. Round of Barnett of Vitesse Track Club, a US 24, 54.75. Delaney Brinker, 55.09.
So one heat to go. We've now got Dumas sitting in that 8th position. We've been talking about her all morning. 54.98 is not yet quite guaranteed to be in that final 8. But one more heat to go.
One more heat to go. It could be another very fast one. Thomas, Clearly, Trowski, Bickert, Burns, and Rodriguez. The chaos of this prelim. We talked about Natalie Dumas, Bailey Minor, Sydney Sutton, and Taylor Oska at the beginning of this. Oska is out, not going to make the final.
Right.
Dumas is in the hot seat with one section to go. This is why we run the races and we don't just send our times to collect our book bags and our medals.
Right.
Anything can happen when that gun goes off, and we've seen an absolute bloodbath here in the prelim. Burns and Rodriguez going for it. The two battling around the turn. They're out quickly. Natalie Dumas and Eastern Regional High School, they're going to be a little nervous. 25 seconds through 200, 25.88. Javier Burns, Aya Rodriguez working together down the back straight, coming up on 300, 40 seconds on the clock.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Dumas starting to breathe, but the kick is coming.
They could be pushing each other.
They're pushing each other down the straight. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very close
54,
here.
55.
Dumas, I think I just heard a sound of relief coming from Eastern Regional.
Yes!
Wow.
I made it.
Wow.
So that's it. Your top 8.
Top 8. On your screen now, Natalie Dumas, Akira Hudson, Rhonda Barnett, Sydney Kahn, Sydney Sutton, Jalen Millard, Madison Brister, and Sophia Rambo. Now,
all those sophomores got knocked out, but we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the top 8, all juniors.
That's impressive.
So a lot of young talent there that will be in that final. And we're going to be moving on here. Our job is done here for the morning. We're going to have Kate Van Buskirk, Canadian Olympian, bronze medalist in the Commonwealth Games. She's going to come on board here and take you through the rest of the afternoon, including the boys and girls 2-mile championships, the rest of the pentathlon, prelims in the 4x200 meters, distance medley relays, SMRs, and a whole lot more. Boys, girls, high jump, long jump, shot put, everything that you can imagine. It's been our pleasure, Michael. Great working with you.
Mark,
hope to work with you again soon. And good luck to everybody else. Rest of the meet.
We're Mark Davis and Michael Twist. Thank you. And here comes Kate.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's Kate Van Buskirk joining you here for these championship 2 miles as we get set for attempt number 2 of the start of this first section of our championship boys 2-mile races. If you're just joining us, we are on day 2 of New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025 here at the track at New Balance in Boston. It's been a great start to our weekend of competition. We are smoothly and cleanly underway here. Our 2-mile sections will be run slowest to fastest by seed time. And we've got a whole plethora of great athletes on tap here. 8 sections here, timed finals of this championship boys 2-mile. Competitors in this first section include Dylan Fiegener, Daniel Rockery, Ewan Conroy, Sean Wemlinger, Ryder Stroman, Nicholas Kidder, Keenan Willard, Thomas Flagg, Miles Germain, Michael Ortega, Sean Galvin, Maxwell Decker, Corbin Cole, Gregory Poisson, Matthias Oliveros, Will Moss, Taylor Brown, Jackson Free, Owen Guest, Will Baker, and Brady Monahan. So a huge pack here of 22 athletes. Looks as though Miles Germain is a no start. So at 618 meters in, we are at 141.54. It's been a swift couple of opening laps here, 34, 32, 34 for Keenan Willard of Vero Beach, Florida. He's in the lead at the moment, the early going here. And he seems quite happy to take on those early pace setting duties, already establishing a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the pack as the field gets fairly strung out through just over the half-mile mark, through in 2:16.17. That's another 34, so it's been fairly metronomic running up front for our early leader. Keenan Willard is leading this 2 mile. We'll see him again in the boys 1 mile championship later this weekend.
Also right up there is Will Baker, but now Kelly at track club.
Keenan Willard set a new PR in the 3200 of 9:08:05 just last week, so always a good position to be in coming off a lifetime best as you enter a championship situation. That's got to give him a lot of confidence, and that's exactly what we're seeing playing out here on track. Will Baker has moved into second. Baker also coming off of a new PR after his third place finish in the 5,000 meter. He won of the 5,000 meter last night, running 14:45. So again, a great spot to be in, brimming with confidence, although I'm sure also some fatigue. And Willard has really led every step of this race so far. They've got less than a lap to go until the halfway split. As you get a nice aerial shot there of the track, you can see those wave lights just coming into view at the top of picture. Those lights right now are set to 9:23, so these athletes all well ahead of tempo there as they come through the opening 1,618 meters. That is a 4:35.96. And Willard, Keenan Willard up front, has led almost every step of this race. Very consistent pacing. He's varied by no more than 1 second since his second lap, running 34s and 35s. And now some separation as things start to crank down. This is where it gets interesting in the back half of this race. Will Baker moving up onto the shoulder of our longtime leader, Willard, and he will take pole position as they come around with just under 7 laps to go. Will Baker out of Ohio, Mount Gilead, Ohio. He's got lots of racing under his belt so far this indoor season. As I mentioned, already has a strong performance in that 5,000 last night. He's also got wheels coming off of a lifetime best in the 800, running under 2 minutes, 1:59.23, about a month ago. So he's got a strong toolkit to pull from here. So 5 laps remain for our leading duo, with the rest of the pack about 4 seconds back. Baker has not yet shaken Willard, who's sitting on his outside shoulder, just stalking his every move. That was another 34-second lap, so through just over 2,200 meters, and they've been incredibly consistent. And another pace change as we enter just less than half a mile to go. It is Willard back into the lead. And the rest of the pack starting to wake up and make some moves. The question is, have they left it too late? That gap has shrunk from about 4 seconds to 3, and they're closing hard on our leaders. They're coming up on 600 meters to go here. And that might be why. So this is the first time that our leaders have strayed outside of the 34, 35 second range. That was a 36.40 for our leaders, with the chasers coming through in 35 mid. That's the thrilling thing about a race like this, a 2-mile race. Lots can happen in the closing couple of laps as we see the strength and momentum of our chase pack starting to whittle away that lead established early on by that duo of Willard and Baker. Just over 400 meters to go now, and that gap is almost all but made up. It was another 36-second lap for Willard up front. That's Dylan Fiegener of Corvallis, Oregon, now making his way up on the backs of Baker and Willard. And now Fiegener swinging wide. They're going to hear the bell, and all of a sudden it is a 3-man race. Keenan Willard not letting go of the lead. Willard's put in too much work in this race to easily let go of that front position. This is a very strong fight up front. And he finds another gear. Excellent kick here for Keenan Willard. Willard is coming around the final turn, and it's another big push from behind. Baker trying to make tracks up on Willard. It's going to be close. And Baker, it looks like, will just take it at the line. So by 0.04 of a second, it's going to be Will Baker, 9:13.63. And Baker, with that late surge, will take section 1 of these Championship Boys 2-mile finals, just edging out Keenan Willard, who led for so much of that race. 9:13.62. 0.04 of a second back to 9:13.66 for Keenan Willard. And then Dylan Fiegener did great work to close the gap on that pack. He comes through in third in 9:14.25. Again, we have 8 timed finals, 8 timed sections of this Championship Boys 2-mile. Get set now for section number 2. Sawyer Lisk, Evan Rounds, Jonah Workman, Jimmy Hernandez, Peyton Kenny, Evan Spreitzer, Andrew Harding, Moses Salazar Jr., Sam Laverdiere, Owen Reese, Marshall McConville, Jackson Farmer, Preston Johnson, Walker Elrod, Benjamin Berman, Aiden Prucher, Theo Opperman, Sean Finnegan, Owen Johnson, George Lawson, and Mitchell Hyatt. So again, the time for these athletes to keep their eye on is 9:13. That is what those wave lights will be set to. You see those wave lights just on right of picture as the enormous dual packs here make their way around the top of the track for the first time. They'll collapse into lane 1 down the home stretch here. And off to the early lead is George Lawson of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, with a 34:11 opening lap. He's followed by Jackson Farmer and Benjamin Berman. So 34s were the sort of average pace that many of the athletes were clicking off through the first several laps of section number 1. And already things starting to string out here a bit, so you can sense that these runners know exactly what they need to do to get themselves ahead of those wave lights and to the top of the compiled list.
North Carolina runners in the top 4 here. Two right now.
George Lawson of Forsyth Country Day School out of Louisville, North Carolina. It's that tall figure in the light green, continuing to lead things out here through just over 600 meters. It's coming off of a new PR in the 3,200 meter of 9:23.41. But again, with these pace lights for the proper 2 mile set at 9:13, you've got to think that he is in good position to well eclipse that time in the 3,200.
So coming up to the half-mile mark for George Wilson from North Carolina, leading away. Right around 2:14. So we are running sub-9-minute pace right now in heat number 2. This is impressive running.
So through that opening half mile in 2:16.72, it's been another set of consistent laps for our leader Lawson, clicking things off in 34 and 33 seconds. To his outside is Andrew Harding, also out of North Carolina. Harding also coming off of a new lifetime best in the 3,200 meter of 9:21.86. That was set back in November. And now Harding will move to the lead, relieving Lawson of his early pace-making duties. Things had slowed just a little bit there. They were through the 1,000 meter mark in 35 mid, so I think that opened the door for some pace changes here, as it's Benjamin Berman of the Bronx School of Science moving into second position now.
Andrew Harding from North Carolina, leading right now as we come up to 1,400 meters.
So that tall figure in white, Andrew Harding, continuing to click things off around 35 seconds. Berman continues to sit in second, Lawson in third, and then hot on the heels of Lawson in that red kit is Marshall McConville, the junior from Red Hook, New York. And they will come through the halfway mark here in 4:37.20. So that was a 34.82, as we have another lead change in the form of Benjamin Berman, the junior from the Bronx High School of Science, now starting to click things down.
So we're 4:37 for 1,618 meters. So right around 4:35 a mile. So looking at around 9:10, projected time, if they can maintain this tempo. Berman, Harding, Lawson, McConville.
So you can see these athletes are staying just ahead of those wave lights, again set to 9:13, which is the winning time out of section number 1. Their halfway split put them just behind that tempo, and I think that kind of woke these athletes up a bit, and they realized, you see just a glance down there to the inside of the track by Berman. That was a great shot, being able to look out of his periphery and just catch sight of those green lights as they tick away from him a bit. And what was at one point a quite strung out field has started to pack back up as these runners queue up for 5 laps to go, coming up on just over 1,000 meters remaining. And now that is Preston Johnson, who will move into the lead for the first time. So Preston Johnson out of Marshalltown High School in Iowa is coming up on a half mile to go and staying well on those wave lights. He's also coming off of a new PR in the 3200 of 9:24.85, and again looking to eclipse that mark significantly if he can keep on this pace. It's a 4-runner pack there, including our 3 early leaders, Benjamin Berman, Andrew Harding, and George Lawson. And leading that train remains Preston Johnson. So another 35 flat there for Johnson up front. So you see the rest of our field come through the shot. These 4 would do well to keep working hard together to get back on the back of those wave lights. That's Berman positioning himself now down at the back stretch. And Berman throwing in a big injection of speed here as he sees just 2 laps to go. He's getting back on those lights. Going with him is George Lawson, who led much of the first mile of this race. So it is the two juniors leading out the sophomore in the form of Johnson. And now starting to lap some athletes as Berman continues to tick things down. He's going to hear the bell here. We are 8:39 on the clock, so that was a 32.9, and he has just taken off like a rocket. Berman now ahead of the wave lights and cruising for home. George Lawson doing well to try to hold on as Andrew Harding is working to close the gap on second, but this is all Benjamin Berman turning it over and looking smooth as silk. What a kick down this final straightaway. This is going to be a blazing last lap and a very quick new lead, 9:08.31. And that is a phenomenal performance for the junior. That was a 28.9 final lap for Berman to take the win in section number 2 of this championship boys 2 mile. Andrew Harding does well to hold on for second, 9:15.15 his time, and Preston Johnson 9:15.85. But Berman with that blazing kick pulls away from the field very capably in the closing meters. Confirmation of our results, 9:08.31 for Berman, Harding 9:15.15, and Johnson 9:15.85. Great battle between those two right to the line. So 9:08 will be the time to beat, and that is what our wave lights will be set to as we prepare for section 3 of 8 of this championship boys 2 mile. And we're underway with our third of 8 sections of these 2 miles. Athletes include Sean Gray, Zachary Williams, Brooks Barbie, Eli Phillips, Griffin Hummel, Samuel Zwick-Levinsky, Billy Dennison, Owen Mullins, Tommy O'Brien, Caleb Toffeland, Gavin Schmidt, Alex Bendana, Alex Masterly, Ronan Wolfer, John Bianchi, Keegan Saft, John Templeton, Evan Weber, and it appears that Drake Hoffer is a scratch. So 20 competitors in this third section. Again, we're running slowest to fastest by seeds. John Templeton will be out to the early lead of Clemens, North Carolina in what has been the opening lap time of the meet so far, 34.81. Each section has opened in within a couple tenths of that. So athletes really packed up here as they come through the opening quarter mile. It was a 35-second lap. You can see those wave lights there sitting kind of mid-pack right now. Again, they are set to 9:08. Surely these athletes are gunning for something faster than that. And that tall figure in red through 3 laps is Sean Gray of Portsmouth Track Club. He's a junior, and he will bring these runners through just over 600 meters. Sean Gray set a new 2-mile PR of 9:18.92 just 2 weeks ago, and on tempo to run quite a bit faster than that. So it continues to be Gray leading Eli Phillips, who has moved into second now. (2:18.96), that opening half mile. Billy Dennison is sitting in third at the moment. But not much change here, as all of these athletes still in strong contention and just staying right on the front of those wave lights. Now that's Eli Phillips running for Panorama Farms Project, who's moved up into the lead. He's got a 9:19 3200 best. And now he's really starting to string things out. Running consistent laps, again, right around that 33-34 second tempo. And as they come through just over 1,400 meters, that was another 33. So 4:01 through 1,418 meters. It continues to be Phillips up front. It's Toughlin now of Wichita, Kansas, who's moved into second and trying to get back on the shoulder of our leader. And they will come through the opening mile halfway split in just under 4:40. 4:35.78 for our leader Phillips. So 4 athletes separated now from the rest of the pack. That is Phillips, Toughlin, Dennison, and Griffin Hummel. Hummel working hard there to stay on the back of Dennison, just ahead of him.
Phillips from Virginia, Toughlin from Kansas, Dennison from Oregon, the top 3, and Griffin Hummel moving out to the place.
Fantastic opportunity for all of these athletes to be here in this brilliant stadium here at the track at New Balance. Got lots more excitement coming throughout the day. We hope you stick with us throughout the rest of today and the weekend as we bring you race after race of championships. And sitting right in the middle of those pace lights, it continues to be Eli Phillips, who's done much of the leading over the last several laps. Giving strong chase is Caleb Toffland, and those two have really established a gap over the trailing trio of Hummel, Dennison, and now Brooks Barbie joining that pack. They come around with just over 800 meters remaining. It is Toffland now into the lead. Toffland trying to keep this pace moving as they've dropped a little bit. That was a 35.6 that last lap. So Phillips now is going to have to do the work of trying to stay on that fast-moving Toffland in front of him. Toffland continuing to pull away as they come up on 3 laps remaining. Another 35 mid split there. And you can see that the pace light's not quite in picture. They're just ahead of our leader, Toffland. Those pace lights again set to 9:08, the winning time from section number 2. And this is solo running up front by Caleb Toffland of Kansas. And he'll sense with just over 2 laps remaining that he's going to have to throw down something really special here to get back on the time from section number 2. Toffland running all by himself. That was a 33.9 that last lap. Again, the closing split out of section number 2 is 28.95. So if you've got wheels, this is the time to use them. Good shot there of Eli Phillips now, who's leading the chase pack. Right on his tail is Griffin Hummel, but up front it's all Caleb Toffland. Toffland running blind, running by himself. 8:38 on the clock with 1 lap to go. And Toffland turning over well, but those wave lights still quite a ways ahead of him. He's got just under 100 meters to go. Valiant effort there by Caleb Toffland, who's done a lot of work by himself over the last few laps. He's going to take section number 3 of this championship 2-mile in 9:11.59 unofficially, and then a furious kick here by Griffin Hummel, who will come across for 3rd, and splitting those two, Alex Masterly of Brothers Track Club will run just over 9:16, but it is Caleb Toffland of Wichita, Kansas, taking the win in section number 3. The new US number 29 time. Confirmation of our results: Toffland 9:11.58, Masterly 9:16.15, and Griffin Hummel 9:17.74 to complete section number 3 of 8. We're approaching the halfway mark of these time sections. Section number 4 on track now. Our championship 2-mile athletes include Noah Matthews, Van Furman, Wells Peterson, Owen Larson, Ethan Scholk, Mark Meister, Cedar Nichols Barnhart, Brock Yoder, Thomas Larson, Ethan Powell, Eric Pincala, Grattan O'Neill, Maddox McAllister, Bryce McCleary, Brody Clark, Logan Latoul, Quinn Swanson, William Zealand, and Ethan Bridge.
Matthews from Lexington, Kentucky, the third leader. And right behind him is Max McAllister from Texas.
So as these athletes make their way around through 2 laps, the wave lights will continue to be set at 9:08:31, the fastest of the compiled results thus far. That is out of section number 2. Right now, your leader in this 4th section is Noah Matthews of Lexington, Kentucky. This is 68:41 through the first 2 laps. Just behind him, Maddox McAllister of Cypress, Texas, in that light blue kit. And then Brock Yoder of Malvern Prep Track Club sits in 3rd. And this section off to a much quicker start than our last 3. Strung out early, and these guys know exactly what they need to do. That was a 34, 33, 34 for the first 3 laps for Matthews. So Matthews continues to lead. Runs for Paul Lawrence Dunbar in Lexington, Kentucky. He's headed to Belmont University in the fall. He's got a 9:35.66 2-mile performance indoors this year, but has run 9:09 outdoors last season. Finished 13th at the Eastern Relays. And that PR would put him just around the time set down in section number 2 of 9:08. But clearly Matthews, our leader, looking to improve on that mark by quite a bit as they've gone through the first 1,000 meters in 2:52.09, really consistent again around that 34-second split. Maddox McAllister remains in 2nd with Yoder in 3rd. Grattan O'Neill sits in 4th. And Quinn Swanton rounds out that top 5, but this guy's running single file and all still very much in this race. A little jostling there as the pace slows a bit. You can see those pace lights creeping up on our leaders. And just some anxious energy, it looks like, as the athletes start to make some contact. You got a unsurprising lead change as a result of that. Coming down the home stretch, approaching 9 laps to go. And Matthews able to hold on to his lead position, but that was Grattan O'Neill, who now sits in 2nd and was trying to make the move up around Matthews. Matthews not wanting to relinquish that lead position as they approach the halfway mark of this race, unofficially 4:36. Another 34-second clocking there. As now, I believe that's O'Neill has moved back into the lead again. Grattan O'Neill out of Huntsville, Alabama. It's coming off of an 8:51.38 3,000 meter PR set back in January. So with 34s as their splits across the board for the last several laps, it remains O'Neill, followed by Matthews, and then Maddox McAllister of Texas in that headband and light blue kit, now trying to hold on to Matthews. And this is a big injection of pace here by O'Neill. The Alabama runner, very aware of those pace lights and knowing that he needs to stay at the front of them. And they are set to 9:08. So in the space of the last lap, he's really opened things up on the rest of this field. That was a 33-9, that split.
Huntsville, Alabama, has moved into the lead, and he is the one chasing those 908 lights from 34-1 to 33-9 for the last couple of splits. And he's opened up about an 8-9 gap.
And Grattan O'Neill continuing to run all by himself. Working hard to do the mental work of just staying right on those green lights to his inside. Coming up on just over 1K to go. And we have a new leader of the chase pack. That's now Ethan Schulk of Sudbury Track Club into the conversation for the first time. And Schulk working hard to bridge that gap up to our leader.
So still Grattan O'Neill leading. This is someone a little bit. It was 36 for that most recent. But Ethan Schultz from Sudbury Track Club has moved into second. Joe Matthews from Kentucky.
So it is still O'Neill, but Schulk now of Sudbury Track Club from Sudbury, Massachusetts, just a bit west of where we are here in Boston, has made his way up on our leader and now passes him with just over 3 laps to go. Schulk coming off a 9:17:01 2-mile PR set just about a month ago at the Indoor Track and Field Meet of Champions. And now he is our clear leader, pulling away from the chasers. It remains O'Neill in second. Brody Clark now of Milton, Ontario, Canada, has moved into third.
All right, so 400 to go. It's Ethan Schultz from Sudbury. And he's got himself about a 12-meter advantage of the Grattan.
And Schulk getting some encouragement from the stands to his outside. He's really kicked things into high gear here, and he's got no one to chase except those pace lights, which are just out of picture there on the left of your screen. Schulk has turned it over. That was a 33 mid last lap. And now it is Brody Clark in that purple kit to right of screen who is trying to make moves. It's the Canadian working his way up towards the relative local here in Massachusetts. He's going to hear the bell, Will Schulk, and 9:37 on the clock. That was a 31.9 last lap. And he has almost caught those wave lights, which are set to 9:08. He's cruising away here from the rest of the runners. Just over 100 meters to go. Ethan Schulk of Sudbury Track Club working hard to get himself into the top of the compiled results. It's going to be close. It's going to be a PR no matter what. And he'll just be off of that fastest time, but a valiant effort for Schulk. 9:09.49 unofficially. That is the 5th fastest time in Massachusetts this year. And he will sit second overall in the compiled results after 4 sections. Very swift couple of final laps there, 31.9 and 32.2 for Schulk. So Ethan Schulk takes it 9:09.48. Brody Clark comes through second, 9:13.50, and then Eric Pankala with a great close of 31.3 will round out your top 3 at 9:14.75. So we'll move next into section 5 of 8. Time to beat remains 9:08.31 from section 2. Competitors in this 5th section include Teddy Hoyo, Isaac Opperman, Jackson Gackenheimer, Miles Westbrook, Luke Sievers, Jackson Wyatt, Caleb Tenney, Sean McCauley, Emery Waite, Wyatt Falkowski, Jack Seagroat, Duncan Frisbee Smith, Kobe Yates, Jackson Tuck, Henry Baker, Cam Cuss, Tyler Arnold, and David Rivlin Jr. Check that, add to that group. Parker Banshoff of Florida rounds out these 19 athletes. And it is Parker Banshoff to the early lead through the opening split in 34:15. Senior out of Vero Beach, Florida.
Isaac Hoffman, Jackson Gackenheimer, Miles Westbrook, Luke Sievers, Jackson Wyatt, Caleb Tenney, Sean McCauley, Emery Waite, Wyatt Falkowski, Jack Seagroat, Duncan Frisbee Smith, Kobe Yates, Jackson Tuck, Henry Baker, Cam Cuss, Tyler Arnold, David Rivlin, and Parker Banshoff.
Banshoff continues to lead.
From Vero Beach, Florida.
Ran 8:35.49 for a 3,000 meter PR just over a month ago at the Florida Indoor Championships, taking the win there. And as the pace slows just a bit, the athletes pack back up, and now they're running about 4 wide as we approach the 3-lap mark. This is Jackson Tuck now into the lead in that purple outfit up front out of Greenville, South Carolina, and he's being pursued by Miles Westbrook of El Paso, Texas. But still very tightly bunched. They are ahead of those wave lights. That fastest time of 9:08.31 from Section 2 has remained the time to beat. And as they approach the half-mile mark, it is Caleb Tenney who decides he wants to put himself at the front of this train and start cranking down the pace. Caleb Tenney running for St. Vincent Pallotti High School out of Maryland. He's got a 9:15.02 3200 best. And he is laser focused on trying to stay ahead of those lights and the rest of this field, looking pretty smooth down the backstretch. An outdoor PR of 9:20.20 from New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year, where he was 38th. So Tenney continues to lead. Is now Miles Westbrook into second, and Cam Cuss sitting in third as these runners continue to click away at 33-34 seconds per lap. Staying consistent around 34 low. It is Tenney. Westbrook right up on his shoulder now as Miles Westbrook looks like he might be trying to make a move on our leader. Tenney responding as Cam Cuss remains in third, and they're joined by Sean McCauley of East Lyme. And they will come through the halfway mark in 4:34. So that is the fastest half mile, that is the fastest mile split of the day so far.
Now another change in tempo
as Tenney continues to crank away with just over 7 laps to go. Miles Westbrook remains in second, the senior from El Paso. He's going to Gonzaga University in the fall. Had a successful cross-country campaign. And has an indoor PR from last year of 9:25.67. Look for that to get demolished here today at the track at New Balance. Just over 2,000 meters in 5:42.55. Tenney, another 34 mid-split. And he's just got a little bit of daylight between himself and Cam Cuss, who is now moved into second position. Cam Cuss out of North Carolina. Now for the first time, Duncan Frisbee Smith has put himself in strong contention here, coming all the way from Seattle, Washington, wanting to make the best of this opportunity here in Boston. So that's Frisbee Smith, the tall figure in that orange kit, leading the pack through with just over 800 meters to go. Frisbee Smith, now a bit of a challenge on the outside. Quick turnover there. Courtesy of Teddy Hoylo out of Greenwich, Connecticut. So those lights starting to pull away now from our leaders as they've bunched up yet again. And these athletes are literally running out of time to get back up into the top of the compiled list. Coming up on the bell, and it is still anyone's race. It is a pack 10 deep here. They'll hit the bell at 8:35. Hoylo still working hard to hold on to pole position. He's under good threat there by Caleb Tenney. And now on the outside, that's Jackson Tuck of South Carolina with a blazing final 100 here. And you just have to think that he might have left it a little bit too late, as Tuck will come through, throwing the arm up, and running a very quick 9:04.35 unofficially with a 28.1 final lap, and that is how you take charge of a race. So that will become the new time to beat at the completion of 5 sections, but what a final 200 meters there for Tuck. That is the 10th fastest time in the country this year. And it was all thanks to that 28.18 final lap. So athletes continue to come across the line. We have 3 timed finals remaining, in theory getting faster as we go. Pace lights were set to 9:08. They are now at 9:04 here at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025 at the track at New Balance. Out of Section 5, it was Jackson Tuck at 9:04.34, Sean McCauley 9:05.50, and Isaac Opperman closing out your top 3 as we get set for our 6th of 8 sections of the Championship Boys 2 Mile. And we're underway. Athletes include Mason Moracle, Gabe McLean, Philip Blum, James Gurley, Max Larson, Zachary Zekel, Christian Castro Cruz, Ty Jones, Silas Gardner, Diego Romero, Jackson Hogsett, Trent Tebow, Aaron Broderick, Owen Martin, Jackson Warfel, Stephen Todd, Colin Murray, Benjamin Pizarro, and it appears that Andrew Burr and Alex Mazzio are non-starters. So we will have 20 competitors here in section number 6. Time to beat 9:04.34. And that is Moracle out to the early lead. Running for Cinder Track Club. But it is not fast. You can see these athletes almost tripping over each other. They're all so tightly bunched here and barely staying ahead of those lights. So very tactical opening 2 laps here. So it continues to be the junior Moracle from Oregon, taking on the early pace setting duties. Coming off an 8:28.9 3,000 meter PR from back in January. And Moracle is joined there as they go through just over 600 meters by Stephen Todd of Bishop Shanahan High School. Sitting just to their outside, Max Larson of Raiders Runners.
Mason Roycal leading the way from the Cinder Track Club. He's going 34s right now.
So through the half-mile mark in 2:19.07. That was the 33-second lap after a couple of 35 circuits to start. Stephen Todd remains in second in that green kit as you see the athletes starting to string out a bit. Stephen Todd of Bishop Shanahan in Pennsylvania. He's run 9:24.78 for 2 miles this year.
We'll have the conclusion of the boys' pentathlon for the 1,000 meters.
So that continues to be Philip Blum up front of Durham, North Carolina. And he's just gotten back on the tail of those pace lights. He's coming off of a new PR of 9:09.81 this season, so that bodes well for his ability to get close to that 9:04 time to beat right now. He's in good company there with Owen Martin of South Farms Track Club. And with 3 laps remaining, it is Martin swinging wide, and now he is the new leader. The 33-second split there. Now a big move by Martin. He's headed to Rutgers in the fall. He's running for Xavier High School in Middletown, Connecticut. He's got a 9:12.83 best from earlier this month. And he is on pace to run significantly faster than that here. Again, those pace lights set to 9:04.34. And Martin with 34, 33, 32 as his last 3 splits, and that is why he has just blown this race wide open and running completely solo. He's going to come around the track for the penultimate time here and hear the bell. Now ahead of the pace lights and looking to be the fastest runner of the day so far. Take home a shiny new PR to boot. You see the strain on his face there as he comes around a lapped runner. It's 8:29 on the clock. That was another 31-second lap. And this is a brilliant final half mile here for the senior from South Farms Track Club in Connecticut. It's going to be Owen Martin as he rounds the track for the last time. It's going to be by far the fastest time of the day. It's going to be just outside 9 minutes. 9:01 unofficially for Martin, and 9 minutes .33 it looks like it's been corrected to, and that would be a new US number 4 time. So that was 34, 33, 32, 31, and 30 for his last 5 splits. Getting it done the hard way all by himself. Jackson Hogshead was second. Ty Jones held on for third. So awfully close to that 9-minute barrier, and you got to think that that is well within reach in the future for Owen Martin. 9 minutes .33 with a closing lap of 30.96. Jackson Hogshead 9:06.57 and Ty Jones 9:06.81. It's your top 3 in section 6 of 8 as we get ready now for our penultimate timed final here. Again, getting ever faster, at least on paper. Time to beat 9 minutes .33 as we get ready for section 7 here at New Balance Nationals indoors.
So running in this race, we'll go from the outside in. Bracket number 16 is Winston Schroeder from AMG Academy.
We now will do our boys 1,000 meter, the final event of the pentathlon. This is Garrett McNeil of IMG Academy. You see Winston Schroeder there, also of IMG. It's an IMG trio leading things off here on the outside with Sean Messina rounding out that group of 3. This is Warner Papillon of Tennessee Track Club. He is the leader after 4 events. Marcus Mayan of Bentonville, Arkansas. Raf Campanile of Jericho. Lincoln Massaro of Eagles Track Club. wearing hip number 9 will be Ryan Brooks of the Red Devils Track Club from here in Massachusetts. Miles Lipka of Algonquin Track Club will wear hip 8. Christopher Marshall wears hip 7 from Benswick. Brody Foster will wear hip number 6 from Knoxville, Tennessee. Colby Creer of Pelham wears hip number 5. Running for Tennessee Track Club, it's Jay Vanderpool wearing hip number 4. From Pasadena, California, Aiden Usher will wear hip number 3. Hip number 2 belongs to Jack Schmeling of Holman, Wisconsin. And Pierce Monkey of Newport, North Carolina completes your field for the pentathlon 1,000 meter final, the final event of this competition. And we are underway now in this final event. So it is Miles Lipka currently sitting in the lead overall with 3,113 points. Brody Foster sits in second with Garrett McNeil in third. And this is a very quick opening lap here. That's Garrett McNeil of IMG Academy, 27:43 for that opening split. And that is blazing fast here. He has a couple of meters advantage over his teammate Winston Schroeder. And now Aiden Usher in that black kit moving around into second from Pasadena. So 3,113 for Lipka. Brody Foster sits in second at 29:65. And Garrett McNeil, who is your leader right now on the track, sits in third in the compiled standings at 29:46. So that's 167 points down on the lead of Lipka. Lipka currently sitting, it looks as though Lipka is sitting back in the pack. So this is where things get interesting, because if Garrett McNeil can keep this tempo going and extend that lead by at least 5 or 6 seconds over our current leader, he could take top marks in the whole event. That was another 32, so through 600 meters in 1:30.89. He's slowing a bit, but he's doing it all by himself the hard way up front. You can see him grimacing there. Garrett McNeil, part of that incredible IMG Academy group down in Florida. And McNeil through 800 meters, he'll hear the bell there. He's been doing all of this work by himself. And he's 2:05.34 through the 800 meter mark. That is 8 seconds over the next competitor, and he is poised really well at this point to win the entire competition. He's got 50 meters over the rest of the pack. He sees the finish line. The fatigue is mounting, but it is going to be Garrett McNeil taking the 1,000 meter of the boys pentathlon, 2:39.09. And that's going to give him a whopping 883 points, 38.29 his total. Christopher Marshall was third in that race at 2:47.40. That moves him to second overall, but Garrett McNeil, as we await the final results of the compiled list, looks like he might have done just enough. Miles Lipka was our leader. After 4 events, Lipka comes through in 2:50.59 for 759 points. And that means that Miles Lipka will take top marks overall in the pentathlon. A fantastic run there by Garrett McNeil. You see him straining for the line. Brilliant, brave performance. He did everything he could to move himself up the table, and he did. move up into second position overall, but it's not going to be quite enough to take home the overall win. So Miles Lipka of Algonquin Track Club will be the winner of the Championship Boys Pentathlon.
Our next race on the track is number 7 of the Championship Boys Final. We're getting faster as we go.
So a little injection of speed there in the middle of our day of competition as we move back to our fastest 2 sections of the Championship Boys 2-mile race. This will be heat 7 of 8 on paper, our second fastest section. As a reminder, time to beat sits squarely at 9 minutes, .33. As we have 19 athletes competing here: Matt Shelley, Andrew Brown, Vinay Raman, Parker Adams, Greg Borden, Charlie Townsend, Kai McCullough, Xavier Richardson, Luke Nat, Andy Condon, Graham Tamori, Eli Ing, Grady Jenkins, Griffin Saki, John Wilson, Jack Willett, William Smitas, and Colby Flynn.
So as this race heats up, we're just asking you to make some noise because we're going to do a t-shirt toss, and these heats are getting faster as we go.
So these guys know exactly what they need to do here. Out to a very quick start. You can see those wave lights sitting at 9 minutes. We expect to see several guys under that 9-minute mark out of this section, and surely out of our 8th section as well. That was Griffin Saki of Bridgeland Track and Field Club taking to the early lead. 33 and 32 his 2 opening splits, and he's strung this race out right from the beginning. Parker Adams sitting on his shoulder. So it continues to be Saki up front out of Cypress, Texas. He's run 9:08.17 to take the Texas High School Indoor Championships back in January, and running with all the confidence of a state champ and someone who's just coming off a lifetime best. Our athletes are through the half-mile mark in 2:14.02. It's Parker Adams who continues to sit in second, with Vinay Raman of Hummelstown, Pennsylvania, sitting in third. So 2:48.60 through the 5-lap mark. And things have slowed a little bit. Athletes starting to pack up again as Parker Adams stays in the conversation out of Jacksonville, Florida. After a few very quick laps of 32 and 33 seconds, they've slowed now to 35.5 that last split. It is Saki continuing to lead, but the pace lights have caught all of our runners. Adams sits in second. It's Jack Willett of South Farms Track Club in third. Again, 9 flat, the 4th fastest time in the country this year, run out of section number 6. You better believe that these guys want to get under it, but they got to keep it moving here as the pack has accordioned back on itself. They're 34 high there for Saki, who's led every step, but he's in good company. Adams sits in second. Luke Nat of Brothers Track Club has moved into third, and Vinay Raman still sitting on the inside there in fourth. Athletes are swinging 5 wide at this point. So they will go through halfway in 4:32.6 as Luke Nat moves into the lead now. Just a sophomore is Nat. Jack Willett sits in second. Vinay Raman doing a good job of holding on to that third position. So Nat showing some mature and brave running here. Just a 10th grader, but knows that he has to take charge of this race if they want to get close to or below 9 minutes. Runs for Christian Brothers Academy out of New Jersey. He's got a 9:06.69 best to his name. That's courtesy of a 4th place finish at the circuit New York City earlier this indoor season. And thanks to his dominance up front, things are starting to break open a little bit as we have some separation with our lead 4. Nat, another 33 mid lap there. Willett sits in second. Vinay Raman in third. And Eli Ilg of Ohio now, rounding out that top 4. And then it's Andrew Brown leading the chase pack. But with 5 laps to go, it remains Nat, and he has clicked off 33 mids metronomically over the last couple of laps, and that has really helped this pack keep themselves in contention for that 9-minute mark. Willett just stalking the every move of our leader. Nat's got some experience with New Balance Nationals. His 3,000 meter PR, 8:42.22. That's courtesy of last year's New Balance Nationals outdoors. And that was his en route to a 2-mile 9:19.82 best. Again, he's eclipsed that already this indoor season with a 9:06.69. And again, the sophomore out of New Jersey doing well to lead this pack around right on those pace lights. They'll have 3 laps to go. Another 33 mid as Eli Ilg of Massillon, Ohio moves into second. Willett in third, and Raman doing a great job of staying in fourth there. It looks as though Willett is getting a bit antsy as he swings wide now and puts himself into second. See our chase pack there working hard with Matt Shelley and Kai McCullough leading that group. But with just over 400 meters remaining, it is Nat back into the lead. That was a 34 flat, so there's 7:54 on the clock. Ilg remains in second, looking poised to strike. And that's exactly what he's doing down the back stretch, a little tap of the shoulder there. You can see those lights pulling away. Raman doing well to hold on in third. They've dropped Jack Willett now. We've seen some blazing fast final laps here from our previous sections, and that's what it's going to take here in section number 7 as well. They'll hear the bell at about 8:27 on the clock. That was a 32.4 for Ilg, who's moved himself into the lead. And he hasn't shaken that yet. But with 100 meters to go, it is Eli Ilg. Ilg kicking for home. Nat trying to get back on him. Ilg heading to Butler in the fall. He's trying to show his strength as they weave their way around other athletes. It's going to be close. And it's going to be a sub-9 performance for Eli Ilg, taking section number 7, 8:59.02 unofficially. with a 31.7 final lap. And he understandably collapses to the track there after that big final kick. 8:59.02 for Ilg. Luke Nat rewarded for all of his hard work with a sub-9 performance as well. 8:59.41. And Vinay Raman did really a very strong job to hold on for third in 9 minutes, 0.14. So 8:59.02 will be the time to beat as we prepare for our 8th and final section, our fastest, in theory, of this championship boys 2 mile here at New Balance Nationals indoors. And the stadium lights will dim as we get ready for introductions for the championship boys 2 mile. Wearing hip number 15 there for Wexford Flats. This is going to be Jack Bertram, the senior from Wexford, Pennsylvania. He's a Notre Dame commit, and he's the 2025 3,000 meter indoor state champion. Wearing hip number 14, Rico Sugi of Renegade Running, a senior, running out of Kentucky. Another Notre Dame commit, just like Benjamin Anderson, who will be wearing hip number 13, running for Colorado. Wearing hip number 12 for Brothers Track Club, this is Ryan Schmidt. Wearing hip number 11, Aiden Monastir of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Wearing hip number 10 from Greenwich, Connecticut, it's going to be Nathan Lee. Wearing hip number 9 is going to be Tristan Yoder from Broadway, Virginia. Coming from Illinois, wearing hip number 8 is going to be Ben Crane. He's headed to BYU in the fall, and he's gone under 9 minutes, 8:58.17 his best. Wearing hip number 7, also from Virginia, Trent Daniels, 9:01 his best for the junior. Wearing hip number 6 from Bentonville, Arkansas, this is Owen Kelly, headed to Mississippi in the fall, looking to round out his New Balance Nationals indoor experience in style. Wearing hip number 5 from Knoxville Catholic in Tennessee, this is Keegan Smith. He'll be joining the stellar group at Colorado in the fall. Wearing hip number 4, Jack Arnstrom of Pittsboro, North Carolina. He's headed to NC State. Wearing hip number 3, this is Juan Gonzalez from Fremont High School. He's going to be a Duck in the fall, joining the Oregon contingent. Wearing hip number 2 from Brothers Track Club, UNC commit, this is Joe Barrett. And wearing coveted hip number 1 for Oregon Distance Project from Central Point in Oregon, University of Washington commit, one of the fastest of the field, this is Josiah Tostenson. So this group of guys, very fortunate to have a couple of pacers here, including Taven Kitchen, who we saw in the 5,000 meter last night. He's got the national lead in this event with 8:41.21. He's going to be taking this group out at 8:34 tempo, which is meet record courtesy of Drew Griffith at this meet last year. 8:34.91 the meet record, 8:41.21 the national lead, 8:59.02 the time to beat. And we're underway with what is set to be one of the most exciting distance races of the weekend. 17 incredibly capable athletes, 2 of them pacers. Zafer Kersell, also one of our pacers. So we'll watch for those 2 to take things out swiftly through the first mile or so. So again, last year, Drew Griffith took top marks. setting the meet record at blazing 8:34.91. And Courcelle doing a great job with his pacing duties up front. He's going to be pacer number 1, leading out the field at 33:55. Again, that's Courcelle up front. He's pacer number 1. Taven Kitchen, who we saw win the championship boys 5,000 meter last night in 14:01, is pacer number 2. And leading the race proper, sitting in 3rd there in that pack right now, is our number 1 seed, Josiah Tostenson. So after a 33-second opening lap, they have kicked it into high gear. That was a 30.9 for lap number 2, and that's why you're seeing huge separation already early on here. So 2 pacers up front, 2 runners proper in the forms of Tostenson and then Joe Barrett sitting in 2nd. And then leading that chase pack, that chase trio, that's Gonzalez, Smith, and Anstrom. So another swift lap of 31.67. Again, these guys really lucky to have 2 very capable pacers leading them around the track. Tostenson, again, the top seed in this race, sitting in 3rd there, but leading the race proper. He's headed to the University of Washington in the fall. He's coming off a 3:57.47 mile best 4 weeks ago here in Boston, and also a very quick 9:57.42 3,000 meter PR. He's got a 9:39.89 3,200 best to his name, but has just been clicking off incredible PRs throughout this season and well poised to challenge that meet record. So the wave lights set at meet record tempo 8:34, and they're staying just ahead of them. Joe Barrett looking pretty comfortable there, the tall figure in the blue shorts, as we get a look at the chase pack. That's Barrett sitting off the back of that quartet. He was 4th in this race last year in a PR of 8:55, but coming off a 3,200 best of 9:06 in January. It's going to be a Tar Heel in the fall, joining the UNC contingent. And our first pacer is off, so Courcelle steps off after some excellent pace-setting duties. 31s and 32s for the last several laps, and now it is last night's 5,000 meter champion, Taven Kitchen, looking strong right at the front of those lights, and he's going to bring him through hopefully 1 mile right at about 4:15 pace. Kitchen striding strong. That was a swift lap. 31.6. Tostenson just falling off the back of our pacer right now, with Barrett trying hard to hold on for 3rd. Barrett looking smooth down the back stretch, and Tostenson and Barrett are going to have to work hard to get back up on the heels of our leader Kitchen, our pacer Kitchen, as he continues to pull away. They're coming up on the halfway split, the 1 mile mark here. Again, keep your eye on the clock. They're looking for about 4:15, and Kitchen, excellent pace-setting duties. He's right on 4:34 tempo, and he's going to keep rolling here as Tostenson and Barrett continue to fall off. Got about a 5 or 6 second advantage over the rest of the field as Juan Gonzalez leads the chasers, but they're nowhere in sight here. It is Tostenson and Barrett. Kitchen steps off and leaves the race to take care of itself over these final 7 laps. Tostenson has led every step of the race other than the pacers. You can just sense that Barrett is sitting in the wings, waiting for his moment to strike. It's going to have to be soon if they want to get after that meet record. Again, 8:41, the national lead, courtesy of our pacer Kitchen. So they're not off of that pace at the moment, but the meet record tempo seeming to slip away now as we approach 6 laps to go. Tostenson just ahead of Barrett. Tostenson with that ferocious sub-4 mile and sub-8 3,000 from earlier this season. He's got to be brimming with confidence now as they come up on just over 1,000 meters to go. And Barrett not letting him go, as you see Gonzalez there leading the chase pack. They're still running swift tempos back in the chase pack. That was a 34-second lap there for both our leaders and the chasers, so things have slowed a bit. A month ago, Barrett set a new 800 lifetime best of 2:01:37. He's got good wheels, but he's going to have to hold on here as Tostenson continues to try to pull away. Gonzalez is leading Monestier, Anstrom, Yoder, and Anderson in the chase pack. Coming up on a half mile to go here. Josiah Tostenson. You just sense that gap between him and Barrett is increasing ever so slightly. Tostenson ran a 1:54.68 800 outdoors last year. So you know he's got some good wheels as well. Coming up on 2 laps to go now. It's been 34s for the last several laps. They're going to have to crank it down here. The wave lights are gone. And that chase pack is starting to make moves on our leaders. They looked uncatchable about a lap ago, but now with a huge push to the front of that chase pack, we might see some contest here for the front. I believe that's Monestier now as they hit the bell and Tostenson wakes up, realizes where the pressure is. 32.3 for that last lap for him. Monestier trying to track him down. It's a 30-second lap for Aiden Monestier, and with 100 meters to go, it's going to be close. Tostenson responds. He's got 50 meters left. He'll see the fireworks going off, and he is going to take the championship 2-mile race here at New Balance Nationals indoors in 8:46.09 unofficially, 29 flat his closing lap with a new U.S. number 2 time. What a way to get that race done. He ran that incredibly hard from the beginning, and just when it looked like he was going to get caught, he found gear after gear to shift into. Comes away with a big new lifetime best. And a New Balance Nationals indoors title, 8:46.09. He's going to take his lap of victory here, looking pretty fresh given what he's just accomplished. This is where you see that challenge coming up in the form of Aiden Monestier, who, by the way, ran a very quick time as well, 8:46.78, less than a second back, but just ran out of track to catch our eventual leader, Tostenson. He's just maintained form and composure, and now gets to sign some autographs. So after all of that excitement, we can confirm that Josiah Tostenson is the winner, Aiden Monestier second, and Jack Anstrom third in 8:48.63. We get ready now for the first of 8 sections of our championship girls 2-mile race. These girls, no doubt, will have watched that last section and draw some inspiration from second and third fastest times in the country this year. So we get underway with section number 1, again running slowest to fastest. In this opening section, we have Elle Dawson, Maggie Beller, Macy Huber, Leah Yorick, Mackenzie Lickert, Izzy Bing, Hannah Grosvenor, Paige Alexander, Leah Horgan, Charlotte Murphy, Ella McCall, Kaylin Murphy, Sarah Roberts, Lux Bergen, Charlotte Moore, Emma Morrow, Rosie Bradley, Sophie Guilfoyle, Evelyn Wool, and it appears that Naiva McInnes is a scratch. Challenge for pole position here in the opening stages of this first section. It's Elle Dawson and Izzy Bing up front. Dawson out of Jamestown, North Carolina. Izzy Bing from Rays Lake, Illinois. It's a 37.8 opening lap. They'll come through the quarter-mile mark in 1:16.56 with Bing up at the front there in the blue shorts. And we are now going to hear from the winner of our boys championship section, Josiah Tostenson from Oregon Distance Project. He is trackside.
Tostenson.
I'm here with Josiah. Josiah, tell us, how does it feel to win a national championship?
It feels super amazing. I've tried many times, haven't been able to succeed, so it's nice to finally get one under my belt.
What do you think changed to make today the day that you won?
It's just my mentality. I was confident in my fitness, and I just came in with, this race is gonna hurt, and I'm gonna make it hurt, and hopefully that just can come my way.
Love it. Tell us, where are you going to college next year?
I'm going to the University of Washington with Andy Powell.
All right, everybody, big round of applause. Congratulations, Josiah Tostenson.
Once again,
winner
big
of
it
the
up
Boys 2 Mile.
for our future Husky, Josiah Tostenson. He's getting continuously 2:35 through 800 meters.
Illinois senior. She's being pursued by Macy Hoover from New Jersey in second.
Ribbon in her hair leading the pack, 2:37.60 through the opening half mile. So they've been running right around 40-second splits. Macy Huber of New Jersey sits behind her, and Hannah Gubner of Williamson, New York, currently in third, and it's picked up a little bit as the athletes start to string out down the front of the track, approaching 11 laps to go. Izzy Bing still running strong up front. Pace lights for this opening section set at 11:04. And as she gets some challenge on her inside there from Huber, Bing responds. We've got Sophie Guilfoyle now in third, followed by Hannah Gubner and Elle Dawson. So again, those pace lights set to 11:04. Each of these athletes well ahead of that as we hit the halfway mark of this opening section of the girls 2 mile. And Izzy Bing has led this race from the start. They will go through in 5:22.70 through just over 1,600 meters. Of course, there's all kinds of excitement on the track right now, but if you do want to catch some field action, that's happening throughout the weekend as well. You can catch on-demand field events by visiting runnerspace.com. Izzy Bing continuing to crank down the pace here through the second half of this race. Macy Huber has been on her heels every step. And then it's Sophie Guilfoyle and Lux Bergen sitting in third and fourth as you see the rest of our chasers making their way around the back of the track. And the pace has slowed just a little bit. And in response, we see a move to the outside there. Coming through with 6 laps to go. And that is Lux Bergen, who's now moved into third, just ahead of Sophie Guilfoyle. And as Izzy Bing moves out a little bit there, maybe just making way for Macy Huber to come through and do some of the leading. As I say that though, Izzy Bing looking like she's wanting to get back up into the front. It's Maggie Beller, Kaylin Murphy, and Elle Dawson in that chase pack. Sitting in fourth there right now is, or in fifth rather, is Maggie Beller. And they will have just over 1,000 meters to go now. Bing coming off a lifetime best of 11:05.43 in the 3,200. Well on pace to exceed that today as she starts pulling away from the rest of her competitors. She's headed to Illinois State University in the fall. And definitely making the best of her last New Balance National Indoor experience here at the track at New Balance Boston. And for the first time, she's established noticeable daylight between her and the chasers. Right now, that's Huber and Bergen. So Huber, Bergen, then Huber, then Guilfoyle. Bing really using the outside of lane 1 there, especially down the straightaways. Just a couple of athletes clipping the rail throughout the weekend, so making sure she's got a nice, clean, safe race. Great shot there of how strung out our field is after being very bunched through the opening few laps. Bing's been running about 41-second laps for the last few, and now it's Bergen of Green Gators, the junior, who's making strides up to our leader. Just less than 400 meters remain now. It's Bing, Bergen, and then Huber and Guilfoyle battling it out for third and fourth. So good battle there for third, fourth, and fifth. Right now, Guilfoyle in the lead of that chase pack, but this has been all Izzy Bing, and she's going to hear the bell at about 10:15 on the clock. That was a 40-second split. Lux Bergen has been giving good chase, but this is Izzy Bing running away with this opening section. And really turning it over, finding gear after gear as she approaches 100 meters to go. It's been impressive running for the senior from Grayslake, Illinois. And she'll hear the support of the crowd as she rounds the track for the last time and makes her way towards the finish line, kicking it into high gear. It's going to be sub 11. It'll be 10:53.3 unofficially, with a blanket finish for 2nd through 6th there. For Guilfoyle, Beller, Dawson, Murphy, and Bergen. 6 athletes under 11 minutes to kick things off here in the championship girls 2-mile. Top marks go to Izzy Bing, 10:53.37 with a 38.2 last lap. Fantastic last lap, we should say, by Elle Dawson, who moved herself back into 4th after being back in the pack. She ran 36.8 for her final lap. So it's Bing at 10:53.37, Guilfoyle 10:57.71, and Maggie Beller 10:57.89, your top 3. So that 10:53 will be the time to beat. Pace lights will be set to that tempo. Moving into our 2nd of 8 sections.
He said, dude, you look like you're running a heavy.
So gun is off for section number 2. Athletes include Sadie Mercereau, Eve Scher, Daisy Ross, Jalen Ray, Allison Kinlaw, Catherine Greenwald, Olivia Martinek, Kelsey Remmel, Natty Lindley, Ila Zolo, Emma Colavito, Emery Lacefield, Shira Wenth, Ella Guerin, Ruby Garner-Val, Briley Crass, Olivia Lozier, Kayla Kerr, Lucia West, and Brianna McKibber. Off to the early lead, that is Ella Guerin of the Durham Dragons Athletics from Durham, Ontario, Canada. She's taken this pack out just under 40 seconds for that opening split. Lucia West sits in 2nd. So again, tightly packed down the backstretch in early days of this 2nd section. Continues to be Ella Guerin, just in grade 10 of Ontario, Canada. Leading the pack is Lucia West of Raleigh Catholic, sitting in 2nd. And Kelsey Remmel of North Carolina in 3rd. Of Indianapolis, I should say, Kelsey Remmel. Let's see the pace lights just entering top of picture there, set to 10:53. that opening half mile mark in 2:40.80 as Guerin sits at the front at the completion of 4 laps. Is then West, then Remmel, then Daisy Ross now. It's moved into 4th. So athletes having to run pretty wide here, indicating the slowing tempo. It's not the most efficient way to get around this tight 200-meter track, and you just got to think that someone will start moving this tempo along. They've been slowing with each lap, 39, 40, 41 mid for the last 2 laps. That was a 42.4. And after having gapped the pace lights by quite a bit early on, they are just starting to sneak back up on the backpack of our runners there. These girls running 3 wide now. No one wanting to challenge for the lead up front. It's continuing to be Lucia West sitting in 2nd. She runs out of Raleigh, North Carolina, headed to Providence College in the fall. She got herself under the 11-minute barrier in the 3200 for the first time last month. And now for the first time, we do see a lead change as it is West moving into the front. And they're going to hit the halfway mark in 5:28. As Remmel now takes over. Remmel, the junior from North Central High School in Indianapolis. Now another lead change as Amory Lacefield moves into the front. That was a 39 lap after several 40s and 41s, so things really starting to spread out in just a matter of the last lap or so. Lacefield out of Santa Rosa, California. Took her time through the opening stages of that race and has now asserted herself at the front. So another 39-second lap there for Lacefield. 40 flat for Remmel, who's working hard to stay on the back of our leader. Lucia West has moved back into 3rd. And then in that purple kit, that is Emma Colavito out of Rockville, Maryland. And Amory Lacefield just patiently clicking down the tempo of each of these laps. Lacefield, not much racing so far this year. Got some steeplechase strength under her. Successful campaign in last year's outdoor season. Ran a PR in the 2,000 meter steeplechase of 7 minutes flat. And she's employing all of that good strength right now to edge away from her competitors with less than 1,000 meters to go. So again, an impressive uptick in pace here as Lacefield approaches the half mile to go. She's been running 39s for the last 4 laps. 8:07 on the clock with 4 laps remaining. Remmel about 3 seconds back at 8:10. All by herself out there, Amory Lacefield. Again, she's a steeplechaser. She's a strong cross-country runner. She's 5th at her state championships in the fall in cross. And she's extended that lead to 5 seconds now over Remmel, who continues to sit in second, just entering picture to the right of screen there. Still on the pace lights is Remmel. Those are set to 10:53, but Lacefield clearing away at the moment. She's going to come up on 2 laps to go as she rounds the top of the track. But now Remmel looks like she's found another gear as well. Very consistent running for your leader, Lacefield. 39s for the last 5 laps. That was a 40 flat. But she is clearing away with 300 meters remaining. She'll come up on the bell just a tick over 10 minutes. 10:07 unofficially on the clock with 1 lap remaining, and Lacefield is clearing away, set to run the fastest time of the day so far. Good battle developing for second between Remmel and Lozier. But Lacefield almost lapping her competitors now. She comes around the turn for the final time, and it's going to be Amory Lacefield who will very capably take this second section of our championship girls 2 mile. Driving for home. It's going to be a very fast time. And she looks smooth and comfortable coming across unofficially in 10:45. 10:44.04 for Lacefield. And that looks like a good day's work done. Strong sprinting across the line by the rest of the competitors. Kelsey Remmel closed hard for second in 10:50.22, and Olivia Lozier put her under pressure, 10:51.54. Lucia West, 10:58.12. So we had 4 competitors breaking 11 minutes in that second section.
So we've had 16 girls slugging it out over 4 minutes. This is the 5th and final event, 800 meters. 4 laps of the track.
So we prepare now for the final event of the girls pentathlon. This is going to be an 800 meter. 4 laps of the circuit. Your leader overall in the standings right now is Yulia Masluskaya of IMG Academy with 3,100 points on the button. Only 14 points separating her from Janie Ford of Mobile, Alabama in 3,086 points. There you see Berkeley wearing hip number 15, I should say. Emily Brown of Chargers Track Club will wear hip number 14. IMG Academy well represented in the multis here. This is Sophia Casper from I-270 Track Club. This is Felicia Sui. Wearing hip number 11 is going to be Hayden Higgins. Callie McCullen of North Reading Track Club will wear hip 10. Janie Ford currently sitting in second by only 14 points. She will wear hip number 9. And there you see our event leader so far wearing hip number 8 from IMG. This is Yulia Masluskaya. From North Reading Track Club wearing hip number 7, that's Juliana Ligor. Wearing number 6 for Bloomfield Track Club, this is Deja Duncan. Wearing hip number 5 from Northland Track Club, it's Caitlin Wink. From Fast Lane Track Club in 4, this is Julia Dugratola Ayer. From Lakeville, Minnesota, wearing hip number 3 is Eva Welsh. From Las Vegas, Nevada, wearing hip number 2, this is Tia Brown. And rounding out your field, representing Middle Tennessee Athletics, this is Anna Heaney. So the 800 meter, the final event of the pentathlon. Again, right now, Yulia Masluskaya sits in the lead by only 14 points. Janie Ford in second, Felicia Sui in third. Marley Berkeley in fourth, and Juliana Ligor in fifth. Now, this should come down to a very close competition between our two top athletes, Masluskaya and Ford. Again, only 14 points separating them, and then 246 points back to third place for Sui. So Masluskaya has a 2:18 800 meter PB, and Ford has a 2:19 PB. Each second of this race is worth approximately 14 points, and that is the point difference between our two top runners right now. So this is going to be a fascinating final event. Eva Welsh leading the charge right now with a 31:18 opening lap. She's got company on her outside, though, as Deja Duncan is contesting for the front. And right now, Ford is sitting just ahead of Masluskaya overall. In this race, I should say, by about a second. And that is a big push on the outside by Janie Ford, and she's going to move into the lead. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She has to beat Masluskaya by at least a second and a half here if she's going to win the competition outright, and she is on a mission to do just that. So Janie Ford went through the 400 meter mark in 69 seconds. And she's got a huge lead now, but Masluskaya is sitting in second, our event leader. And there's about 4 seconds separating those two athletes right now. It is Ford trying to win this from the front. Masluskaya just sitting top of picture there. There's Ford. She's over halfway through this race. She's going to come up on the bell lap right now. You see the distance back to Masluskaya. It looks as though Ford, if she can keep this rolling, is going to win the full event. And 2:17.69, 33.9 for her last lap. And that is 6 seconds over Eva Welsh, who ended up coming across for second. Yulia Masluskaya rounds out your 800 of that pent in 2:23.97. And that means that Janie Ford has done enough, courtesy of that blazing fast pentathlon 800, to take the win in total with a 855-point run. That puts her at 3,941 points to take home the New Balance Nationals Indoors title for the Championship Girls Pentathlon.
Molly Berkeley from Single Mountain Track Club in Tennessee, placing third.
So Eva Welsh, a great run by her, gets 772 points for that 223.97. And Yulia Masluskaya, 223 as well. She'll place second in the standings overall. So we turn our attention back to section number 3 of our championship girls 2 mile. 10:44 the time to beat, and that is what the pace lights will be set to. Athletes competing in this third section are Ashlyn Dickel, Annie Balin, Faith O'Shea, Lauren Vermani, Lily Farrell, Mia Stoyan, Jordan Hadfield, Ava Sparks, Lillian Higgins, Madeline McCartney, Lucia Rodbro, Heidi Harmeyer, Marika Dickel, continuing that field, Macy Hansen, Lucy Stowe, Abby Teague, Sloan Dixon, Emily Orr, Julia Flanagan, and Audrey Crowder. And it is Marika Dickel of Kieseltown, Virginia, taking things out early on in 38.50 for her opening lap. And it is her sister, Ashlyn Dickel, sitting just behind her. So through 3 laps, it remains the two sisters, Marika and Ashlyn Dickel, I think right around that 40-second tempo. Madeline McCartney currently sits in third in that green kit. She's running out of Pennsylvania. And then Emily Orr, all the way from Texas, sits in fourth. No change in leadership here. The two sisters, Marika and Ashlyn Dickel, continue to lead, with Marika, the athlete in the front in the red. They went through the 818-meter mark in 2:37 and have been running a little bit slower with each lap since, 40, 41, 42 as they approach halfway here. And it's going to be just about 5:23 on the clock through the halfway mark. So they're doing a good job of just staying ahead of those pace lights set to 10:44. That was a 41 flat for Marika. And sitting in the green kit in third on the inside there is Heidi Harmeyer, and she is being challenged on the outside by Madeline McCartney. As McCartney now moves up onto the shoulder of Ashlyn Dickel. That was another 40-second split. So this is good running up front by Marika Dickel. She's got an 11:01 3200 indoors this year. She's run 10:47.88 outdoors in the 2024 season. Again, those pace lights currently set to 10:44 pace for the 2 mile proper, so if she can hold on to this, she is definitely in PR territory. I'm sure her sister is grateful for the pace setting duties that she's taken on, as Ashland continues to sit in second. Pretty metronomic 40-second laps they've been running, and now Madeline McCartney in the black kit has moved into third. See the pack strung out a bit there as they're deep into the back half of this 2 mile race. They'll come up on four laps to go. Now Heidi Harmeyer in the green has moved back into third, and these runners are just losing the pace lights. Have to work hard over these last 3.5 laps to get back in contact. Heidi Harmeyer sitting on the inside there in the green out of Cincinnati, Ohio. She's run 10:56 3200 this year. And now for the first time, it is Harmeyer into the lead. Taking a couple of fast strides to get around our early leaders. And she has pulled a couple of other athletes with her, Ava Sparks and Lauren Vermani, part of that conversation. So 3 laps to go here. There's another 41 mid for Harmeyer of the Seton Saints. Eva Sparks of Hoover Elite sitting right on her back. And then Madeline McCartney, who's been keeping herself in this race from the start, sits in third. So with 2 laps to go, Heidi Harmeyer continues to sit in the front. Ava Sparks just to the back of our leader there. This is good running by Sparks, who's got an 11-minute flat 3200 to her name from this season. But now a challenge to both of those runners by Emily Orr of El Paso, Texas. And a big move by Orr. As she puts her head down when she hears the bell and finds another gear. It was a 38.9 for Orr up front, and she is showing no signs of slowing. Less than 100 meters to go now for Emily Orr, the junior out of El Paso, and she is getting closer and closer to those pace lights. You better believe that she sees them and wants to get right on them. It's going to be close. 10:44 the time to beat. She's going to be just outside that mark. But a fabulous final 2 laps there for Emily Orr, who will take section number 3 in 10:45.22 unofficially. And that is partly thanks to a 34.1 final lap. So that 34 low last 200 helped give Orr 3 seconds over Harmeyer, who finished second in 10:48.76. A fast last lap for her as well in 36.9. As our final runner comes across the line in section number 3. You see the times posted officially: 10:45.28 for Orr, Harmeyer 10:48.76, and 10:49.49 for Ava Sparks, rounding out your top 3, all under 10:50. That means that 10:44.0 remains the time to beat out of section number 2, as we look now to our 4th of 8 sections of these championship girls 2 miles. Section 4 on track now. Madison Heglin, Lily Park, Suri Kotz, Kayla Devine, Caitlin Martin, Annie Kaskowski, Margaret Tripp, Whitney Bruch, Molly Domerat, Elizabeth Weltz, Maya Van Horn, Lexi Kohlbaum, Kaya Fujioka, Sophia Bazzi, Elizabeth Trant, Haley Brown, Megan Moran, Lucy McLean, Blythe Dudley, and Lillian Deskins. We have 3 scratches, meaning that 20 girls are taken to the track here for this 4th section, and they are going to be led out by Madison Heglin in 39 flat for the opening lap. And she means all business here, does Heglin out of Dallas, Pennsylvania. That is Margaret Trant, who's decided to go with her. But Heglin already with a noticeable lead over the rest of the field after just 2 laps of this race. Heglin got herself under the 10-minute mark in the 3,000 earlier this month, running 9:56.27 to take 5th at her indoor state championships. She's got a 10:54.75 2-mile best to her name from early February. But again, given that those pace lights are at 10:44 and pretty much the entire pack is ahead of them right now, I think that 10:54 is set to go down for Heglin. Big chase pack there, still all bunched up. No one really interested in getting after our leaders here. as Elizabeth Trant, the junior, continues to sit in second out of Virginia. Trant's run 10:52.74 for 2 miles. That was the 2024 indoor season. Doing a good job of not letting our leader out of her sights. They were through the half-mile mark in 2:35.50. So sitting under 40 seconds per lap right now. A bit of traffic there behind. Sitting in third is Lily Park out of Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. Just see her leading that chase trio just out of your left of screen, as Hedglund has not relinquished her lead, or really the gap over Trant, who continues to run in second. That was the slowest lap of the race so far at 40 mid. And it just seems as though Hedglund seemed to realize that Trant was a little closer than she might have wanted, and has picked it up again as they approach 10 laps to go. Another 40-second lap. Traffic continues to be a difficult thing to contend with for the leaders in the chase packs. Not so for our leader Hedglund, who's clearing away from the rest of the field, seemingly very comfortable just to take charge up front and not ask for any help from behind. She's still got about a 3.5 second advantage over Trant, who sits in second. And now it's Whitney Brutch and Lily Park, those two athletes in black, sitting in third and fourth, who are working well together. So as she approaches the halfway mark here of this 2-mile race, Hedglund continues her crusade up front, another 40-second lap. So that was 5:17.39 through the 1-mile split. About 2.5 seconds now over Trant, who was 5:19.96. And you can see those wave lights at top of picture just sitting behind that chasing trio of Park, Brutch, and Martin. Lonely running up front for our leader. Again, she's not wanting to leave anything to chance, make sure that she gives herself the best opportunity for a PR. That was the slowest lap of the race so far, 41.8 for Hedglund, 41.4 for Trant. Despite those three chasers working well together, not much distance made up on Trant in pink there. Approaching 4 laps to go now, and Madison Hedglund, who's done all this hard work by herself, seems to be under some more immediate pressure than she has been at any other point in this race. Elizabeth Trant making good moves on her and closing that gap as the pace lights creep up on our leader as well. And in the space of just the last 2 laps, both Caitlin Martin and Whitney Bruch have made good strides to try to put themselves back in contention with our top 2. So we're into the closing stages of this race now. And a lead change for the first time as Caitlin Martin takes over this 4th section. Caitlin Martin, one of the many Durham Dragons athletics athletes here from Ontario, Canada. Hedglund continues to sit in second with Trant right on her heels, but Martin has decided she wants to cruise it from the front with 2 laps to go. So another 41.8 for Martin. The athletes have lost sight of the wave lights. But with only 300 meters to go, Martin looking strong, and now a big push by Elizabeth Trant, who was sat in second for most of this race. She had a 42.4 last lap, but now she has decided that she does not want to place second in this race and has become a sprinter all of a sudden as she hears the bell at about 10:13. The space of about 30 meters has gotten back up onto the leader and is now passing Martin. So Trant moves into the lead. Martin trying to respond as they go down the backstretch for the last time, approaching 100 meters to go. Might be too little too late to get on the wave lights, but Elizabeth Trant looks to be uncatchable at this point. Coming down the home stretch, she'll hear the crowd. She's going to be just off of the fastest time of the day, but it's going to be sub 10:50. 10:46.9 unofficially for Elizabeth Trant, the junior out of Virginia. So a big final kick there, 36.29 for Trant. She'll take the win in our 4th section, edging out Caitlin Martin and Whitney Bruch. Fastest time of the day continues to belong to Amory Lacefield at 10:44.04 out of section number 2. Got 2 athletes sub 10:50 there and 5 sub 11 with Hedglund and Kaskowski rounding out the top 5. We keep ticking things away here as we move on to section number 5 of 8. So 19 athletes set to compete here in section number 5. They are Madeline Lane, Mackenzie Delisle, Catherine Rogers, Karina Bird, Emily Wedlake, Lydia Cromwell, Lucy Kramer, Adeline Barker, Haley Martin, Gracelyn Loudermilk, Lily Lyons, Peyton Adams, Caroline Couch, Olivia Purdy, Natalia Garissimo, Anna Pasick, and Megan Sullivan. We got a couple of 10th graders taking charge of things early on. That is Lucy Kramer of Eagles Track Club up front. She's joined by Madeline Lane from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. 40.14 opening split. Kramer continuing to pull away here. About a second over Peyton Adams, who's moved into second, running for Vista Nation Track Club. Staying right around that 39-second mark. Kramer running strong up front. Again, she is leading out Peyton Adams. Adams heading to the University of California in the fall, a senior out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Through half mile there in 2:38.12, really consistent right at 39 seconds per lap. That puts them ahead of the fastest time so far of 10:44. And this is really impressive dominant running by Lucy Kramer up front. Kramer out of Parkview Baptist in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Striding confidently at the front of this pack. She's coming off a whole series of PRs, including 2:17.800, a 4:57.1600, and a 10:45.3200 from this indoor season, and it shows in the way she's racing right now. Adams is starting to close that gap up on Kramer as the chasers get strung out down the home stretch, approaching 10 laps to go. Great shot there of how strung out this field has become. They're approaching the 1,418 meter mark. And now it is two packs of two with Kramer still at the front, Adams right on her shoulder, and then it is Catherine Rogers and Madeline Lane. Rogers in third, the senior out of Riversdale Athletics Club, and Lane, another sophomore from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Kramer has been overtaken for the first time in this race as they come up on the halfway mark. And And we are at 5:22 unofficially on the clock, so a little slower than what we saw out of the earlier heats. But Madeline Lane has moved into second. Peyton Adams is your new leader. Now Kramer gets to ride that train for a bit as Catherine Rogers continues to sit in fourth. Joining Rogers is Megan Sullivan of Virginia, who ran a 39-second last lap to get herself back into the conversation here. Now Adams using the playbook of the early running Kramer and pulling away from the rest of the field with 7 laps to go. Again, patient front running here by Peyton Adams, who's just continuing to stretch things out up front. She's got less than 6 laps to go. Oh, and just a little stumble there as she hits the rail. Again, some of these athletes not necessarily used to running with a rail indoors, and it can cause some issues if you're not really focused, especially as the fatigue started to mount through the latter stages of these races. Luckily, it looks like she was able to regain her composure. See that she's still ahead of those wave lights, sitting in second lane, is just behind those lights. 10:44, that very fast time out of section 2 is held. Will it go down in this 5th of 8 timed finals? Less than 1,000 meters left for Peyton Adams. Another 40-second lap for her. She's been really consistent over the last 800 meters. Gap there from Adams back to Lane. And Lane's got just a little bit of space back to Rogers and Sullivan. Karina Bird of Robinson Track Club now part of that chase pack as well. So it is a group of 5 chasing Lane, who is following just a few strides back from Adams. Half a mile to go. Adams has just over a second advantage over Lane and Rogers, but that gap is narrowing by the meter. So the race is getting interesting now with less than 3 laps to go. Adams' lead has been eviscerated now as Haley Martin of the Durham Dragons moves into second and now is passing Adams. She's joined by Catherine Rogers in the red in third. Haley Martin, the fastest lap to get herself back in the front of this pack, and she's got just over 400 meters remaining now. There's another 40-second split for Martin. Rogers into second, Adams holding on for third. Rogers looking poised to strike now as she swings wide down the backstretch for the penultimate time. And now it is Catherine Rogers taking over this race. And a huge kick here for Rogers as she hits the bell at 10:07. She's just behind the wave lights. running solo with less than 200 meters to go. That was a 38.4 last lap. Martin remains in second, but this is Catherine Rogers powering down the backstretch. She's just about on those wave lights. This is going to be awfully close. Keep your eye on the clock. 10:44.04, the time to beat. It looked like it wasn't going to happen, but with this big last lap, courtesy of Catherine Rogers, she is now putting herself in a position to run the fastest time of the day so far, and she will. 10:43.50 unofficially, a 36:37 final lap for the senior from Riversdale Athletics Club. So with that big final kick, Rogers will have the fastest time, and now the time to beat of 10:43.64. A couple of swift final laps here as Karina Bird moved herself into second in that race with a 37 last lap to run 10:47, and Emily Wedlake, a 36 final 200 to run 10:48.24. Madeline Lane holds on for fourth. Hayden Adams, one of our early leaders, will place fifth in 10:49.52. And Haley Martin of the Durham Dragons comes through for sixth, also in 10:49. So 6 girls under the 10:50 barrier there. Getting ever faster as these heats progress, and we move now into section 6 of 8. It's championship girls 2 mile. Runners taken to the track for section number 6. And it looks as though there was a second gun, perhaps a fall. It does appear as though one of our athletes on the inside had a bit of a spill, just getting some support from one of her teammates there. That was hip 11, Abigail Kowalczyk. So well done by Mr. Starter to call them back, and we'll try this again. So we're cleanly away the second time of asking in section 6 of 8 for this championship 2 mile. Athletes are Annabelle Pollard, Eva Cragnolino, Natalie Fouts, Keene Baya, Hannah Hoyler, Charlotte Hopkins, Juliet Frum, Ellie Black, Abigail Kowalczyk, Anna Furman, Ellie Maddox, Ella Gibbs, Bailey Houghton, Sydney Johnson, Grace Fritzman, Sela Kittelstrom, Alexandra Bird, and Ruby Schwell. That's Anna Furman out to the lead. 38-38, the opening split for Furman. Ellie Maddox follows her, and then Juliet Frum sits in third position in the early days. So through 2 laps, it continues to be Furman, the sophomore, running for Bears Track Club up front. Furman is out of Grahamsville, New York. And Another athlete who got herself under that 10-minute barrier in the 3,000 meter earlier this month. Herman's got lots of strength under her. Had a strong performance in the New Balance National Outdoor Championships last year in the 5,000 meter. And also a steeplechaser, so lots of good strength under her, although now we see a lead change, as well as a pace change. I believe that's Hannah Hoyler of Pacer Project, who's moved herself into a convincing lead. The 38-second last split, they go through the half-mile mark in 2:36.9. That's Eva Cragnolino of Born to Run sitting in second. And Juliet Frum in those red shorts continuing to hold her position in third. Hannah Hoyler, a very capable mid-distance runner, runs for Sage Ridge School out of Reno, Nevada. Just run 10:41.67 to place 8th at the Circuit Chicago back at the end of January. And again, 10:43.6 the time to beat, so she has bettered that this season. It is Hyler tuned to click off sub 40-second splits, with Cragnolino sitting in second and Frum in third, and then a bit of a gap now back to Anna Pollard of Carmel, Indiana. Cragnolino doing a great job in second there of just holding on to the back of that smooth and fast-running Hoyler. Cragnolino out of Austin, Texas. She's got a 10:40 3200 to her name from early February. Calm and collected up front. Hoyler continues to take charge of this race. See that most of our runners are ahead of those pace lights at this point. As we come up on the halfway mark, this is going to be the fastest split of the day thus far. Unofficially 5:14 on the clock through the 1 mile mark. Three clearing away, with Natalie Fouts and Charlotte Hopkins taking charge of the chase pack. At that halfway split, Hoyler has about a 4-second advantage over the chasers, although Cragnolino and Frum continue to get stuck right on the back of our leader as they come through just over 1,800 meters. Again, in another 39, so really consistent running up front by Hoyler. So as our athletes come around approaching the 2K split, Hoyler continues to lead, but now it is Juliet Frum who's moved up ahead of Cragnolino and tucks herself into second, courtesy of a 39-second split compared to Hoyler and Cragnolino's 40 seconds. Again, really consistent running. See the gap there back to Charlotte Hopkins of Glendale. Every time there's been a challenge to the lead of Hoyler, she has found another gear and held off any of the threat from behind. It continues to be Frum sitting in second. Juliet Frum, I believe out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Juliet Frum, a very capable cross-country runner. Looking smooth and strong behind our leader, and now a little bit of separation back to Cragnolino. He's having a hard time holding on to these two up front. The pace light's nowhere in sight. Again, 10:43 the time to beat. That is likely to be well eclipsed at this point. As our leaders come around, a lapped athlete and into the home stretch, approaching 3 laps to go. Hyler, who's led almost every step of this race, another 39.7, 8:32 on the clock. Juliet Frum sticking to her like glue as they negotiate some other lapped runners, but look at the turnover of Hyler. She has just continued clicking us down, not showing any signs of slowing or fatiguing. Frum just letting the elastic stretch a bit as she's having a hard time holding on to Hyler up front. She's going to come up on just over 400 meters to go. 9:12 unofficially. That's another 39-second split. Frum slowing a little bit. Again, 10:41.67, Hyler's best from earlier this season. And she's got 300 meters remaining. Frum not out of the conversation yet. These athletes are going to hit the bell. Just a tick over 9:50, 9:52 on the clock, so the PRs are going to be eviscerated here. Hyler with unbelievable form as she continues powering away. She's been so strong every step of this race. It was a 40-second flat split. Frum still working hard to try to stay on the back of Hyler. But Hannah Hyler, it appears, has done enough work to hold off the charge, and she will take section 6 here in just over 10, just under 10:30, 10:29.79 unofficially. With a 38 flat last lap, Juliet Frum just over 10:30 there for second. That was very exciting and strong running by Hannah Hyler up front. completion of section number 6. We are getting ever faster here. Heiler takes the win there in 10:30.69. Great running by Frum, 10:31.92. And Charlotte Hopkins will round out the top 3 with 10:36.21. It was a tight battle between 3rd, 4th, and 5th, each of them at 10:36 and change. So the time to beat, 10:30.69. So we move into our 7th and second to last section. This championship girls 2 mile. 20 athletes taken to the track here as well. Ava Gerald, Callista Garmer, Caroline Tribbett, Mackenzie Skelly, Dana Lair, Kaylee Kaiser, Allison Johnson, Ellie Velasquez, Rowan Saki, Caitlin Caston, Emily Reed, Naomi Douglas, Mason Fletcher, Sophie Alexander, Sloan Wasserman, Sophia Zalasi, Elena Pierce, Izzy Sullivan, Emma Hoffman, and Abigail Anstedt is a scratch. Swift opening lap here. So they're through unofficially in 37.6 it looks like. Ava Gerald of Ingalls, Indiana, happy to take on the early pacing duties. Quick opening couple of laps here, 37.6 and 37.5 for our leader Gerald. Caroline Tribbett of Gainesville, Virginia sits in second, and she's joined by Rowan Saki of Bridgeland Track Club. Gerald continues to look strong up front, taking them through the opening 3 laps. They've been 37, 37, 38. Gerald headed to Indiana University Bloomington in the fall, to Pendleton Heights High School in Indiana. Gerald's absolute 2-mile PR is 10:11.20. That was set by running second in the finals at New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year. Tucked in there too on the outside, hip number 4, Mackenzie Skelly. Skelly, just an 8th grader, and we saw her run an incredible performance last night in the 1 mile, setting the middle school girls meet record of 4:51.19, a 4:48.97, excuse me, eclipsing the old record of 4:51.19. And again, she's just in 8th grade, so great to see her tucked in this championship race as well and mixing it up with the more experienced athletes. We have a pace change now as Izzy Sullivan of New York moves into the lead. Been running 38s and 37s really consistently, 3:10.9 through just over 1,000 meters. Caroline Tribbett continues to sit in second. Rowan Saki, slightly taller of those 2 runners in pink, tucked on the inside, and Mackenzie Skelly, very quick and diminutive figure in the white kit, on the outside in 4th at the moment. So like clockwork, another 38 mid as they come through 1,218 meters in 3:49. Izzy Sullivan continues to lead. Sullivan headed to the University of Alabama in the fall. And she's run a really quick 9:33.24 3,000 this season. Come third in her state championships. Now she'll move into third as we have another lead change. And Caroline Tribbett, who sat in third for most of this race so far, has moved herself into the pole position. Mackenzie Skelly, again, that 8th grader, running with all the confidence and maturity of someone much older, tucked in second, and actually contesting for the lead now as they approach the halfway mark. It's going to be quick. It's going to be sub 5:10 as they come through 5:07.49. Tribbett with the slight edge over Skelly. This is great running up front by Tribbett. Runs out of Gainesville High School in Virginia. Running all kinds of PRs so far this season, including a 4:54.9 mile. Only has a 10:41 2-mile best to her name. That was actually from this meet, New Balance Nationals indoors last year, but clearly in much better shape here in 2025. She's gonna have to work hard to keep up with the middle schooler though, as the sensational Mackenzie Skelly moves into the lead with 6 laps remaining. Mackenzie Skelly is taking the rest of this field to task. We should say that it's an 8th grader leading out a senior, a junior, and then a freshman. So we've got all kinds of representation here by way of ages. And Caroline Tribbett has decided she wants to move back ahead of the youngster. Mackenzie Skelly, again, after that blazing 4:48 mile last night to set a new middle school record, is definitely pursuing the 2-mile record as well. The middle school national 2-mile record is 10:48.31. That's a converted time from the 3,200, and it was set by Grace Ping back in 2021. Well, on pace right now is Skelly to completely demolish that mark. Over the course of the last lap or two, it's been another change up at the front with Rowan Saki, the junior running for Bridgeland, moving into the lead. And Callista Garmer of Knoxville, Tennessee has put herself into third. So you see the athletes coming around the top of the track there, approaching 3 laps to go. So another lead change here as Skelly moves herself back into the front. So these girls have been working hard together, clicking off 39-second splits. Saki tucked into second. Garmer a distant third. Caroline Tribbett remains in fourth. But unbelievable running coming off the heels of that 4:48 mile last night by middle schooler Mackenzie Skelly. Again, the time to beat for that middle school record, 10:48.31. She is going to blow that out of the water. She does a little shoulder check there to see how much distance she's putting back onto Rowan Saki. A 38.4 for that split, 9:01 at the 2,800 meter mark. And this is absolutely phenomenal running. We might see a middle schooler take the second fastest section of the championship girls 2-mile run here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. We know she has a devastating kick. She's got just over 200 meters to go, and unbelievably, she seems to be increasing the pace with every stride. She's going to hit the bell in 9:39 unofficially. That was a 37 mid. Again, that record to beat. 10:48.31, and Skelly here, approaching 100 meters to go, is going to be under that by a huge margin. Rowan Saki doing a great job of trying to hold on here for a fast time as well, but look at the turnover of this 8th grader. Mackenzie Skelly, the pride of Glenside, Pennsylvania, is going to come across the line in 10:14.39 unofficially. That is absolutely astounding running. A 35.7 final lap for the 8th grader. That is the new 8th fastest time in the country and the fastest time in the state of Pennsylvania, and a new national middle school record. So keep your eyes on the future of Mackenzie Skelly. It is bright for sure. She's had a phenomenal weekend so far, 2 records under her belt, and a win here in the second to last section of our championship girls 2-mile. 7 runners under 10:30 in that race. Great running there by Rowan Saki to take second in 10:15.9 and 10:23.3 to Izzy Sullivan. The lights will dim as we get ready for our fastest section. Kicking things off here, wearing hip number 14, is Holly Barker out of California. She was 6th in the 2-mile last year in this race. She's headed to Colorado in the fall. Around the track, there is Eleanor Voikin of Blue Devils Track Club. She's out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Wearing hip number 12 is Mallory Weller of Cadet Distance Project out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Wearing hip number 11 is Kiara Daly out of California, the junior. All smiles as she gets set here. Wearing hip number 10 for Lawrenceville in New Jersey, this is Blair Bartlett. Wearing hip number 9, running for Sandwich High School out of Illinois, is Sandara Weber. She's got a 10:18.23 best from this season. Out of Shore Athletic Club, the senior Lilia Gordon, running out of New Jersey. Running for Purple Track Club out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, wearing hip number 7. This is Natasha Dudek. Wearing hip number 6, running for the Webb School of Bell Buckle out of Tennessee, this is Abby Faith Cheeseman. Running for Vista Nation Track Club out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, wearing hip 5 is Keegan Edwards. Running out of Midland, Michigan, wearing hip number 4 is Victoria Garces. Wearing hip number 3 from California, Hannah Thompson. Wearing hip number 2, running for the South Texas Heat, is Ellen Latta. And the fastest on paper, wearing hip number 1, Chloe Heiler, running for Pacer Project out of Oregon. She will start on the inside of the track. This is set to be a very quick race. We've already seen some amazing times. Again, time to beat 10:14.39, thanks to Mackenzie Skelly. National lead belongs to Heiler at 10:03.32. Meet record sits at 9:44.44. That is courtesy of Natalie Cook in 2022, and of course the national record, an astounding 9:38.68, thanks to one Ms. Mary Kane from 2014.
Nice clean start. They'll run the first 160 meters in alleys before breaking for the curve.
So we're underway with our 8th and fastest section here of the championship girls 2 miles at New Balance Nationals indoors at the track in Boston. And it looks like we're off to a relatively tactical start here. Again, the fastest time, the national lead belonging to Chloe Heiler of Oregon. She ran 10:03 this season at the Circuit Chicago. She's headed to Notre Dame in the fall. She's going to take the early lead, but again, not anything too swift off the opening lap here. 38.4, as you see the whole pack bunched together there. Pace lays are set to 10 minutes flat. That would be a new national lead. Ellen Latta is sitting in second at the moment, running for the South Texas heat. And now moves herself just ever so slightly into the lead. Just a 9th grader. Had a fantastic campaign in middle school. She's running 10:05 so far this year. She was 3rd at the Circuit Chicago. Latta was 11th in this championship 2 mile last year as just an 8th grader running 10:26. And she held the middle school mile record up until last night at 4:51 when Mackenzie Skelly bettered that by 3 seconds. So Latta, the taller of the two athletes, on the outside there. Heiler to her inside, been running 38 seconds, 38.4 for every lap so far. Hannah Thompson, Santa Rosa, California, tucked in 3rd. And again, this is a tactical race. In fact, these athletes are already falling behind those wave lights set at 10 minutes. On the outside, Abby Faith Cheeseman, she's such a gamer, always puts herself in the conversation. She's a tough cookie, and she's running the further distance on the outside there, but just staying out of trouble. Cheeseman headed to the University of Virginia in the fall and trying not to fall right now as some contact is made there. Cheeseman has run 10:09 from 5th at New Balance Nationals indoors last year. She is the top returner from this race in 2024. She was also 3rd outdoors at New Balance Nationals in the 5,000 meter last year. And now she has powerfully put herself in the lead position. Gone through just over 1,000 meters in 3:10, so right on the pace that we saw out of section number 7. It is Cheeseman continuing to lead Latta. Heiler still sits in 3rd, Thompson in 4th. They're all still there. And now Kiara Daly moves into 4th. She is the junior out of California. Still Abby Faith Cheeseman, pride of Tennessee. After a couple of faster 36 and 37 second laps, they've moved back to 38 pace. Hyler remains in second, and now Lotta making a strong push on the outside, the youngster. She's a taller runner, just trying to keep herself out of trouble and not get tangled up with some of these other athletes. Hannah Thompson remains in fifth. Eleanor Voikin of Blue Devils Athletics Club in sixth. As they come up on the halfway mark, it's going to be 5:04.46 as Cheeseman continues to lead. So again, they've fallen off of that tempo of 10 minutes, still chasing those pace lights. It's another 38-second lap. And lots of traffic here as these athletes work hard to stay on their feet. Ellen Lotta's just got to get herself out of trouble there. So Hyler takes her turn at the lead once again. Hyler, a former soccer player. Originally from Reno, Nevada, and now attends Lake Ridge High School in Oregon, just outside of Portland. And Hyler continues to lead as Thompson now comes around into pole position, and just a little stumble by her as she tries to negotiate her way around the turn. Less than 1,000 meters remain now as Hannah Thompson has decided she wants a turn at the front. She is going to Stanford in the fall. She was third in that 2 mile at New Balance Nationals outdoors, I should say, in a time of 10:11. Looking to eclipse that here today. She was also 7th in this race last year. So she's got lots of New Balance Nationals experience, knows how to race well. Again, a tall athlete who has to, I know this from experience, sit on the outside of these runners and make sure she doesn't get tripped up at any point. But she is putting in a surge now. Although Thompson is trying to get herself into the front, strong form of Hyler not letting her by. Another 38 mid, so they've just, again, been clockwork. 38.4, 38.1, 38.9. Hyler with the slight edge over Thompson. Ellen Lotta continues to sit in third, and now Kiara Daly falling back a bit behind those three. It is Mallory Weller now of Cadet Distance Project who's moved into fifth in those pink shorts. Some separation now, Hyler and Thompson up front. That chase pack of three has made contact, and with just over 600 meters remaining, it is still anyone's race. Another 38.6. Hyler has been running the shorter distance, sticking right on that rail, keeping her elbows wide, not letting Thompson pass. Again, Thompson, 10:11, her best. Hyler, 10:03. And these two are neck and neck as they come up on 400 meters to go. Slight edge given here to Thompson. She finally decides she needs to get herself into the lead, and that she does. There's another 38 mid for Thompson. And for the first time, Hyler looks to be in maybe a little bit of trouble as Thompson is pulling away. Mallory Weller has moved herself into third. So it's Thompson, the taller athlete, leading Hyler. They're going to come up and hear the bell. Thompson with the slight edge. It's 9:32 on the clock. And a bit of a push here as Heiler tries to make her way through on the inside. She does that successfully and stays on her feet. But now Mallory Weller, out of nowhere, has put herself in strong contention for a win, and she's going to swing wide around the outside, 100 meters to go. And not even part of the conversation until this last lap. Mallory Weller is taking the field to task into the home stretch. She'll see the fireworks go off. It's been a blazing final lap here for Mallory Weller of Cadet Distance Project, and she is going to take the win in 10:05.56. And that was a 32:59 final lap for the junior from the Cadet Distance Project, and she looks as shocked as the rest of us. A brilliant win there for Mallory Weller coming out of nowhere for that last lap and beating out Thompson and Heiler, who had done all of that cat and mouse work throughout the majority of this 2-mile race. And it all happened in this last lap. There's the bell, and there you see that little push on the inside. Heiler trying to get through Thompson. Those two looked clear and away going into the final 200, but Mallory Weller just kept at it. Swings wide around the outside, and I think, again, took these two runners by surprise. Weller going to the arms and perfectly timing her kick. Her last lap was 3 seconds faster than either of her competitors, and she is rewarded with a win. So your 2025 New Balance Nationals Indoor Champion in the girls' 2-mile race, Mallory Weller, 10:05.56, Hannah Thompson, 10:07.44, Chloe Heiler, 10:08.17, Kiara Daly, 10:11.51, Natasha Dudek, 10:13.71, and then again, incredibly, Mackenzie Skelly, just an 8th grader out of the 7th heat, places 6th overall in that 10:14.39. It's been another great set of championship races. I'm Kate Van Buskirk. I'll be back with you later this afternoon as we get ready now for the first of our relays, the 4x200 meters.
All right, we are back. Thank you so much, Kate. Fantastic job on those marathon of 2 miles that we just completed here. My name is Steve, joined by Candace. Candace, how are you today? Well, I think your energy is perfect for this. You were out there on the track, and you were lighting it up, man, keeping that energy high.
And you know, we got to keep it balanced because we still got 2 more days.
2 in the boys 4x200 meter relay. The top 8 will advance by time. In lane 2, we've got the Milton Track Club. Lane 3, Knights Track Club. Lane 4, Above Expectations Track Club. Lane 5, Archbishop Carroll. And in lane 6, Norristown Eagles Track and Field. For these guys, I'm sure it's just business as usual, right?
It is business as usual, and I didn't sense. I was in the warm-up area earlier today. I didn't sense any sense of pressure, but I think coming to New Balance, fastest party on the planet, an opportunity to show up and show out in your New Balance gear. Why not? And I think that kind of leaves a statement for the rest of the 21 heats now.
For sure, yeah. I mean, let's kick it off with a bang. Fastest
Literally.
party on the planet for sure.
Literally. South Dade Express. I've seen them once in a while. You know, I'm a bit jealous. I'm a Ann Arbor, Michigan girl, so we get that Midwest good old hallway training. They get to come up here with all-weather tracks, all-weather heat they get to train. So there's nothing about this banked indoor track that'll be a disadvantage for them. Steve, you said distance. How far is distance?
Oh, well, I mean, anything from the 800 to the 5K.
Excuse me, the 5K, what? Oh. I will always be there with a glass of water and one of those things to put over you, like a marathon runner.
So South Dade Express in 2, Riverdale Baptist in 3, Penridge TC in 4, Forge TC in 5, and Blazing Bobcats Track Club in 6. And they decided to start this one with an absolute cannon.
I like that name.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the infield for an interview.
I'm here with 2-mile national champion Mallory Weller. How does it feel?
This feels unreal. This is absolutely incredible.
Did you know you had it on that last lap?
I mean, I was definitely hurting, but I felt really good, and I know I have that great speed at the end, so I felt really good about that.
That great speed was looking good. Congratulations.
They don't really know you, 'cause you see people.
When I was a young boy living in the city, all I did was run, staring at the lights, they look so pretty.
That is Riverdale Baptist, followed by the Blazing Bob.
Yeah, it is, and that thing looks great. And it's a trophy that each and every kid can sport around town. And you kind of walk into an arena, and when people see that backpack, they know that you're legit. It's all about that backpack, baby.
I think what the youngins call it is street cred.
Sure.
You walk in with that backpack, and it's like street cred. Nobody's looking if you're a freshman, a middle school. You walk in with that, you're that. The kids say, you're standing on business.
Love it. On the track now, section 3 of 22. Knights Track Club in 2, Border City in 3, Weston Monsters in 4, LaSalle Academy Track Club in 5, and Gonzaga Eagles are in the outside lane 6. Candace, you being a sprinter, which lane would you prefer?
You know, I'm going to say, if my coach is out there listening, Coach Larry Wade, any lane is a good lane. I mean, you know, I'm from the old school when the flat track, you were just excited to be indoors. So with this bank track, I'm feeling like maybe lane 5.
Sure.
Being able to come off that bank and get some momentum. But, you know, I'm an old school coach. Any lane on the track any day is a good place to be.
Yep.
Because my coach says you could be nowhere. You want to be in lane 0?
And your preferred way to run the relay, where do you put your fastest leg?
All right, so is this Coach Candace talking or is this Catch Candace? Because I can't give away all the strategy.
I think I want to hear both answers.
All right, so indoors, it's such a different race than being outdoors. So maybe usually you got a good starter, then your second leg is probably your longest leg, and they're kind of holding the glue together. Third, which I was usually, because I was a hurdler, I was just happy to be there. And then fourth is going to go be that dog, or they're going to maintain with it in position.
I like that, be that dog.
Yeah, you got to go be the dog. You don't want to be a puppy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'd be a puppy in the 800 or the 5K.
Sure, yeah. Well, here we go. Rounding the far turn, we've got a battle up front. Gonzaga Eagles and LaSalle Academy Track Club. Stride for stride on the main straightaway. Anchor legs now looking for that stick. And Gonzaga, unfortunately, with the drop, leaving LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island out in front.
So you never want to see that, but I do appreciate any athlete that grabs that baton and gets to get up. You don't know. You know, we do see a yellow flag, but that allows a coach an opportunity. Maybe there's a protest, maybe there's not. Don't let that baton roll around and do nothing.
And that's the maturity, being educated. Grab that baton, finish the race so that you can then possibly put in for a protest.
Absolutely. So that coach, shout out that coach, because if I would have that baton right there, my coach would have had choice words for me. You hate to see that, especially here.
So LaSalle takes it 128.95, Gonzaga 131.53. The Monsters rounding out the top 3 at 131.71. And we will go now to section 4 again of 22. Here we have Nyack Track Club in 2, Hand in 3, Overbrook High School in 4, Bullis in 5, Lancaster City Track Club in 6.
I got to shout out my athlete, Jada Wilson, just now because she knew I had a tight schedule and she dropped me off lunch.
I just saw that happen.
So whatever's in here, Steve, we're eating together. And she can't even get through that door. So however she got that, she's earned some extra recovery time on spring break for me.
Yeah, how'd she get up here?
I don't know. She definitely paid off. The security guy was surprised.
Love it.
All right, what heat are we on?
This is heat 4 of 22. Top 8 advance to the final.
And you know that final comes with a potential opportunity to be crowned an All-American at the fastest party
on the planet.
On the planet, as they tell.
Can't beat it. For those of you that have just joined us, welcome, welcome, welcome. Friday, March 14th, 2025. Happy Pi Day, everybody. To all you math nerds back home. First exchange, Bullis might be late through that exchange zone, and that one might sting a little.
And you know, we talked about with the relay, this is very difficult to manage on a bank track. You're dealing with high schoolers that don't get an opportunity to be in an environment or a facility like this all the time. But Bullis, they're a little bit more experienced. I'm sure their coach is gonna have a conversation about that.
Yeah. And that is that's a surprise from Bullis. Always up front, always dominating. It's a team that rarely makes these mistakes, so maybe a little rusty, but whipping around that track now on the main straightaway. Final exchange, it was the cleanest one so far. Well clear of the field. It's just getting that stick around in a fast enough time to advance to that final.
And I didn't take a peek at that roster, but they might have been a combination of experience and some rookies to just try and preserve some legs for that final.
Yep.
And that might have not worked out too well.
It's also one of those luxuries of having a team with so much depth,
yes.
Where they can afford to do such a thing.
And that 127, I'm not sure if that holds with that yellow flag. But we'll let them sort that down there. We'll
That's
just
right.
talk track up
Yeah,
here.
127.39 for Bullis. Lancaster City, 129.10. And Nyack TC rounds out the top three in 130.52. We'll go now to heat number 5. Archbishop Spalding in 2. Albany in 3. Deptford Elite Track Club in 4. Archbishop Carroll in 5. Riverdale Country Track Club in 6.
Now, Archbishop Spalding, look up this name, Jessica Beard. She's a true dog in the 400. Not to age us too much, but we ran back in the day when the Pac-10 was still the Pac-10 and the Big 12 looked like what it used to look like. She was an incredible athlete and now an incredible coach. So I am looking forward to seeing what her kids can do today. Jessica Beard, Google that, young ones, if you don't know who she is. So, who told Archbishop Carroll they could get another team in here? But it is a fun treat for us to see. And like as you talked about with Bullis, it's nice to see a team that has that kind of depth.
First exchange, lane
nice
5,
exchange.
Archbishop Carroll. 3-turn stagger. They are first to the break point, leading down the back straightaway now. Although not cutting in until halfway around that far turn.
Good hand, good high, good placement.
Yeah,
All
halfway
right, Carroll.
through this 4x2, Archbishop Carroll looking very clean through those exchange zones.
Nice and speedy, looking real quick and smooth. You know, I think that guy, yeah, he ran the 400 earlier today, so I bet you this one lap feels a lot better.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm looking at the clock here. Archbishop Carroll has the opportunity to claim the top 2 spots so far. That would be sending a message. What a flex.
What a flex. Are you familiar with this guy on this anchor leg? He's a bit of a big deal.
Oh, wow. 124.36.
That's what we're doing?
That is U.S. number 1 right there.
Okay. So they're going for the high school. You guys can't hear the excitement in here, but they were the reigning champions, and 124.37 is what they have just won to beat their own record.
That is a new national record. Archbishop Carroll, 124.37. And it's not the final.
And I barely see a bead of sweat over there. I don't see too much stress. So I'm looking forward to this championship final.
Easing up at the line, staring at the camera. This is that's how you run a championship final, and they did it in the heat number 5.
With no real pressure either.
No, well clear of the field. Well clear of a talented field.
Yes, completely, totally. Wow, so we still have, we're 5 of 22 in, and it's already kind of smoking in here.
Bag it up.
What they say, stick a fork in it. Well, I mean, the beauty of that is you're going to have these 2 fast times, but that kind of leaves it open for those that, you know, anything can happen.
I agree with that, 100%. Heat 6, lane 2, McDonough. Lane 3, Danbury Track Club, Connecticut. Lane 4, Sweet Home. Lane 6, Notre Dame Cathedral Latin. Up, off, and away we go. Again, the top 8 times will advance to that final. 2 of them claimed by Archbishop Carroll, one of them with a new national high school record.
Yeah, I'm going to check the rule book on this because in a very rare occurrence that your A and B team make it into that final. But well done, and I love to see that depth. And for the coaching staff there as well as the kids, that means everybody's getting a little bit of something. But I do feel like with these other teams, that's behind them, and you don't have to worry about, hey, I ran a fast time in Heat 16 and being knocked out.
McDonough, our leading through the second exchange, halfway through this 4x2. Danbury in second. Danbury now swinging wide to challenge on the outside. Beats him to the turn. Textbook maneuver there. That's what you like to see.
I like that, Steve. Swing them wide and textbook maneuver. Coaches know what they're doing.
Third and final exchange on the track now, coming through at 108. Danbury now with less than 100 meters to go, rounding that far turn into the main straightaway for their final strides towards the line in this championship boys 4x2. And Danbury will take it 131.11 for the win. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin 132.19, and Sweet Home rounds out the top 3.
So 129.11 is our final, is what you need to.
That's the time to beat.
Or 129.10 is what you're going to need to slide in, but there's plenty of heats.
Plenty. almost too many.
Just a tad. I'll take this in the 4x2 over the 4x8.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
They put the 2 mile up, and I was like, oh, 8 laps. Oh my gosh, 16 laps. There must be a malfunction or a glitch. 16 laps indoors, and they took off sprinting.
Just get dizzy.
Just thinking about it.
Heat 7 has Zavarian Track Club in 2, Bergen Catholic in 3, Contico Track Club in 4, Dudley Panthers in 5, and Windsor Track 0695 in the outside lane 6.
I got a shout out. He can't hear us, but our DJ has been keeping it live and pumping. He's really been like the best wedding DJ you could possibly imagine. He's had some salsa, some reggaeton, some Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, bringing out some like the latest and greatest TikTok hip hop is what I'm going to call it. Because as soon as it comes on, you see everybody getting up, doing the hips, bringing the wrists down.
Love it. Main straightaway coming up on the halfway point of this 4x2. Everybody clean through. Dudley Panthers, our leaders. Windsor Track in second. Zavarian Track Club in third. Bergen Catholic and Contico Track Club rounding out the field here. And whipping around that track so fast, he's out in lane 2. Dudley Panthers. Again, the time to beat 1 minute 29.11 seconds. If you run faster than that, you'll be in that top 8. Main straightaway now. And that will that should get him in there.
All right.
Just as I say that, the clock stops a little. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 127.75.
Okay.
Great time.
Yes, so just for everyone at home, bear with us. There's some technical difficulties, and there's 3 different screens that sometimes pop up different numbers. We get really excited and want to announce them, so just reserve those judgments in the comments for, you know, the perfect people. Starting out here in lane 6, literally looks like lane 8 on a full regulation track. He's literally past the pole vault.
That's that three-turn stagger will put them further out. So here we have Crozet Crew in 2, Marauders in 3, Scorpion Track Club in 4, Garnet Running Club in 5, and Rapid Track Club in 6. Moving well, lane 5, Garnet Running Club, and they will be first to the exchange. And everyone is clean through. The Marauders in lane 3, starting to make up some ground.
You got to think for the kids, especially that come from down south, running on a track in a facility like this is a totally different experience. And like you said, that three-turn stagger, there's all different logistical things that go on than just running.
Yeah, we even saw yesterday in some of those middle school milers from Miami, they were falling off the track.
Really?
It was like almost as if it was their first time on a banked facility. They don't often run indoors in Florida, but here we are, 3 teams side by side and stride for stride. Garnet Running Club, Scorpions Track Club, the Marauders, Rapid Track Club, and the Crozet Crew. But Garnet and Scorpions now in a battle to the front.
Ooh, bringing a little bit of heat.
This is going to be a fantastic event. The sheer speed of these individuals is baffling to me.
And you know, as much fun as we're having with the 22 heats, what's nice is this New Balance meet is exclusive, it's elite, and it's national caliber. So if you're not able to slide in a 200, if you're struggling like you were right there at the provisional for an individual event, you can get 4 guys or 4 girls together that can handle getting a 4x2 and taking home a crown. We might have to get you one of those crowns so you can check them out.
Yeah, I know.
You can wear it up here and everyone can admire you and say, that's what I want.
That's the guy.
He's him.
I am not the one that should be modeling anything for anyone here. So here we go, Heat 9, Stonehouse Striders in 2, Montgomery Track Club in 3, the Whippets in 4, Solon Track in 5, and McNamara Mustangs in the outside lane 6. A couple B teams in there from the Whippets and McNamara Mustangs. Must be nice.
Must be nice. That's exactly right. You know, I've done a lot of things in track and field, but I've never received a baton heading up the bank, grabbing it, coming down.
Yeah, and that can be tricky, especially if you're, if you have your head turned backwards looking at the incoming runner, because that it's almost like running up a hill.
Completely. Again, as we talked about, there's so many logistical, technical things that have nothing to do with just running.
So Solon Track, our leaders now down the back straightaway, the McNamara Mustangs. That's a team that we always see up front in the sprinting events, and they are gaining ground with each and every stride, and they will pull up even. The anchors will take the stick.
Nice exchange, good extension.
That was a great, wonderful through the exchange zone, giving the Mustangs the edge.
And accelerating, as you said. Yeah, they had deep. Now we had 25 heats of the 400 earlier today, and they had several athletes perform well in that. So when you come out here, you ran a 400 earlier today, and all you got to do is run 1 lap on the oval. I don't care what type of bank it is. No problem, coach.
So 129.07 for the Mustangs, taking heat number 9 of 22. We are now at 128.82, being the 8th fastest time to get in.
It's creeping. I'm an Archbishop Carroll fan, but I am going to tell you, as a coach, I'm going to be like, wait, hold on. You got 2 of them in there?
Yeah, well, I mean, how can you not be a fan of anyone that comes in here and breaks the national high school record?
In the prelims?
Yeah, and does it staring down the camera coming across the line.
I mean, the event's going to be sold out for the rest of the weekend because you know you got to get in here to see what that 4x2 is going to do.
That's just going to be wild. So here we go now. We've got Hillsborough High in 2, Amherst Steel in 3, Revolution TC in 4, Butler High School in 6.
As we said, you guys can't hear this DJ, but he has been keeping us nice and honest. A little bit too honest. I've had a few Beyonce concerts myself down on the track.
I saw you down there dancing while I was...
I mean, just imagine. It's one thing to have a speaker in your bathroom doing like shower, get ready. It's another thing to have the speaker system at the track to be your karaoke.
Third exchange, we're halfway through. Revolution Track Club, our leaders down the back straightaway. Butler High giving good chase. Amherst Steel in 3rd, trying to gain ground. And now the anchor legs taking position.
Oh. Little shaky exchange, but they managed to pull it off. As we talked about, turning backwards, running fast, going up a bank. It looks a little bit easier at home.
Look at the arms.
Nice
from the
surge at
Revolution
the end.
TC. Yeah. Great final strides towards the line. Revolution takes it 129.78. Butler 130.17, and Amherst at 130.40.
What's that final time to slide in? Top 8?
Yeah, 128.82 is the final time, and I bet you those that time being held by the Blazing Bobcats Track Club, I bet you they are glued to each TV screen waiting for those results.
Hoping that there's some sort of glitch that keeps them right there, or
That's
just their pure speed. Well, yeah, that's a tough space to be in, especially with 22 heats.
Yeah. And we have, I believe, 11 left to go, so.
You can see that 11 from over there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So here we are, heat 11 of 22. Fork Union in 2, the Bulldogs in 3, Pine Bush Track and Field in 4, the Stags in 5, and Pirates Track Club in 6. Up, off, and away we go.
I'm going to start using that at practice when we have like repeat 300s. Up, and away we go. Steve, where are you from?
I am, well, I say I'm from Boston.
But you got to say it, I'm from Boston. Isn't that what you guys say?
Yeah. I'm about an hour south of Boston, from Plymouth, you know, America's hometown.
Like where the Pilgrims came.
The Pilgrims, yeah, Plymouth
I've heard
Rock.
of them.
Yeah. I think it's the greatest place in the world.
I've never been there. I'm a big history nut.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so when you said Plymouth, I immediately thought the Pilgrims.
Yeah. So it's usually the biggest letdown when people go visit Plymouth Rock.
I was like, what's the Rock?
Yeah, and I like to you know, especially during the summer months, I'll go by and I'll lean over the edge and I'll say, "Will that see it? We drove all this way just for that." Usually gets a lot of people, you know, laughing and chuckling, going, "Oh my gosh, that guy's gonna freak out. He just drove 1,200 miles to see this pebble."
Oh man, well, you know what? When the Pilgrims came, they probably thought that rock was ginormous. But as technology and the world has become smaller, it's probably looking more pebblish. It might even have its own Instagram page at this point.
It probably does. The Stags will take it 129.58 over the Pirates, 130.37. Again, that time to beat 128.82.
That sounds like a middle-aged war, the Stags and the Pirates.
Yeah.
And the Stags came out on top, so history has changed forever.
So the Blazing Bobcats hang on for one more heat. We'll go now to heat number 12. We've got Pike Creek Track Club in 2, Quincy Track Club in 3, Edison in 4, Bergen Catholic in 5, and Kentwood Track Club in 6. Quincy Track Club, of course, the city of presidents, being a historian, you know. John Adams, John Quincy Adams.
Yes.
Yeah, Quincy Wilson. Not
Is
from
he number
Quincy,
4
but
president?
something like that.
Something like
sure.
that. Someone's going to fact check me.
Yeah.
That's okay. I didn't graduate in a degree in history. I'm just interested in it.
Yeah.
Kentwood Trackwood, they're out of Michigan, so I definitely got to shout them out. I think they're hosting our state championship, so maybe I'll get some favorable lanes if I take good care of them. But I will tell you, coming from the Midwest to the Northeast, I always get a history lesson just with the names of the track clubs.
Yeah. It was, you know, I announced these meets for a long time. And I remember indoors back in New York at the Armory, it was always Speed City and Motor City. Those were the two teams that were going at it each and every year.
And Motor City's still going at it.
Yeah, yep. And now, you know, now Bullis, Archbishop Carroll, you know.
We used to say it's the changing of the guards.
Yeah.
Again, you guys at home can't hear the DJ, but he's just telling everybody, like, he's throwing on some Kendrick. I think he's talking about Archbishop Carroll, like, turn the TV off.
Bergen Catholic, our leaders. Kentwood in second, Edison in third, Pike Creek and Quincy rounding out the field here. Far turn main straightaway, third and final exchange, the anchor legs, getting their teams fired up and bringing them in. Nice exchange there.
Good stretch. Way to get the most out of that exchange zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited off that.
Let's go.
That's how you stretch that exchange zone. See, in that strategy, maybe your third leg runs longer, faster, and your fourth leg just got to quick. So he's got to get it in less amount of time.
Well, 128.82 is the time to beat. I think they're going to dip under that by just a little bit.
See that little exchange with those milliseconds.
Bergen comes through in 127.73, Kentwood 129.23, and Quincy makes a big push, gobbles up a couple teams, and finishes third in 131.13.
And there's quite a few names I come up on, and I don't pronounce them right. And I'm always telling coaches and parents, and I'm like, hey, when you see me in the hallway, just let me know. Because Potomac, sure, but when it comes up on the screen, it looks a little different than when you just heard it in history class.
You know, I say that to a lot of the kids that I see over the years as well. Pull me aside. I want to get it right. Let's, you know, put some respect on that name, especially if you're, you know, making podiums here.
Punching tickets.
Let's go.
At the fastest party on the planet.
Lucky heat number 13, the Taylor Swift heat. Wadsworth Grizzlies in 3, Bloomfield Bengals in 4, Harry S. Truman in 5, and Paramus Catholic in lane 6.
There we go, a little bit of history right in there.
Now the time to beat 128.70. Riverdale Baptist, the team on the bubble.
Clean start.
Once again, from the inside out, Wadsworth Grizzlies, I love that name. Bloomfield Bengals, Harry Truman, and Paramus Catholic. Harry S. Truman and Paramus Catholic even through the exchange zone. Harry S. Truman with the advantage on the inside.
I saw that from up here.
Yep.
But I'm just the color.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I didn't want to say anything. Steve, you're more of the play-by-play. We did see a yellow flag go up. I saw another runner running in a lane that wasn't theirs.
Yep.
I won't say because, again, I'm not official, but that is tough to watch.
It can happen.
It does happen. And that was actually my next concern is running outside so far. Is the bank an advantage when you're ready to cut right in?
Yeah, I mean, usually it is. The science would tell you that it is. But, you know, there's a lot of things that science doesn't take into account.
Oh, no. And then throw a 17-year-old boy out there.
Yeah. So Harry S. Truman, Paramus Catholic, Wadsworth, Bloomfield. 128.52 would get them in. 128.51 now the official time. The Grizzlies 131.33. Paramus Catholic 131.53.
So the big thing, Steve, is everybody wants, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of athletes here want a blue check next to their name on Instagram. But today, they want green checks next to their name because a green check sends you to that next round to upgrade your backpack to a crown and a medal and some status.
Yeah.
And some swag.
I mean, yeah.
Who doesn't want the All-American swag? You know, they have they got those things guarded like crown jewels. You're not walking in or out.
Yeah. I mean, you hear the PA announcers all the time reminding everyone, please do not leave your bags unattended. Lock them up, safe and key.
Oh, I've got some stories. Some of my athletes leaving around, I'm like, so I told you to leave at the hotel because you already came here with 3 bags. You needed to walk around with the same bag everyone else had? Coach, you don't get it. No, but you don't get it because you don't have a bag anymore. So, yes, leave those backpacks at the hotel. Have your mom, your dad, or your aunt carry them. A kid's not.
So here we go. Heat number 14 has the Tigers in 3, Milford in 4, MVP League in 5, Mustang TC in 6. That's in 3, 4, 5, and 6. MVP League in 5, running a great home straightaway. And they might have just got that in there in time.
I'll let you be the judge on that one, Steve.
MVP League down the back straightaway, gaining ground. The Mustangs.
Your eyes seem to be a little bit better than mine. And must we say, what an efficient meet that we are running. Because you're bringing out the next heat while you have the current heat on the track.
Yeah, I mean, it is it's clockwork.
What'd you say? Textbook.
Textbook.
I saw a yellow flag, but I'm going to leave that to you, Steve.
We've seen a couple of them this section. But main straightaway for the 3rd and final exchange. The anchor legs will take it the rest of the way.
Nice push out.
MVP League, our leaders. Mustang TC in 2nd. Milford moves to 3rd. The Tigers fall to 4th. With everyone trying to get to that time, 128.70 to get them through with the Q. Fantastic time, 126.53. My goodness.
It's getting spicy.
Yeah.
And it's nice. We're 14. We're at heat 14. We in here kind of deep now.
Yeah, we're getting into it. We're in the thick of it.
You know, as a coach, you think your kids don't hear you. And then on the sideline, on the sideline, I coach football too. Then on the runway down there, I'm listening to parents and coaches yell those final words. And I'm like, oh, they definitely hear you.
Oh, 100%. I mean, as when I was a high school athlete, there were only 2 voices that I could hear. It was my coach and my father.
Okay, and
that was it.
That's my baby out there.
For whatever reason, those 2 voices just stuck out.
Get those knees up.
So on the track now, we've got section or heat 15, Carolina Cavaliers in 2, Manchester Central in 3, Tornado Track and Field in 4, Hoover Elite in 5, and Lane 4 Track Club in Lane 6.
Lane 4, that's clever.
Yeah, I like that one. Certainly one of those preferred lanes. Oh,
okay,
man.
DJ taking us back.
Now
me and Steve both instantly bust a move. Shows our.
This is my jam.
Let me clear my throat.
So the Cavaliers, a B team here. Manchester Central Tornado Track and Field looking to whip things up.
Was there a pun on that? Tornado
Maybe.
looking to whip things up?
Just a bit. Main straightaway. We'll be halfway through this 4x2 in 44 seconds or so. Hoover Elite, Manchester Central, Lane 4, Tornado, and Carolina. Hoover Elite well out in front, clear of the field, and they'll be clean all the way through.
Nice clean exchanges.
Whoop, whoop. Again, perhaps not being not used to that bank turn, or they're running a little bit faster than usual. And there is a difference between maximum acceleration and optimum acceleration.
There we go. That's that science stuff.
But here we go, making a late charge, Lane 4.
Oh no! Hoping he's okay. Hoping it's just a cramp.
And I think that was probably what had given him that hiccup right after he received the baton.
I'm also wondering if that jam up on the bank had anything to do with that.
Yep.
Oh, that's tough.
A 2174 anchor from Lane 4 Track Club. That's moving.
Hence why they're called Lane 4.
So heat 16, Chicago Whitney Young in 2, Billerica Track Club in 3, West Babylon in 4, Carolina Cavaliers A team in 5, and the AP Knights on the outside lane 6.
All right, Steve, so if you're on the 4x2, where's your coach putting you at?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm running the 4x2, first of all, we're in a lot of trouble. That means a lot of people were injured or scratched before they got to me.
800 guys jump on that 4x2 to get that speed work.
Yeah, as a coach in previous years, we never really had the greatest 4x2 teams. I would always have our fastest leg run first.
Okay.
The goal was to get out of trouble. The goal was to get out of trouble, get ahead of everybody so that we don't have to, we're not messy through the exchange zones. We're not bumping and grinding. We're just clear and clean, no obstructions all the way through. Most of the time it worked out okay for us. I think that's the way that you fake a 4x2. That's
but I can
what
also appreciate that strategy, utilizing your strength. So if you don't have strong 4x2 runners, why not get out in front and let them do what they can do instead of being in the mix of things and forgetting to do anything?
Yeah, it was. We got lucky a lot. We'd be clear and clean through all the exchange zones, and some of the other teams, the studs, would be bumping and grinding, and each time they bumped, they would lose a step, and we would in turn gain a step.
Nice clean exchange from Carolina. That was textbook. 1, 2, 3, 4 turn, had that hand nice and high, good palm out, and he's challenging him out here on the outside.
Here we go. Yes, the Cavaliers.
Okay.
Now to the front.
Doesn't seem that the bank affected him too much. Now that's a third leg. That's a coach who put some strategy into that.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, and he's a professional. He knows how to stand it and make sure he's out the way of others.
Yeah, 21-58 carry for the Carolina Cavaliers. That third leg really getting it done. Cavaliers are leader, AP Knights in second, West Babylon in third. And it is all Cavaliers through that line in 1:27.26 unofficially, and brought down to the official time of 1:27.25.
Well done. That was clean. I like the execution. I also like, Coach, I got to get with that coach on that strategy, and we just talked about it.
Yeah.
Like someone's going to say my best starter, our fastest runner, our strongest. But you can see there was definitely some strategy behind it, and that third leg just moved. They're throwing the bubble time up there.
Look at that.
Look at AI at its finest.
This is a great, I was just going to say, what a great team they've assembled here. People that actually know, what's going on and providing us that information to tell the fans and spectators in the stadium.
I'm going to show my age here, but do you remember when you had to go get your results and they're on a brick wall taped to the wall?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I would want to take the paper because that was the only proof I had.
Yeah.
But you're right. All jokes aside, that is not AI. We have an incredible team here. We got 6 different screens we're looking at to make sure we have accurate results.
Yeah.
Giving us information like bubble time. Gets everyone and keeps everyone engaged. And we're not here to report any fake news. So. Yeah.
I often tell friends and family that when I am able to announce a meet at this level, it's very easy because of all the information that's provided. And it's funny because all the screens that you mentioned, it's almost like the actual race takes a back seat to all this information that comes at us left and right at rapid speeds as well.
I would agree with that.
So here we go, heat number 17, Sudbury Track Club, Archbishop, Stepanek, Robinson, TC, the Whippets, TC, and South Riding. The Whippets, the A team. We saw their B team earlier. The Whippets leading down the back straightaway, South Riding in second, Archbishop in third. Third and final exchange. Ready to receive the baton, the anchor legs now for the Whippets.
Nice, strong. I'm wondering today, I was out here watching these 400s, and it's, for the life of me, I was like, there's no way I'd ever run around the track twice. So to see these kids moving around here with this kind of speed, guarantee one lap is light work.
127.63 for the Whippets. South Riding 129 flat, and Sudbury Track Club of Massachusetts 130.38, rounding out the top 3.
Steve, what do you think about, now I know there's no judgments or criticisms here. It's all logistics, but.
That means you're going to judge me.
Not you. I don't know about those stairs after the 400.
Oh, I said that yesterday with Mark.
I think in order to protect the integrity of the timing, it's kind of got to be over there. But when I saw them come, like they were running 53 seconds at 11 o'clock this morning walking down the stairs.
Kids they come across that line, they can barely stand up, and now we're going to make them walk downstairs. It's just evil.
I was like, what? When you get that crown, you earned it.
Yeah. So heat number 18, Patriot Track Club in 2, Oakton in 3, Panthers in 4, above expectations in 5, and Ocean Lakes in the outside lane 6. Once again from the inside out, Patriot, Oakton, Panther, above expectations, and Ocean Lakes. Lane 5, above expectations. Rising to the top.
Okay.
And moving to the front.
Why not be above expectations and spell it with an X?
I mean, yeah.
You got to get funky with it just a little bit.
Moving well around this 200-meter bank track, now on the main straightaway for the second exchange, halfway through this 4x2. And here come the Panthers. And look at this, above expectations, keeping them on the outside. A fantastic defensive move.
I wonder if that was tactical. Was that instinct or tactic?
I think he could feel him right on his
well
shoulder.
Done.
That was a great
there
leg.
You go.
And he managed to avoid the scoreboard there.
Well done. All right, above expectations with the X. You've made your point. You deserve the X.
127.75 is the time to beat. And looks like they'll come up just a little short, but a great race nonetheless.
Incredible race to watch. That was fun. You know, as I'm walking through after we're getting off the mic, and I'm having conversations with athletes and coaches, and they just get so disappointed when they haven't made it to the final. But I'm like, part of making it to the final is accepting the progress you've made. You know, executing the race, having tactic to defend. You have to kind of learn and execute those things to build up to when it's your time to be in those final spots.
Yeah. And I mean, let's face it, for 97% of the athletes here, it's more of just a celebration of all the success that they had throughout the season just to get here.
For sure.
It's for a lot of these kids, it's been a long season, and depending on where they're from and how they're able to train, they might have had some inclement weather throughout the winter months.
Completely. I come from Michigan, and that is one thing that hinders us. But it's something that the southern schools like to recruit. They're like, if they can run those times in the cold, if they're out there training, like, our threshold is 42 degrees. If it's 42 degrees, we're out there layered up. And I remind them, somebody's in Georgia, it's 85. Let's go.
Yeah.
Someone's afraid of the rain in California. Let's go. They're like, Coach, dramatic.
19 of 22 on the track now. We've got Lowell in 2, Brampton Racers in 3, Bison Track and Field in 4, Panther City Elite in 5, and McNamara Mustangs in the outside lane number 6.
Is that their second team, the Mustangs?
It's their A team, but McNamara Mustangs. And yes, it is their second team.
Even that, you saw the exchange, and you can't lean too far over because you're going to run into the railing.
The Mustangs first to the break point, leading down the back straightaway.
Well, I'm from the Motor City, and they would be very proud of this Mustangs team.
Bison Track and Field in second place. Lowell trying to get to that third spot. Brampton in third, Lowell in fourth now. The Mustangs in control with 1 lap to go.
I'm loving this arm swing, coaches.
That is so mechanical.
Wow. Wide open.
Trying to get into that final 127.55. They might squeak in there. I believe they will. $127.54, the official time for the Mustangs. Panther City 129.49, and the Bisons round out the top 3 at 129.68. We have just 3 heats remaining.
Steve.
You know, this went a lot faster than I thought it was going to be.
It's what's the phrase when you're having fun?
Yeah.
Well, we're having a blast.
Oh yeah.
I like that bubble time up there.
Yeah. 127.73 is the bubble time. Bergen Catholic, the team that is trying to get in there, or waiting to see what happens next.
And Steve, you might have an aunt on this stream that doesn't know what a bubble time is. How would you describe a bubble time to a non-track and field?
Well, the top 8 are advancing to the final. The bubble is that person in 8th place. They are they're in right now, but there's 3 sections to go, 3 heats to go. And here we have heat 20 of 22, Osborne Park in 2, Baker Street in 3, the Jesuits in 4, North Brunswick in 5, and Saints Track Club in the outside lane 6. The Jesuits in 4, making up a bit of that stagger. And they'll be first to the exchange. And they will be first to that break point. And they will have the lead. Of course, just as I say that, North Brunswick moves to the front from lane 5. Main straightaway. Second exchange on the track now. Baker Street moving to second place now and challenging North Brunswick now down the back straight. This is a tight race here. This is as close as we've seen any of the heats so far. North Brunswick, our leaders. Baker Street in second, the Jesuits in third. And now North Brunswick in control down the back straightaway with less than 100 meters to go.
Wow.
The Jesuits moving into second place and gaining ground with each and every stride. Have they left it too late? Yeah, North Brunswick is going to take it 129.12, I believe, is that time. Rounded down 129.11, the official time for North Brunswick. The Jesuits in second, 130.90. Baker Street, 131.11. And again, that bubble time, that time to beat 127.73 by Bergen Catholic. And again, I bet you they are now just all gathered together, arm in arm, arms around each other's shoulders. Praying to the powers that be that they managed to squeak out here and advance to that final. And I can't even imagine how excited any of these teams would be, but especially that team that just got in on 8th place. That is so exciting.
Well, you mentioned that being accepted, when you get that email through, you're like, wait, my time has been accepted? I'm invited to New Balance? That right there is a prize in itself.
21 of 22,
All
Severna
right.
Park in 2, Legion TC in 3, Rams Track Club in 4, Eastern Tech in 5, and Clarksville TC in 6. On the outside, Clarksville TC.
Way to utilize that bank.
So Clarksville, our leaders. Swinging wide to challenge on the outside. The Rams, and we're zigging and zagging here. So a whole bunch of yellow flags going up in my peripherals.
Yeah, I'm going to let you handle that one. You're the play-by-play.
Clarksville, Legion, Rams, 1, 2, and 3. Here comes Severna, swinging wide to challenge. Look at this, 4 wide. Through the exchange, and the anchor legs will take it from here.
Hard to believe we're on heat 21.
21 of 22. Here we go. Far turn, main straightaway. Final strides to the line. 129.35, the winning time. Clarksville will take it. Legion in second, 130.20. The Rams round out the top 3 at 131.43.
And I hope a lot of these teams walk away with having PRs today, especially if you're taking a PR 129 or better into the outdoor season, come on now. We'll see you at New Balance Outdoor.
A little bit of confidence, yeah, after a long indoor season, heading to the outdoors. Last and final qualifying heat, the boys 4x200 meter relay. We have Linden TC in 3, Odessa Track Club in 4, PRP High School in 5, and the Hawks in the outside lane 6.
There's some action going on in the field as well. Long jump, high jump, 8 utilization of space. They had 2 high jumps going on today, so you don't have a lot of kids just sitting around waiting to go. You can get finals underway.
Yep.
Not enough time for your legs to have any fatigue to set in on them. This is our last heat.
This is it. Final one for the boys. First exchange, the Hawks on the outside, lane 6. A little bit of drop baton there in 4, Odessa Track Club. But a good recovery.
So, Steve, if you're an official, are you the starter, or are you throwing in flags?
If I'm an official, if I'm an official, I'd be a high jump official.
There we go. Why
Yeah.
the high jump?
I don't know. I like that event. I think if I were an athlete to do it over again, I'd like to be a field eventer. I think sometimes those are like real athletes. You know,
Completely.
they have
Absolutely.
rhythm, they have explosive powers, you know, and yeah, they have fun with it, and they don't have to run so much.
That's the entire part right there. If I was a hurdler. If I had it to do over again, I'd really want to run the 200. Now, that doesn't mean I want to run the 1 or the 4.
Yeah.
I just would want to run the 200.
Yeah. You were a hurdler, you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if I were to do it over again, I would. Hurdlers are real athletes. But here are the Hawks coming through in 130, 88, 130, 82. Yeah. Hurdler's a real athlete. You're a real athlete. You got rhythm, you got power, you got speed.
Well, keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, the hurdle just became an opportunity to take some speed and have some fun. And I had a coach that believed in me and didn't really put any barriers in my way. There was no fear. And
Yeah.
I've been coined as the wild child, so that was an opportunity for me to really let loose and have a good time. And not too many complaints about it. And let's just be very clear. I ran the 100-meter hurdle. Your girl wasn't doing 400, 300. I'm trying to get on every relay, so I'm off of that. Steve, they got your times up there. See them green checks?
Yeah, that's right. All those green checks. Those are our qualifiers. Look at that big blue mark up front, though. 124.37.
We're breaking high school records?
By Archbishop Carroll. High
Prelims?
school national record from the heats. Now we'll go to the girls 4x200 meter relays. This will be heat number 1 of 20. So same thing, top 8 times advance to the final. Here we have Hillsborough High School in 2, Avon Track Club of Connecticut in 3, Lake Braddock Track Club in 4, V. Tessie Track Club in 5, and Lower Merion Athletics in the outside lane 6.
20 heat. All right. They'll be bringing some heat for sure.
So we have a pretty awesome announcing team. You, along with Mark Davis, who is an Olympian. Kate represented Canada in the Olympics. You've made some teams.
Our friendly neighbors in Canada. I saw a few Canadians today. I was like, I just want you to know we're good.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, love it. Yeah.
The Speed Academy, she is a lovely coach, and her name is blanking on me right now. But I see her all over. I'm like, you live in Canada.
Yeah.
You can barely get a coach that's a few miles from a track to show up at something. But she brings a quality team. I believe one of her girls made the finals, ran close to 55 seconds to get that 400 tomorrow.
So Vitesse, our leaders on the main straightaway. Coming up on the 3rd and final exchange. Lower Merion in 2nd, Lake Braddock in 3rd, Avon in 4th. But all alone up front, Vitesse.
Wow. Maybe they took some notes from Archbishop Carroll.
Yeah.
Get out and get in front and make a statement.
That's right.
You don't want to be the bubble team.
Meet record 135.62 by Bullis set in 2023. Vitesse coming across that line. 139.47.
We'll definitely see some Bullets A, B, C, D, E, G.
Yeah.
I'm sure Bullis, Archbishop Carroll, maybe Union Catholic's got a 4x2 in here.
So heat number 2, we've got Bangor running in 2, Milton Track Club in 3, Patriot Track Club in 4, Bullis in 5, and I-270 Track Club on the outside lane 6. Bullis lane 5, the meet record holders, and we'll see what happens here. Bullis in 5, already making up the stagger on the outside at I-270 Track Club.
So where are they on I-270?
That's a great question.
I'm curious, and every time I see that team, I'm like, where are they on I-270?
I think it's a creative name. I like the.
Definitely
I love seeing the names pop up. Makes it a bit difficult when we're doing our research and homework, but
sure.
But always give credit to the teams for coming up with such creative names. Bullis leading halfway through this 4x2 in 48 seconds.
As you said, watching some of these screens, I'm forgetting to look at the track, and as I take a peek at it, I like what I'm seeing. I got a little pressure back there.
I-270 creeping back in it. Anchor legs now poised to carry the stick the rest of the way. A little bit of a hiccup there through that final exchange, but everyone stays on their feet. And Bullis leading down the back straightaway, I-270 TC giving great chase now with less than 100 meters to go.
Like we talked about earlier, you're taking these times. In what, 2 weeks you're going outdoors, getting ready for spring practice?
I mean, some teams have already started their outdoor season.
That would be us in Michigan. We started this week.
We're in Michigan, really?
Yes.
Wow. I thought it was just teams in the South that were starting so early.
It would only make sense for us to start in June when school is out. I mean, there's frost warning and people can't put plants in the ground yet.
Spring season is the worst.
That's it.
So Bullis takes it 138.25.
We're 2 in.
We'll go now to heat number 3. Sharon in 2, Mustang TC in 3, Norristown Eagles in 4, Liverpool Track Club in 5, and Mount DeSales in the outside lane 6.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
I've heard of a Liverpool club before.
Yeah.
Any relation there? Not sure.
I know. I wonder if that was meant, you know, is it actually Liverpool, you know, Kentucky or wherever they're from, or is it, you know, just a quartet of people that really enjoy, you know, their football fans, you know?
There we go. As they would say, true football, right?
Yeah. Well, moving well on the outside. Mount DeSales in 6. On their inside, Liverpool. And Mount DeSales first to the break point, leading down the back straightaway. A tightly bunched group. Whipping around that far turn into the main straightaway. Liverpool.
Good exchange.
That was a great exchange.
Ooh, that was nice and clean. We haven't said that too much today, but I liked her confidence. Yeah, we've had some zigging, some zagging, some dropping, and some toe stepping on that rail, but that was nice and clean.
Final exchange now.
Good high hand.
Getting a little too excited, maybe took off a little bit early.
Little bit.
But clean through the exchange zone, leading down the back straightaway. The race is theirs. They just got to get that stick around.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see some of the the third legs. We saw that with the McNamara Mustangs. They seem to bring that extra oomph. Not saying that the anchors couldn't hold it down, but it seemed that there was some strategy behind their third legs being able to finish strong.
Liverpool takes the win 141.34. Mount DeSales in second with a great anchor, closing that gap. 141.96 with a 24.26 close. Mustangs round out the top 3 at 144.04.
And we are at heat 4.
That's right.
Now walking down those stairs isn't too bad after running 200.
200, yeah. I could do that.
You could totally do that. You've run, you said a 5K?
Yeah, but
it took me about 6 months to run a 5K.
So here we go, heat number 4, Classical TC in 3, Portage in 4, the Roadrunners in 5, Snyder in 6.
I'm going to work on getting you a crown, potentially a medal, because the view you have here, you'd be great motivation for these athletes to say, oh my gosh.
Now I'm lucky, being local, and I announce here quite often, but this is the best seat in the house. This is incredible.
I would agree.
Usually when announcing track meets, you're perched high above and far away.
How about
with
the
obstructions
beams in front of you?
Yeah.
And equipment.
Yeah.
And even some wires to the right.
I mean, this is absolutely beautiful.
I mean, this is true suite level. I think we have it better than the VIPs down at the end.
100%.
The only thing I don't like from here is the flags. But again, I'm going to leave that to you, Steve.
So heat 4 up off and on their way. Once again from the inside out, Classical TC, Roadrunners, and Snyder. Portage there with a false start.
And I was just going to mention how our starting officials have been handling so well. We haven't had too many false starts.
Yeah.
I've also even seen them hand out some green cards, which I can always appreciate a national championship. You get here, you do not want a red card.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to ride home with your coach in a car.
Yeah.
With a red or a yellow card.
A little bit more difficult when it is the championship sections where, there are finalists involved. You never know. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, I think the officials will go with the green card unless it's just so overly blatant.
Nice exchange.
Great exchange halfway through. The Roadrunners with the lead. Classical in 2. Snyder running in 3rd.
She's moving well down that backstretch. I'm going to take this from my man, Steve. Good textbook execution.
Main straightaway, 3rd exchange, anchor legs.
Steve, these 3rd legs have really been bringing it. I mean, if you are a traditional coach, you're thinking of your anchor being like that dog. But these 3rd legs have literally been the glue, keeping these teams together.
We have seen some wild moves in that 3rd leg for sure. Making some big moves and advancing or increasing their lead or, keeping it close. The Roadrunners are going to take it. 142.40 the official time now. Snyder in 2nd, 144.17, and rounding out the top 3 in the field in Heat 4 Classical, 146.24.
So what slides you into that 8th place right now? What's that bubble time?
That's right, 142.80 is the bubble time. Lower Marion Athletics, 142.80. Fastest time so far, Bullis, 138.25. They're the meet record holders from 2023. I wonder if that quartet from Bullis with the top time so far, I wonder if they know that their team has the meet record.
I would say knowing their coaches, yes.
Yeah.
But I also would say it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah.
Knowing them, but I mean, like I've been up in the warm-up a little bit, and I'm wondering if these teams are doing a combination of like their rookies and their vets to just kind of slide through, which is kind of scary because that means the finals are going to be, as the kids say, lit.
Yeah.
Literally.
So there's the gun for Heat 5. TC Judges in 2, Flower City in 3, West Orange in 4, MVP League in 5, and Windsor Track 0695 in the outside lane 6. Always encouraging athletes to become students of their sport, so I hope the Bullis team looked up the meet records, especially a team that is, up top and, can be running not just for the win, but for meet records, national records.
And as well as connected in that depth is, I'm sure that those alumni are not letting this current team forget who still has that record. Now MVP, the gentlemen were blazing the track a little bit earlier today. Coach Maurice might know what you're doing on over there. Well, it looks like you do know what you're doing. That was a nice, clean exchange right there.
Halfway through in 48.83. MVP is our leader. Windsor Track in second, West Orange in third.
Excellent camera view right here. Being able to see it pull wide open on the backstretch.
Third and final exchange on the track now.
Oh, I like it. Could have been inside lane 1 a little bit. I'm sure coach will get on her, but as long as it's clean and we're getting around, we're taking it.
Yeah, with the live stream being wonderful, I wonder if coaches will go back and show the team, hey, look, this is what happened. This is what we might need to work on.
That's a good point, Steve.
But main straightaway MVP league rising to the top and getting it done, 137.77.
Why not?
Yeah, that is the second fastest time of the day. Oh, now they've changed it to 137.76, so matches. Oh, excuse me, that is the fastest time. Yeah, that's how fast the overall results compile.
Heat 5.
So MVP league now the fastest team, 137.76. Bullis, the second fastest team at 138.25. The bubble time now 142.17 by Windsor.
And we have 15 heats to go.
We got so many more heats to go. So heat number 6 of 20 on the track now. Newton North Track Club in 2, Blue Devils in 3, Borough Panthers in 4, Lancaster City in 5, and Guilderland Track Club in 6.
There goes that DJ with the hit. I'm gonna call him hit maker when I see him. Because if you don't make it to this final, he is creating a memorable experience for you here. Like you will remember where you were when this song played and what time you ran and what that split was.
Lancaster City Track Club, first to the exchange in lane 5, and I love how they're getting loud there.
We still have 15 heats to go.
Yeah.
And the energy's still here.
Second exchange on the track will be halfway through in just a moment. 50 points for Lancaster City.
Well, why not? I love this camera view. And as soon as so it's panning here, quick, what?
Borough Panthers in second, Blue Devils in third, Guilderland and Newton North rounding out the field. Third and final exchange on the main straightaway now.
What slides them in there? What's our bubble time?
Bubble time, 142.17. That's the time to beat.
All right, so all our track newbies, Steve's enlightened us with what bubble time is. We're expecting you to throw that terminology in when talking track and field now.
Main straightaway now. Lancaster City getting it done. 141.18. That'll get them in.
All right.
Borough Panthers in second, 143.68. And Guilderland Track Club rounding out the top three, 143.74. Heat number 7 of 20 on the track now. Oberlin Spikes in 2, Roadrunners in 3, Riverdale in 4, Bullis, their B team in 5. And just as I give those lane assignments, they change on us. Roadrunners in 3, Riverdale in 4, Bullis in 5.
You're just checking that, making sure you're sharp.
Oh yeah. They're like, you know what did he just say? Yeah, we're gonna change all that.
See, DJ's got you moving.
Oh yeah. I don't sit still well, actually.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I was shocked that you were scheduled and slated in here to be
And it
sitting.
seems that I'm scheduled in both at one time. But they're like, Steve, it's a great play-by-play. And I'm like, let's go do this then. And I'm like, live stream? Oh, I'm the color analyst, right? No problem. Me and my boy Steve will take care of you.
A big move by Bullis down the back straightaway to take over the lead of this race now on the main straightaway.
I will say during the prelims, it is an opportunity to come and give some insight on the stream.
Yeah. So Bullis just running away from a very talented field assembled here today.
And that's the B team.
And it is the B. Wow.
So
yeah.
I'm going to definitely get a hold of a rulebook, Bullis and Archbishop Carroll, because you very well could have two teams in the finals on the podium.
Yeah.
Which is not against the rules. I'm just giving them a hard time.
Yeah. Bullis, Riverdale, and the Roadrunners, 1, 2, and 3 now down the back straightaway. Bullis with less than 100 meters to go.
Yeah, there's nothing in the rulebook that says you can't have really fast athletes.
Yeah.
Times 2, times 4, times 8 on your team.
That's the goal.
It is.
139.47 for Bullis, their B team. Again, the meet record holders from 2023. On the track now, heat number 7. Oh, that was heat number 7. This is heat number 8. And we've got Bloomfield Track Club of Connecticut in 2, Roadrunners in 3, both B teams. Wadsworth Grizzlies in 4, Bloomfield Track Club in 5, and Archbishop Carroll's B team in 6. Now, how about this? You get all the way to the national championships, and you get to race your A and B team in the same section. I'd be kind of bummed about that, you know. not that they traveled too far. It's still a New England state.
Those are the kind of problems us track coaches like to have, right? And if I'm an athlete, if I'm on that B team, I'm doing everything I can to be noticed to give them that A team.
Yeah, 100%. So Bloomfield has an A and a B team. Right now, lane 5, Archbishop Carroll's B team. Oh, a little quick. Initially, white flag, then changed to a yellow. We'll see what happens there. But running the tangent down the back straightaway, Archbishop Carroll leading this 4x2. Main straightaway now for the second exchange. We'll be halfway through. That was a great exchange right through there.
It was clean and seamless.
Yeah.
As good as you saw it on the screen is what it looked like right here.
Blind exchange, whipped that hand back in one stride, received the baton, and off she went.
Wow, check out Archbishop Carroll's anchor leg right here. Trying to get back in it. Well worth the fight. I spoke prematurely, the anchor. I'm sorry. Again, that's that third leg we've been seeing all day today.
I thought you said you were setting up the anchor leg. That's what you said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate the correction. As I was watching her move through on that final on the backstretch, I was a bit mesmerized. Again, thinking that third leg was the anchor leg.
So Bloomfield on the main straightaway, digging deep, looking for that extra gear to get themselves across that line and into that final. 142.16 will do just that, I think. Nope, they will be just shy. 141.96 is the bubble time.
Does that say heat 9?
Heat number 9.
All right, we're almost to that halfway point.
Almost halfway there. The Panther Track Club in 2, Cardinal Track Club in 3, Rams Track Club in 4, St. Anthony's in 5, and DC Cadets in the outside lane 6. Up, off, and away we go. Heat number 9. Panthers, Cardinals, Rams, St. Anthony's, and DC Cadets. DC Cadets in 6. Rams TC in 4. Rams TC first to the exchange, and now they appear to be in the lead. Around the near turn, now moving well to that break point. Cardinal Track Club, Panther Track Club in 2.
I spoke to the Rams TC coach today. He's out of Virginia. He's a sprint coach, and he became a coach because his sons were running. And I'm like, isn't that what we all, we jump in and then we're like, wait, my son's graduated. My daughter's married with kids. Wait, I'm coaching kids that I coach their kids? Okay.
St. Anthony's and the Rams, 1 and 2. Moving well around the far turn into the main straightaway. Nice and high through that exchange zone. St. Anthony's, our leaders, but being hunted by the Rams TC, and the Rams are moving out to challenge down that back straightaway. St. Anthony's doing a great job keeping them on the outside. A great defensive move as she comes around the far turn into the main straightaway for final strides towards the line, almost losing her balance, but getting it done and hanging on. 142.66.
Steve, I haven't heard too many people use the defensive tactic.
Okay.
And I like that.
Yeah.
Because it is. When you're thinking of defense, you're typically thinking of a sport with the ball.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah, when you're heading down, especially in these 4x2s or any of the sprints around the oval, if you're heading down the back straightaway and you feel somebody coming up on your shoulder, you know, you want to be in the lead on the inside lane, running the least amount of distance around the turns, you know. So accelerate a little bit, keep them on the outside, force them to run wide, and, you know, hopefully it works out for you.
Especially on this bank track. And if you don't have any experience doing that, we saw.
So here we go, Heat 10, and this is one you might want to pay attention to. Indy Track Club in 3, WETC in 4, Archbishop Carroll in 5, Radar Running in 6. I mean, just the singlet, the uniforms alone from Archbishop Carroll just scream, I'm a champion.
Drop the mic on that one. But we'll keep reporting. Good exchange and nice handoff. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was clean.
That looked...
Steve, that was textbook.
That looked professional.
I mean, we've seen a lot of handoffs today.
Yeah.
They call her the Cookie Monster, just so you know. She is a, they're going to be mad I say this, but she is the other USC commit. And that's Archbishop Carroll with another nice, clean exchange. Looking to maybe get a little bit of redemption from that relay group earlier. All right, and we're watching Archbishop Carroll looking to make a statement. Nice exchange once again. And I'm hoping that they were able to see what that relay group had earlier today and they made some corrections. Steve stepped away, so you're stuck with me. I'm not nearly as good as a play-by-play as him, but I will bring this energy and this excitement. And the crowd is... Ooh! The crowd is matching that energy that you just seen with Archbishop Carroll, 138.65. Third fastest time of the day with no real competition on him. Definitely took note of the mistakes from that Archbishop Carroll group early on. Coach Vic and Coach Ra will be pleased. So you got MVP League at 137.76, Bullis 138.25, and Archbishop Carroll. And let's not forget, you got Bullis B in there too. They must have took notes from the Archbishop Carroll men's. $141.34, Steve. That's what they need to sneak on in here. But as I look at those compiled results, Bullis is in there twice.
That's wild.
And they're up in like the top. They're not on the bubble.
Yeah. Well, here we have Natick Track Club in 2, Duxbury Track Club in 3, Hamden Dragons in 4, and WETC in 5 with Rapid Track Club in 6. We have 2 teams that go by the Dragons.
So sometimes this this seat up here is good, and then the other part of it's like, no, don't run out the extended zone.
So halfway through this 4x2, and we've got a dead heat. WETC halfway through in 50.47. The Rapid Track Club in second place, right by their side, just a stride behind now. WTC running very well.
I like that. Neon and pink, it's giving me Sour Patch.
I was gonna say, you
vibes.
can't miss them, that's for sure.
Nah, and they don't want to be missed.
WETC, it sounds like a radio show.
It does sound like a radio show.
WETC. If you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. A fantastic day of hot track action here at the track at New Balance. And again, for you math nerds out there, happy Pi Day, everybody.
So I'm definitely a math nerd, and when you said pie, I just went like, oh, like Boston cream pie, like coconut cream pie?
Like March 14th.
Yes. My grandfather would appreciate that. He's a true genius.
All right.
I missed the boat on that one. I'm like, hey, what kind of pie are we having here? Like, not that kind of pie. Yeah.
Up, off, and away we go with heat number 12 of 20. The Trotters Track Club in 2, Angel Flight Track Club in 3, Harry Truman in 4, Dudley Panthers in 5, Freedom TC, and the outside lane 6. Rapid Track Club is the bubble team at 140.97. That's the time to beat, 140.97. That's something I haven't seen before. Our leading team out in front, matching hair with the shorts.
Ooh.
I love it.
I think they call that swag.
That's so much swag.
That is. She wanted to make sure you noticed that. And
Yeah.
guess what? Everyone on the live stream now knows who to look for.
Love it, yeah. So that's Dudley Panthers. Harry Truman in
wow.
second place.
Gosh, look at that lead. That's two different races we're watching.
That's
That, Steve, I cannot say it enough. The third legs today have been everything.
3 wide.
Gosh.
Through the final exchange, Dudley Panthers our leader. Everybody trying to give chase. Angel Flight in second. Freedom TC in third. Truman in fourth. Trotters in fifth, but everybody chasing Dudley Panthers. They could almost watch the Panthers finish from the other side of the track. They're so far ahead. 138.79.
Why not?
That would be the fourth fastest time of the day.
gave a little space between those two Bullets teams.
Yeah.
That only makes it fair for the rest of us, right?
There's a couple teams sandwiched in between the Bullis teams just to make it interesting.
And you know, just to be fair, we're not knocking that. We're saying you're in the company of greatness.
Yeah.
Because they're holding that record, and those Bullis alumni, I guarantee you, there's text messages coming through their Instagram DM saying, you know we still got that record, right?
Giddy up. 13 of 20 on the track now. Amherst Hurricanes in 3, West Springfield in 4, McNamara Mustangs in 5, and Sky's the Limit TC in 6.
I like that Sky's the Limit.
Did you have a club team name that was a wild one, or just like your town or high school with the TC put on the end?
Yeah, so you know, what is important about it is my coach, he founded the first women's track club in Michigan. So before women could run track for the governing, Michigan Association, he made a track club called Ann Arbor Track Club for Women. And I ran under that club. Many of women all over this country have ran in that club, and it sent me to USC for free. He ended up passing away several years ago, and they gave the club to me, and I was like, I don't know one thing. But what's interesting is now he never, ever changed boys. Well, now I train a boy here or there. So when their name comes up, it says Ann Arbor Track Club for Women. And I'm like, my coach would have a fit if he knew that I trained that track club. So there's a fun joke between my athletes that they're like, they're running for the Ann Arbor Track Club. I said, you're absolutely right, you're running for the So it's not too fun or exciting, but there's some history behind it.
I think that's a great story.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic story.
No, they find fun in it, and it also shows that they support that. It doesn't matter what the team says, is that we're here supporting women. And
I love that.
They're trailblazers.
Yeah.
1975, I believe, he started that club.
That's incredible.
Yeah, we're not gonna get rid of that name anytime soon.
Love it.
We abbreviated AAYTC, and
yeah,
that'll be that. So that's what they'll be called here. You'll see them in the shuttle hurdle relay on Sunday.
Well, that's the Mustangs coming across first.
And that name is not unfamiliar at all.
Nope. We have seen them come across the line first many times throughout the last couple days. The Mustangs will take it 139.33. The Hurricanes in second, 143.29.
Are we at our half? Whoa! There we go.
That was a big jump.
Light work. Are those feet? Are we looking at the feet on the other side?
That looks to be 7 feet.
I mean,
Yeah.
I am not a high jump official, so please don't come for me in the comments. But from where I'm looking at, that bar is at 7 feet.
Yeah.
Steve's gonna fact check us, so there's meters on there.
7 feet and a quarter inch. Big make for Ryan Buskey from Sky's the Limit. I was gonna say, when you said
no
I like
pun
Sky's the
intended.
Limit, I was like, yeah, that seems like a track club for like jumpers or
There
pole
we go.
vaulters.
Well, they're playing on your heart.
Wow.
With you wanting to be the high jump guy. You running it back.
Yeah. Where are we? Girls 4x2.
We're on 14
We're
or 20?
on heat number 14
All
of
right.
20 with the top 8 advancing to that final. Huntington Highlanders in 2, Nyack in 3, South Shore in 4, Monteverde Academy in 5, and Ranger Track Club in 6. Montverde in 5, first to the exchange, first to the break point, and they have control of the race going down that back straightaway. Ranger Track Club in 6, Cleveland's in 2nd place. Nyack TC in 3. Halfway through in 49 point.
That's a familiar name in track and field. Mount Verde Academy.
Oh, yeah.
But I am going to throw a little shade.
Uh-oh,
because
here we
they
go.
get the sunshine all year. So,
Yeah,
you know, running indoor, I don't know how much it actually hinders any performance. but
yeah.
only creates high expectations for people that get to train outdoors all year round. You know, it drops to 65 in Florida. They're in parkas.
Third leg and, anchor legs on the track now.
Well, exactly. You see the mistake you made?
Yeah.
In my mind, those third legs have been bringing it like anchors.
Straight up fire on the main straightaway. 138.58.
Nice strong finish through the line.
It's a very strong finish.
She looks like she can run another lap. I'm guessing we'll see that team probably in a 4x4 on Sunday.
That's a big, big anchor. 23.31.
And she did that with ease.
Bubble time now to the 100th of a second, 1,000th of a second to break a tie.
There's that math guy.
Yeah.
The pies and the 1,000ths of a second.
Heat number 15 of 20 has Concord in 2, North Brunswick in 3, Crofton in 4, Westlake Village in 5, and Griffin's Track Club in the outside lane 6. Westlake Village in 5, Griffins in the outside in 6, but it is Westlake Village in 5 making up that stagger by just a little bit. And they will be first to the exchange. Clean through. They'll be first to the break point, and they'll have control of this race down the back straightaway. Westlake Village and the Griffins, 1 and 2. Main straightaway, second exchange will be halfway through.
Saw a little trip up back on that bank. I guess it's not like riding a bike. Like once you do it once, you just remember.
Yeah.
And we're on heat 15.
This is heat 15.
All right.
Anchor legs now taking control. Griffins
very
trying to make up that difference.
Exchange.
Wow, Westlake running away. What a great anchor.
Literally running away.
Powering away now down that final straightaway. 139.32. That'll get him into that final.
Past the finish line. Nice work, Coach.
23.98 final lap for Westlake Village.
And I would say this respectfully, that little thing, she was moving out there strong and powerful.
Yeah.
She had some textbook running, knees were high, elbows were back, and I like that execution through the finish line. Well done. I hope I run into her when I get out this booth.
You can hear the crowd chanting, clapping for our high jumpers. Oh, it's another big make.
Get off the mat, get off the mat, get off the mat.
As the meet record, as the number 4 jump of the year. Everett Gilbert from Flegels Fires.
Wow. That was definitely the best seat in the house to watch that.
100%.
Oh, man.
Can't beat it.
All right, Steve, I'm itching. Maybe a high jump is something. Ooh, that was special. You see, I'm like, get off the mat, get off the mat, get off the mat, get off the mat.
Yeah, heat number 16 of 20, Odessa Track Club in 2, Scorpions in 3, Garrison Forest in 4, and South Dade Express in 6. Bullis's C team was a scratch in this one.
Oh.
So.
Well, thanks, Bullish, for saving some of the lanes for the rest of us.
Yeah.
And each one of these teams had a very clean exchange right here. I was eyeballing all of them. which does make a huge difference on if you got that, just enough shakiness can put you behind. But all of them had clean exchanges, and they're roughly, you got shoulder to shoulder and one not but 10 meters behind.
So Garrison Forest School are leaders. South Dade Express in second. Scorpions rounding up the top three. Big battle up front between Garrison Forest and South Dade. Main straightaway for the third and final exchange. The anchor legs side by side and stride for stride. Bumping and grinding going on.
Hey, I like that side by side, stride for stride. Yeah, Steve, you got bars. That's what they say. Steve's dropping his album. Look for it on iTunes, Spotify. It's going to be streaming somewhere soon.
Well, 141.40 for South Dade. Again, that was heat 16 of 20. 16-20. Bubble time now, 1:39.465. That's right, to the 1,000th of a second. And it's Bullis's B team.
Not only have you enlightened us with Pi Day, you've thrown us some terminology with bubble time.
Sure.
Everyone on this stream is now confident. If they were in jeopardy and they said, the time that bubble time. I'll take 1,000 for track and field terminology, Steve.
So up, off, and away we go. Lions TC in 2. Rancocas Valley in 3. The Bulldogs in 4. Lane 4 in lane 5. And the Carolina Cavaliers in lane 6.
All right, now we've got Beyonce texting hold him home. We might be spending here a little bit more time, Steve. We're supposed to kick us off soon, but I don't know.
Have you seen? Do you know who the DJ is here? Have you seen him?
I've seen him, but I haven't talked to him.
Okay.
And then when I'm on the straightaways down there, I'm like, DJ, turn me up, and he just hits me with something that takes me back to what I probably should have been doing in the 2000s.
He's a great guy, doing a great job, but yeah, nerdiest white guy you'll have ever meet. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
I'm gonna go holler at him. I'll be like, I got Steve that got bars.
He's great.
But he's been banger
Yeah,
after
100%.
banger, and it's been generational.
It's been fantastic. An absolute delight. Carolina Cavaliers, lane 4. That's the battle on the main straightaway now, coming up on the anchor leg. Final exchange. Let's see what happens here.
Okay.
It was a great exchange for the Cavaliers. Lane 4 is moving well around that turn and down that back straightaway. Well in control now with less than 100 meters to go.
Wow. Here's those. Now, this is that anchor leg that we've been talking about. This is what our third legs have been looking like today.
Yeah.
How she is bringing this relay in. Ooh! No lean needed, baby girl. You have
No,
it.
you got it.
Oh, our high jumper's going up out of 7 feet.
Hey, big shout out to my homeboy, Matt Down, and watching on the live stream from New Balance.
What's up, Matt? You got bars like your boy Steve? Because he's got me energized.
Oh, that's Matt. I meant Matt, not Andy. It's Matt.
Oh.
Matt, how have you been? Haven't seen you in forever, bud.
We appreciate you. Well, with 25 heats and 47 other heats, we got to keep it interesting.
Yeah. Matt, you know the guy who's in charge of that. He's your brother.
Okay, what heat? We're inching.
We are at heat number 18 of 20.
And what's our bubble time?
Bubble time. That's a great question.
130. Oh, look at how tight
Yeah.
they are.
It's still Bullis' B team on the
Bullis' B
bubble.
team. Okay.
139, 465.
And MVP league with that 137.76 is holding tight.
That's the
But
time
I
to
mean,
beat.
just looking at this, thinking about what that final looks like, 137, 138, 138, 139.
It's going to be wild.
And we'll be here for it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, that's all right. That's
Just
all right.
Looking like Gumby. He's bending so much out there. My gosh.
So do you, when he hit that 7 foot, he had the meet record. Do you do it again? I know they like to come on that attempt,
Yeah.
but I also feel like as an athlete, you're like, it's just not enough for us sometimes.
Yeah.
You get a little greedy.
Yeah.
Which I totally understand.
Yeah.
Because you're going to walk, if you don't do it, you walk away thinking, what if I could have done? But then when you do it and you miss the attempt, you're kind of like, gosh, I should have just walked away.
Yeah. Border City AC, our leaders, Red Hawk Track in second, Moses Brown in third, Paramus Catholic in fourth, Minnesik TC rounding out the field here. Anchor legs now.
Quakers, are they close to Plymouth?
No, no.
I figured there had to be some type of genealogy.
Should be,
connection between
sure. Border City well out in front, in control, and they will take it home. Will it be fast enough to get themselves into that final? No, it will not.
Great effort, though. Great effort.
140.17 for Border City. Red Hawk 143.36. Moses Brown rounds out the top three at 144.62. A fantastic heat there.
I'm going to have to get on this DJ's Instagram page and scroll him a little bit because he is playing the bangers. I mean, he knows what's hot and what's not, and he
Killing
keeps
it.
it coming. And it's just Friday.
Yeah. Oh, 2 more days to go.
You can introduce me to him?
Oh, yeah.
You know him?
Oh, yeah.
All right, he's Boston people.
West Coast. I think he's one of the Pacific Northwest guys that are here with, I think. Heat number 19, the penultimate heat, the unseeded heat.
Did you say
Here we go.
That was clever.
Easton area in 2, USA JA in 3, Grassfield TC in 4, Maury Track Club in 5, and Willingboro Girls Track in 6.
So if you can't find Steve doing the live stream later on this weekend, it's because he's got bars.
Oh, yeah.
And he might be somewhere else.
Sure, I'll be on the 1s and 2s. Lane.
And I'll be his hype girl for sure.
That would be phenomenal. Willingboro Girls Track in lane 6 on their inside. Maury Track Club in 5. So Maury Track Club first to the break point. They'll have the advantage down the back straightaway.
There you go. There you go.
Main straightaway coming up on the final exchange. And we're a dead heat. Maury Track Club, Willingboro Girls Track. Trying to get into that final. They need to run 139.465.
Not that we're counting 100ths of millis in between that after half of a second.
No kidding.
Not that we're breaking anything down by pi.
Yeah. Maury TC takes it 140.44 for the win. Willingboro Girls Track in second, 142.31. Easton area rounds out the top three at 145.94. We go now to the final qualifying heat, heat number 20. And with one heat to go.
Say it again,
With one heat to go, Bullis' B team is hanging on by a thread. 139.465.
I'm a Bullis
The
fan.
time to beat.
I can guarantee you there's not too many teams in here that wouldn't feel bad if Bullis just wiggled into that number 9 spot.
Yeah, I think I see a team that might try and get themselves across that line
and
one tick faster.
They were wearing a different color. They're not in their traditional white and I don't know if that's royal blue, but Union Catholic is out here sporting something real customized by New Balance.
Lions TC in 2, Angels Track Club in 3, Union Catholic TC in 5, Robinson TC in 6. And now, oh yeah, that looks fantastic.
That is. That's what you call exclusive. And if you're looking to purchase anything like that, I guarantee if you get on New Balance's team website, they can make something for you.
Yeah, that's as custom as you can get.
That is it's giving me like the girl from X-Men.
Sure.
That was able to go from the blue. What is Magneto was her?
Yeah.
I can't think of Mystique.
Yes.
Hey, New Balance.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to give me some point on that one, all right? That is the Mystique.
That is the Mystique uniform.
That is the Mystique uniform, and they might run a Mystique time. Oh. And you know what? I'm wondering if these lanes were random or not, because you got Union Catholic in the 20th heat.
Yeah.
And I can't see them not making a final.
I know. We'll see what happens here. Robinson TC first to the exchange. A little bit of a bobble through that exchange zone. Bobble?
Okay, so we got bobble. You've had quite a few terminologies. Before we leave, please. I got to grab those from you.
So Robinson well out in front. Lions in second, Union Catholic in third. We'll see what happens here.
All right, Rams, I see you with the blind exchange on the 4x2 on the inside. Go ahead, Coach. That's brave. Go ahead, Rams. We see Union Catholic on the back trying to make a push.
Yeah. Here we go. Far turn main straightaway for the third and final exchange. Robinson in control. They just have to get that stick around.
There we go. Way to take control of it.
And we'll see if they can beat that time.
Just what a difference every single sound exchange makes when you get to your ankle leg.
1:39.47, the time to beat. I don't think it's going to happen. It doesn't mean they didn't give a great effort. Robinson TC all the way through in 1:40.89 for the win.
And you know what? I see our teammates up there jumping up and down. I love to see that level of excitement for a PR.
Yeah.
And I think those two Bullets teams held tight, huh?
Yeah, I think the other noise coming from the crowd, I think, was from the Bullets team, realizing that their B team will make that final.
All right. Can you look at those times, Steve?
Smoking.
What is that final going to look like?
Yeah, MVP League 137.76, the only team in the 137s.
And they ran that with not too much pressure on
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Well, sometimes that's how you get that fast time.
That's how you
know?
do?
Yeah.
Dave's kicking us out of
Oh,
here.
yes. Candace, it's been wonderful
How
announcing
about we
these
do it
races
again?
with you. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
David Milner will be taking over, and it's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
All right, so if you're just joining us, this is Dave Milner taking over for Steve, and you're watching the first heat of the boys distance medley relay. the first of 4 heats. We're getting faster as we go. And in this first heat, we'll have Arlington Track Club, Trotters, E.O. Smith, Brookline, Fairport, Natick, Rocket City, Union Catholic, Wexford Flats, Spartans, Huguenot Track Club, Methacton, Toledo St. Francis, Tiger Elite, Breen Track Club, BC Cadets, and the Mavericks. So 18 teams slugging it out here. 20 laps of the track in total. So those of you unfamiliar with the distance medley relay format, the first runner runs 1,200 meters. Next leg is 400 meters, third leg is 800, and then we finish with the metric milers running 1,600 meters. So opening pace, looks like these 1,200 meter runners they come through in about 2:05, 2:06. And leading the way right now is Brookline from a couple of miles down the road. We're in Brighton, Massachusetts here at the track at New Balance. Brookline just about 2.5 miles from here. Brookline have a pretty healthy lead, approaching 1,000 meters, so this first leg runner has a lap left. Fairport is in second place, and Breen Track Club currently occupying third, and a big gap back to Natick in fourth place. Boston Marathon runners will be familiar with some of these towns along the way. Brookline is around 23 miles, Natick around 10K into the course. And the first handoff takes place in 3:08, and Brookline have a healthy lead. Fairport are in second at the handoff. So Brookline split 3:08.43, about 4 seconds up on Fairport. Breen are in third, the DC Cadets B team was in fourth. More about the DC Cadets later because they'll be in the fast section. So these are our 400 meter runners in action now, and they'll hand off to the 800 meter runners. And Brookline handoff at 3:58. That's a solid 50.5, 51 second split for Brookline. We're waiting for our official FAT split to come up on my monitor. In fact, 49.82 was the split for Brookline's quarter miler. Impressive running, and they have about a 5-second lead. Fairport reeling them in a little bit now. Breen still in third place. And now you can see that deficit clearly being reduced. Fairport running well on this 800 meter leg, and they've reduced that deficit from about 5 seconds to 2. And now it looks like Brookline is pulling away a little bit again. With strong running, and that was a dodgy handoff. Like, Myler was almost not ready. He's got a wry grin on his face. He knows he messed up a little bit there, but no harm done. He's off and away. Brookline running away with this first section of the boys' DMR. It's a 30-second opening split, perhaps a little ambitious. A few nerves showing on this opening circuit. So still Brookline out in front. Mavericks in second place, Fairport in third. And the Mavericks have taken over the lead now. Excuse me, Brookline's still in the lead. The Mavericks are in second place. Brookline have about a 75-meter lead. So 600 meters to go, 1,000 meters done for Brookline's anchor runner. Now, I'm not sure that that's the correct lap counter. They were 8:44 on the clock with 2 laps to go. Regardless, Brookline way out in front. They have about an 80-meter lead over the Mavericks. Yeah, I'm not sure this is right. 9:16 at the bell. That would yield an awfully fast time. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if the officials catch this, because I'm quite certain that they've run a lap short, because this would be a national record, and it is not. The national record, 9:53.40 by Basking Ridge High School Valley Project Track Club out of New Jersey last year, and I think our winning team there, Brookline, ran a lap short, and I don't think they realized their mistake. So they are going to be disqualified. Looks like everybody else figured it out. And off camera, I can see the Brookline runners celebrating. They do not realize what has happened. So that means the Mavericks are going to be your winner in 10:35.63. And I think Brookline have just realized their mistake. So Brookline High School are disqualified. Their anchor runner ran a lap short after having the race basically in the bag. So hopefully some valuable lessons learned. But Mavericks Run Club are your winner of Section 1, clocking 10:35.61. As we get ready for Section 2 now. And we'll have 17 teams duking it out here in the second section. Council Rock North, Lawrenceville, Palm Beach Elite, Falcons Track Club, Winchester Track Club, Cougars, Marauders, Greenwich, Brothers Track and Field Club, the Woodsman, Tsunami Track Club, Webster Thomas Titans, Carmel, Legion Track Club, Corning Track Club, the Devils Track Club, and Southington. So I'm joined now by Olympian Kate Van Buskirk.
Great to be with you. This was one of my favorite events, Dave. I love the DMRs.
So we had a little bit of controversy in the first section, Kate. Brookline High School was leading. They had the race sewn up. They were about 10 seconds in front, 11 seconds in front, and their anchor runner ran a lap short to get disqualified. So the win ended up going to the Mavericks. So.
Well, this is one of the dangers about an indoor track and the relays, especially with different distances. A DMR and it's a little clearer in an SMR. A DMR is a little harder to keep track of in terms of lap by lap.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too critical of these young runners, but when they realized they crossed the finish line a little faster than the national record, that should have been a heads up that maybe something was a little bit off.
Or they just thought they were running out of their minds, which we've also seen happen. That happens at New Balance Nationals. That's the magic of this event at this facility.
Yeah, they were just caught up in the excitement. It's a pretty fast opening clip in this second section. They were through in about 61.5. And leading the way are Brothers, wearing hit number 9. Christian Brothers Academy leading the way. Greenwich Track Club from Connecticut are in second place, just off their shoulder. I believe the pacing lights are set for the winning time of the previous heat, which is 10:32. So we are coming up to the 800-meter mark in this opening 1,200-meter leg. And still Christian Brothers Academy leading the way. Greenwich in second. Palm Beach Elite out of Florida currently in third place.
So Dave, this was always one of my favorite events. When I was running collegiately, I ran the 1200 leg frequently because I was kind of in that sweet spot at the time between being a wannabe miler and a wannabe 800 runner, and I wasn't excellent at either yet, and so I found the 1200 really fun. It's nice to run off distances sometimes. It gets you out of your head and into the competition. And again, for those athletes who are kind of between that, 800 mile, 1500 realm, it's perfect.
Well, I think it's fair to say you figured out the mile in pretty short order, being an All-American at that distance.
Well, I got to it eventually. It took a while, but the 1200 was my start as we approach our first handoff here. And we are going to see Palm Beach Elite in the lead. That was a 3:10.33 opening leg.
Yeah,
and they have about a 2-second advantage over Brothers Track and Field Club.
Yeah, it was a really strong last lap on that opening leg by Palm Beach to reel in Christian Brothers Academy and take off in the lead. And they've extended that lead over Christian Brothers now to about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, this is very, very strong running by this 400 leg. This was the one thing I didn't like about running the 1200 is that you're dying coming into the exchange and you're handing off to the speediest member of your team. It can be a tough thing to do. Now a battle developing, it looks like, Dave, and a pass into second, a really strong second leg there.
So Palm Beach Elite handoff first. 800-meter runners are away now. And
I think that's Corning Track Club that moved themselves
right.
into the second position and making up quick ground. If you look to right of screen there on the split screen, making up enormous ground in this opening lap of the 800 on our leaders, Palm Beach.
so the strong quarter. Actually, it's the Marauders, hip number 7, that moved into second, Kate.
And that was interesting. That team we actually thought was in second, I think, was a lap behind because they didn't exchange while everyone else was still running.
Yeah, interesting.
So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. If you're looking on screen right now, the team that is currently sitting in second position in that lighter kit just had their handoff.
Yeah, you're right, Kate. So the Marauders were actually in last place after the 1,200-meter split. So that was a little confusing because they handed off a lap behind. So Palm Beach Elite are leading the way. 50.42 was their 400-meter split. So they extended their lead over Christian Brothers to 4 seconds. So there we see Palm Beach Elite coming into the home stretch. Christian Brothers about 25 meters back. So these are the 800-meter runners you're watching. Those of you unfamiliar with the format for the DMR, they run 1,200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, and then finish with a metric mile, 1,600 meters, for a total of 4,000 meters, 20 laps of the track at New Balance here. So Palm Beach Elite still out in front, and they are about 20 meters up right now. Falcons have moved into second place, Corning are in third, and Christian Brothers Academy has slid back to fourth place. All right, so on the split screen, you're seeing Samantha Ennen from North Texas Jackrabbits in her 5th round jump, and she leaped a whopping 6:29. That's 20 feet, 7 3/4 inches. And that is the winning jump. And she is your national champion in the girls' championship long jump. So congrats to Samantha Ennen. Meanwhile, back on the track, Palm Beach Elite still out in front, Kate.
Yeah, they've really been controlling this race from the start. You can get a sense now on screen of why it might be relatively easy for the sort of uninitiated to get their splits wrong, the number of laps wrong, because on this short circuit with all of this traffic, you know, athletes are being lapped. There's a lot of movement going on. So Palm Beach Elite well in the lead. They've got about a third of a lap advantage over the Falcons Track Club. who are now sitting back in about 4th or 5th and not even on picture there. So it is all Palm Beach Elite dominating this thing from the start. They're going to come up on, I believe, 3 laps to go now.
So 600 meters, we're looking at about a 10:15, 10:20 clocking perhaps. Solid performance, and that would definitely put them at the top of the heap so far. The time to beat from the first section was 10:32.07. They are going to be well ahead of that, I think. Palm Beach Elite's splits thus far have been 3:10, 50.4, and 156.8. Solid running by the Florida outfit. .400 meters to go now, and they were 9:10. And this is Sangley running the anchor for Palm Beach Elite Track Club.
Another case, and we're going to see lots more of this as the relays progress, but another case where we have sets of siblings on the same team, which I think makes it so cool. It was a Sangley to a Sangley handing off from that 800 leg to the 1600. And Sangley now, the 1600 Sangley, is going to hear bell lap, and that is going to invigorate him. You can see the fatigue there. He's been working really hard. He's been doing it by himself. He's going to have some lap runners to key off of, but I get a sense that as this bear is jumping on his back, he is going to be just counting down the seconds until he gets the sweet relief of crossing that finish line.
Oh, he is on the struggle bus, but he's almost there. 100 meters left. He knows he's got the win in the bag for his team. Now he's found another gear.
Well, he'll be buoyed into the line here by the very enthusiastic crowd here at the track at New Balance, and it will be Sangley anchoring his team of Palm Beach Elite to the win here in this section.
Clocking an impressive 4:22.06, so tough running there by Sangley to bring his team home for the win. That's a pretty big winning margin. They were 10 seconds up on second place Cougar Track Club, clocking 10:29.43. Council Rock placing third, 10:31.11. So Palm Beach now have the time to beat, 10:19.68, as we get set for our third section.
Still a few runners on track. Got the Blue Devils making their final circuit around before we move into our third of 4 sections. Getting ever closer to that coveted top heat, top time final, I should say, of the DMR.
Now, while it's true a lot of these teams do not run a DMR until they get to a meet like this, or it's not a very commonly contested run, it should be noted that that time by Palm Beach Elite ranks number 14 in the country right now, and that's pretty impressive running for what is just the second of 4 heats. So section 3 is off and away, and we've got Glendora, Aladdin Track Club, Duval, Union Catholic, Juniata Valley Striders, Cougars Track Club, Mountain Brook, Penn Charter, Sweeteners Track Club, who ran well yesterday in their relay, IMG Academy, Oregon Distance Project, and they have Tavon Kitchen in the mix for them, the 5,000 meter champion, Danbury Track Club, Danvers Track Club, Warriors, Haverford, and Long Island Front Runners. Like Mountain Brook are your early leaders.
Yeah, Sweetness, as you mentioned, had a really strong performance last night in the boys 4x8 relay. They finished 5th overall with a new number 2 in Illinois. That was a 7:43.52. That was the season's best for them. And as you mentioned, if Tavon Kitchen ends up in this race, he'll have done a pretty incredible 24 hours worth of work, having won the 5,000 last night and then pacing a good chunk of that championship 2-mile earlier today. We'll wait to see if we see Tavon.
Yeah, and we've got to assume that if he is running this, he's going to run the ankle leg, and that should really shake things up in this third heat. So it's Mountain Brook leading the way from down in Birmingham, Alabama. Danbury are in second. Latson Track Club currently occupying third. So we're about 700 meters into this opening 1,200 meter leg. And Mountain Brook have led every step of this opening leg. So you can see they're just behind the pacing lights. And those lights are set for 10:19, which was the winning time out of Section 2 by Palm Beach Elite.
And now Mountain Brook really making some moves up front, extending that lead as they are sitting just on the tail of those pacing lights, as you mentioned, Dave. We're going to look to see their women's team in the fast section of the girls' championship DMR as well. Of course, Mountain Brook Track Club and Mountain Brook High School out of Alabama. And their leader is absolutely running away with this thing.
Yeah, it's been a strong opening leg. It's going to be around 3:07, and they hand off a couple of seconds ahead. Looks like Penn Charter moved up from 4th to 2nd on the last lap of that 1,200 meters. Danbury still in 3rd. It's so interesting to watch the change of pace, Kate, when a 1,200 leg hands off to a 400 leg.
Well, again, that's the tricky thing, is judging how quickly that 400-meter runner takes off. That can always be a bit detrimental if they take off too fast from a dying 1,200-meter runner.
Yeah, and if I'm a distance runner running the 800 and I got a 400-meter coming in full steam ahead, that's going to make me nervous.
Although I will say, again, that bear can jump on your back pretty quick at the end of a 400, which is what we're seeing right now. So a really great leg there by our leaders, Mountain Brook, but definitely that advantage has been eaten into as they approach the handoff into this 800-meter leg. And for Mountain Brook Track Club, who has led the entire way, I believe this is Chapman who is leading their 800-meter contingent.
That was a 50.7 400-meter split. Danbury ran 50.44 to hand off about 2 seconds behind our leaders, Mountain Brook. That's the Alabama quartet out in front right now.
So I believe that this is Jack Chapman. He's a senior running this 800-meter leg. Hasn't done a ton of running indoors yet this year. He's got a 2:05 to his name indoors. That's not his PR.
All right, now Chapman looks like he's being reeled in just a little bit, approaching 600 meters. Danbury and Penn Charter slugging it out for second.
Oh, and this is the hard thing, Dave, where your team has given you an advantage and it's being eaten up. Chapman, a 1:56.49 guy at his best outdoors, but he is being overtaken right now. And again, that's a difficult thing to contend with. You got to try to just not slow down too much as you get passed by these faster runners.
And now moving up into third place. They've gone from 6th to 3rd. The Sweetness Track Club from Illinois has run a really well-measured effort to get into contention.
I believe that's Danbury Track Club with Tomasic on their 800-meter leg. Under some pressure now, though. They're shoulder to shoulder going down the back stretch.
Now Penn Charter have taken back the lead. So we have about 80 meters left until our anchors are away. So it's Penn Charter, Danbury, Sweetness are now in 3rd, and Corning are in 4th.
And it will be that order as they hand off to their final leg.
So our top 3 teams all hand off within a second of each other. So anybody's race here in Section 3 of this boys DMR. Now, let's keep an eye out for the Oregon project and see if we can spot Taven Kitchen. So Oregon Project were 17 seconds behind. And Kate, we're scanning the track trying to see if we can see Taven Kitchen on the ankle leg. I'm not sure he's running.
Well, he's got a pretty distinctive stride, and he's quite tall, so normally he would be fairly easy to spot.
But it's Penn Charter leading the way. Danbury right in their slipstream. And then Corning and Sweetness occupying 3rd and 4th place right now. Pretty close affair. So Taven Kitchen is not a part of this Oregon Distance Project quartet. So it's Penn Charter Track Club leading the way. Danbury right behind, and then Corning and Sweetness. No change in the order for the last couple of laps. And now Sweetness moving into 3rd place as Penn Charter starts to pull away a little bit.
This is where these athletes just really have to dig deep. Whether you're in the lead, you have to hold on to that sort of focus of not being stressed about the danger from behind. If you're the chaser, you just got to start chipping away every lap, every stride at the advantage laid down by the athlete in front of you. No doubt these athletes will all be encouraged not only by the way, almost completely sold out crowd here, but also by their teammates on the sideline.
Yeah, there's something magical about having a stick in your hand and a packed house that makes you, or can make you run above and beyond what you thought you could do.
Especially at a facility like this, you know, it's indoors, we've got good reverberation. The crowd noise is loud, it's energetic. It's a beautiful evening here in Boston. And surely all conditions coalescing to help these athletes reach their very best.
And Penn Charter really pulling away pretty decisively now. So 400 meters left, and they've opened up a gap of about 30 meters over Danbury. 9:08 with 400 meters to go. So that just means they need a 71-second last 400 to eclipse the time established by Palm Beach Elite out of Heat 2. And just over 200 meters to go now. Penn Charter are going to win this section. There's no doubt. They are about 40 meters up. Danbury running well in 2nd. And as I say that, they've been passed. Looks like Haverford have moved into 2nd.
And a blazing kick there from them.
Oh, look at this, Kate. I don't think the Penn Charter guy realized he's coming.
Absolutely not. He has no idea. And this is about to be drama at its finest.
No.
Overtaken there for the win.
So Juniata Valley Striders take the win. Look at that 4:07.68 anchor, Kate.
Unbelievable. That is 9 seconds faster than Penn Charter ran. And I wish we had had a clock on that last 400 because you better believe it was wildly fast. 10:13.85 to 10:14.08.
So they went from 9th place to 1st place with that amazing anchor run. And 10:13.85, I mean, that ranks them number 7 in the nation. That's the B heat.
Unbelievable run there. Well, there you see it, 10:13.85 for the Valley Striders, Penn Charter 10:14.08, and we are dimming the lights in-house because we are getting ready for our fastest section of the Championship Boys DMR.
All right, Kate, so here are our teams, 12 teams for this Boys Championship DMR. And wearing hip number 13 is Herman High School out of Utah. Wearing hip number 12 out of upstate New York is Saratoga Springs High School, aka Racing City. Wearing hip number 11 is the Sea Vikings, St. Joseph by the Sea High School in Staten Island. Wearing hip number 10 is Quakers Track Club, Quaker Valley High School out of Pennsylvania. And Valley Project is hip number 9, Ridge High School, Basking Ridge, New Jersey. And hip number 8 is East Running Company, which is Central Bucks East High School out of Pennsylvania. Hip number 7 is Richfield High School out of Connecticut. They won the race last year. Of course, it's not the same quartet, but keep an eye out for them. Rocket City Track Club, which is Huntsville High School in Alabama, wears hip number 6. Westfield Track Club wears hip number 5. They won the 4x8 last year and was second in the DMR last year. Bernard's Track Club, which is Bernard's High School in New Jersey, they wear hip number 4. Hip number 3 is Marshfield Track Club out of Massachusetts. And there's Knoxville Catholic High School out of Tennessee. They wear hip number 2. And wearing hip number 1 is the DC Cadets, better known as St. John's College High School out of Washington, D.C. They come in as probably the favorites. It was second in the 4x8 last year. And they've got Caleb Rock, Eben Tyre, Kirill Arnold, and Zion Omotesa, we think.
Well, after that high drama of our penultimate section and a 10-13 throwdown by our top team, it is set the stage here for what is set to be our fastest and most competitive of our 4 sections of the championship DMR.
So a few stats to throw you away. The national record is 9:53.40 by Valley Project from 3 years ago. The national lead is 10:05.21 by Christian Brothers Academy. They're not in this race. So this race is pretty wide open. DC Cadets probably come in as the slight favorites on paper, but these DMRs often depend on, if somebody has a really extraordinary miler, they can make all the difference. And Knoxville Catholic has that in Keegan Smith, who's fresh off a 4:04 mile, and he has the fastest mile time among all the runners in this race. So it looks like Racing City are our early leaders. That's Saratoga Springs High School. No doubt called Racing City because it is the home of our famous horse racing track. 60 opening split there in this 1200. And Bernard's Track Club out of New Jersey are in second place. And Saratoga Springs still leading the way. So Saratoga Springs have been passed now. It's DC Cadets in the lead. We think it's Caleb Rock. Harriman in second place, swinging wide now, trying to make the pass. And looks like Harriman going to hand off with the lead. .303 on the clock at the first handoff. And Harriman still leading halfway through this 400-meter leg. Running well in second place is Ridgefield High School. They were the champions from last year, albeit with a different quartet.
Keep your eye on St. John's College, though. You can never count them out. They're in third right now. That's Eben Tyre on this 400-meter leg, and he's made up some really good ground. It is squarely a three-man race as they approach this second handoff.
And now the team you just mentioned just moved into the lead, Kate. That was a really smooth handoff for the DC Cadets, and they've moved ahead of Harriman.
They're also ahead of those pace lights. If you look on screen there, right of picture, both the Cadets and our second place team keeping ahead of those lights. This is a really swift opening lap here for the Cadets on their 800-meter leg.
So Harriman's still in second place, Ridgefield in third out of Connecticut. I believe that's Pierce Graber running for Ridgefield on their 400-meter leg. So still DC Cadets leading. They have about a 20-meter lead over Harriman, the team from Utah. It looks like the Sea Vikings, St. John's by the Sea High School out of Staten Island, have moved into third, Kate.
Well, again, high drama happening behind the scenes.
And now the Staten Island team have moved into second place. Ridgefield now in third, and Harriman have fallen back to fourth place. But with about 60 meters to go until we hand off to our anchors, it's the DC Cadets, Kate, who are handing off with about a 2-second advantage.
Yeah, this has been really impressive running across the board, and we wouldn't expect anything else. This is Arnold on the anchor leg. It's exactly who we expected to see here.
So Kirill Arnold, a 4:15 miler, out in front. Sea Vikings are in second place. And I believe that's Jason Sanicola running the anchor leg for them.
Again, this is a tough spot to be. Arnold has a couple seconds of advantage over the rest of the field. His team has put him in a great position, but he's running a little bit blind. This is where some of these athletes would do well, not only to pay attention to the wave lights, but also to that big screen that is in front of them right now. You can't see it on your screen, but imagine that screen that you're looking at is looking down on them. It's the only opportunity they get without shoulder checking to see where the threat is.
Yeah, Kate, to your point, I've been watching Arnold, and he's got his eyes firmly fixed on the lights. I did not see him look up at the screen on the back stretch, so one wonders if he might get caught by surprise like we saw in the previous heat.
Well, there's lots of feedback, visual and auditory, here in stadium tonight. Arnold looking pretty smooth right now. He hasn't changed his stride. We're not able to get any lap splits for him at the moment, but he's maintaining that margin of distance over the rest of the pack. But they have the benefit of working together and using that shared momentum to close slowly down, chip away at this lead set out by the Cadets. Again, it's it's all about your preference as an athlete. Do you want to be the hunter or the hunted? As you see Arnold continuing to make his way around, coming into picture in just a moment behind him. See how far his gap is, but there is the threat.
And it's a big threat.
It's a big one.
They are hunting in numbers. Kirill Arnold has about a 4-second lead with 800 meters left now, Kate, and it's not a comfortable position to be in, I'm sure. Like, he knows they're coming at some points.
Interestingly, they're still really packed up. So Arnold into the final half of this 1,600-meter leg is getting a little further away from those pace lights, and that's not a good feeling either because, again, there's only so much feedback you can get. But look at how tightly packed that group still is. Surprisingly, no one's sort of gone to the front, strung it out. That indicates to me that they're not turning over that much faster than Arnold is up front.
Yeah, it's almost like nobody wants to lead that chase pack, and then the gap isn't getting reduced. And Kirill Arnold's now sitting pretty. 600 meters left, and he has about a 5-second advantage. Now that pack has woken up, and Harriman have gone to the front. That's Jackson Spencer running anchor leg for them. And Spencer's a 4:13 miler. And now he's been passed by Westfield. But that gap still about 5 seconds. Harriman and Westfield slugging it out for second.
Well, and to my eye, Arnold has just started to fatigue a little bit. His stride isn't quite as poppy, not as fast as it was earlier. And look at, this is what we were talking about. The pack needed to break open. It's done exactly that. It's wide open. And I think that the leg speed of our two chasers is narrowing that gap. There you see a great shot of it. It's down to about 3.5 seconds from what was 5. Now, that being said, Arnold is about to hear the bell. And he will be buoyed by that, but here comes the threat. Harriman closing down quickly, Dave.
Jackson Spencer's got about 2.5 seconds to make up in just over 100 meters. I think Kirill Arnold is going to hold on for the win here. That's a lot to make up in a straightaway and a turn.
We've seen it before, though, and here it comes.
Oh, my word. And it's an amazing leg by Jackson Spencer to bring his team home for the win. I'd love to know what that last 400 meters is. It's a 4:08.95 anchor split. 4:07.92 for Rocket City to take them from 9th to 3rd. Kirill Arnold ran 4:14.99, but look at the Harriman Jubilees Quartet. They are your national champions out of Utah, Kate.
Well, you can see what it means to every single one of these runners. Of course, that anchor leg was unreal. And he's done it for himself, he's done it for this squad, and he's done it for his school. Look how thrilled they are with this, rightfully so. They get to take home a banner. And you know what, the other cool thing, Dave, I should have mentioned this, when I was doing interviews yesterday, Mr. Starter was amazing. He was bringing the starter's pistol bullet to the winner of each championship race and saying, this was
that's a cool souvenir.
The bullet that started your race, and you get to take it home. Congratulations. So that quartet, we'll hear from them shortly. We're going to let them catch their breath, but what a way to kick things off with these relays, with these distance relays, as we get set for the first of 4 sections of our girls' championship DMR.
So here's our starting lineup for the girls' distance medley relay, section 1 of 4. South Fayette, Vikings, Quakers Track Club, Shipley School, Lexington Elite, Conic-Watt Track Club, Spartan Running Company, South Farms, North Shore, Savona Park, Knoxville Catholic, Fairport, Rock Scales, I-270 Track Club, Arlington Track Club, and Guilderland.
And in this opening section, we're going to have wave lights set to 12:29 for this first heat of girls DMR.
So as this first section of the girls DMR gets rolling, We are going to throw it down to Candace Price, who's down with our winning quartet in the boys' championship DMR, Harriman High School out of Utah.
Excitement after an exhausting race.
You know, no matter what happens, we're here for each other, and if one of us wins, we all win. So seeing Jackson just close like that, all the adrenaline came back more than I had when I started that race.
Jackson? All right, Jackson. So with just less than 30 meters in the race, you're still closing. What was in that mind, that final kick?
I knew there was, like, he had 3 seconds on me, so I realized I can do this. He's a sprinter. He can, like, he'll give up, he'll feel tired. And I had to put in all my effort.
And you had time to think about all that. Congratulations to you all. Everybody here could have been anywhere on a Friday night, and they were here to watch you guys. Hey, New Balance, let's give it up for our New Balance champions.
So this is Severna Park leading things out here in the first of 4 sections of our Championship Girls DMR. And already some bumping and jostling on the track as Severna Park's lead leg, we believe that's Zimmerman, the taller athlete. No one really wanting to contest her lead, and as I say that, coming around the home stretch. We do have our first change of lead now, as this is Connequot Track Club. No, I'm sorry, Lexington Elite taking to the lead.
Lexington Elite still leading the way, coming up to 1,000 meters now in this 1,200 meter leg.
And they're right on those pace lights, which again for this opening section have been set to 12:29.
Vikings Track Club in second place, about 8 meters back. Vikings closing just a little bit, and now we've got 4 teams all going to hand off within about a second of each other here at this first handoff in 3:46, 3:47, 3:48.
And for Lexington, who still hold that pole position, this is going to be Callahan up front, trying to hold off a charge now as they come around the first 100 meters. Lexington have just lost their advantage, trying to regain it here as we still have runners coming into the handoff.
So Vikings are in the lead, but passing on the outside. I think that might have been Guilderland.
So Guilderland just did their exchange, so they're actually a lap behind.
Okay.
But out like the blazes.
Yeah.
So it still is Vikings up front, Lexington sitting in second, and now contesting back for that lead is Lexington as they come up to the next exchange.
So Lexington and Vikings duking it out. And now Lexington pulling away. We're on the 800 meter legs now. We are way, way ahead of those pacing lights, so these girls setting a very fast tempo. Once again, those of you unfamiliar with the DMR, they run 1,200 meters, 400 meters, 800, and then finish with a 1,600. We're on the 800 meter legs right now.
And this is Amelia Wharton, leading things out for Lexington. We already saw her earlier in the girls' 1 mile freshman race last night. She finished third, eclipsing the meet record, although because she didn't win, she wasn't able to take home that title, but ran a very fast 4:57.25. We also saw her in the girls' 4x8 championship already, coming 13th there, so she's been doing a lot of work. Set to contest the 800 freshman race as well, so it's going to be at least 4 events for Amelia Wharton, but she is looking pretty smooth at the moment as she continues to pass lapped runners.
And it looks like the Roxbury Gales have moved up, wearing hip number 13. Leading the way, Lexington Elite.
And they're really in a class of their own right now, totally in control with 1 lap remaining of this 800-meter leg. And this is Lemmy from Vikings Track Club sitting in 2nd place, but all Lexington Elite up front. That's a really great position to be in. This has been a very strong leg for Amelia Wharton as she gets closer and closer to this final exchange.
And it's Roxbury Gales, Kate, who have moved into 2nd. They're going to hand off about 5 seconds drift of our leaders, Lexington. Lexington still running well out in front, and they have a pretty healthy advantage. Roxbury Gales in 2nd place. I believe Vikings are in 3rd.
So that's Jane Conrad for Lexington. We've seen her in action as well in the freshman girls mile last night. She ran 5:06.65. She has a 5:04.60 to her name from her 4th place finish at her indoor state championships just about a month ago. So again, I've said this a few times throughout the meet, but anytime you're coming off of a lifetime best, you're coming into a championship meet, especially when you're anchoring a relay team, you've got to have a lot of confidence and running with a lot of pride here.
She's certainly running with confidence right now. Incidentally, splits so far for Lexington have been 3:47 for the opening split, 61.6 for the 400, and 2:17 for the 8.
Jane Conrad, again, totally by herself. This is where the laps get a little bit confusing. Of course, we've got great officials on site making sure that everyone's doing the right thing, but Conrad will have the advantage of working on lapped runners to try to reel in as many bodies as possible and just help her run as quickly as she can, regardless of whether they're her competitors, you know, in terms of the overall time or not.
Conrad's still looking very smooth and controlled. And that gap back to Roxbury is probably 80 meters or so. So Conrad has really put a lot of distance on the 2nd place team over these last few laps. So 800 meters to go for our leader. And Lexington about 75, 80 meters up on Roxbury, who are all in blue. They're not on your screen right now, but they're wearing kit number 13, all in sky blue.
And that anchor leg for Roxbury is junior Amanda Knapp. She's run 5:22.32 for the 1600 meter this year. And that is her outright lifetime best in the metric mile. But really, this is all Lexington Elite. This has got to feel so good. A little bit disorienting again with so many bodies around you, making sure you're trusting the lap counter. There's a lot of noise in the stadium. That's what we like. Good support from the crowd. And if you're watching at home, thanks so much for tuning in to New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025 here on Runner Space. We've got so much more excitement coming up over the next few days, but we are enjoying all of the high drama here as we approach the end of this section of the Championship Girls DMR, with Lexington Elite just putting on a masterclass here in this first heat.
So just a reminder that this is the first of 4 sections of the girls' distance medley relay. We'll get faster as we go. I mean, these girls are certainly running very fast right now, but we have much faster heats to come here. But Lexington dominating this section.
And this is really interesting because what you're seeing on screen, this is actually a lapped runner who is about to make up some ground here on our leader. Lexington Elite appears like she is about to be passed by an athlete who has an additional lap, and we're just hoping that Kenny there of North Shore Running, who are a lap behind indeed, understand that they still have another lap to go because they're running as if
That's
they're
not a
going
bad
for
strategy.
home.
Like, she didn't have any company. She was running all solo. The leader swings by, and she just, like, tucks in behind. I mean, tough to do
It's
that.
not a bad strategy as long as you know how many laps you have.
Right.
Here comes Lexington Elite, and this is Amanda Knapp bringing it home for their team to the line. And they will take it in 12:18 unofficially.
5:12:34. So what an impressive anchor. You said her PB was 5:22 coming into this. Is that right, Kate?
Yes, Amanda Knapp ran 5:22 1600 earlier this season.
So 5:12:34, and a very impressive anchor to bring Lexington home for the win. Vikings get second, 12:26.67, a 5:08.64 anchor for them. South Farms third, 12:36.45. Connequot fourth in 12:38.15. And Severna Park rounding out the top 5, 12:39.10.
I can't wait to see what Knapp's going to do in an actual 1600 race. If you can PR by 10 seconds to anchor your relay team home, that's always a good day. So the stage has been set, Dave. That is the time to beat now. Lexington Elite Track Club has run 12:18.18 to kick things off in the first of 4 sections of this Championship Girls DMR.
So as Kate said, 12:18.19 the winning time. So that's the time to beat. That's the time we'll set our wave light pacing lights for section 2. And we have 15 teams here ready to duke it out in heat number 2. First Capital Track Club, West Springfield, Cow Harbor, Eagle Track Club, Clarksville Track Club, State College, Winchester, Runners High, Plainsboro, Ocean City, Rocket City, Metrolina Christian, Rocket City, Viking Track Club, and Oregon Distance Project, Kate.
Well, they're off to a quick start. Again, these athletes will all know what they have to do to eclipse the time set down by our first section. And as the runners collapse down into lane 1 at the completion of the first lap, this is Plainsboro Track Club taking to the early lead. They're set to be led off by Chinchalker for this 1,200 meter leg. Looking pretty comfortable and smooth up front as they approach the 4 lap to go mark here. They're being pursued right now by Rocket City, and behind them is Runners High Racing Club. Those are your top 3
So
with 2.5 laps completed.
So Jeffrey leading off for Rocket City and Hill for Runners High. So we're approaching the halfway mark in this opening leg. 600 meters in to this 4,000 meter race. And Chinchalka still leading the way.
Now that's Clarksville sitting on the outside in 4th, working their way up. And things have slowed a little bit, you can tell that because everything's packing up now. They're more than halfway through and the wave lights have caught the front of our leader pack here. So again, good feedback for our runners. If you're Chinchalkar, I would want to start moving. If you're not, I would want to start throwing in a surge to get past her. And it's as if I'm speaking to the athletes, Dave, because here comes the charge by Clarksville Track Club, moving smoothly around to the lead. Challenging there too is Eagle Track Club in 4 in the black on the outside, looking like they're wanting to get up into the conversation.
Yeah, 2:30 at 800 meters, and I think Vermani saw the clock, saw that it was perhaps a little slower than they were planning on running. She's moved into the lead and taken this race by the scruff of the neck now. And you can see now we're down to about 4 in that lead pack with a little injection of pace.
Yeah, and just like that, it's a group of 4 working hard together. The 4th team in that conversation, Vikings Track Club. So all of these runners knowing what they need to do, not only to beat each other, but also beat that time set by our first section of 12:18. And kudos here to Plainsboro and Chinchalkar. She's really responded well to the threat and taken off. Hands off in first by about a second. As we see all of our runners coming into that first exchange. This is incredibly fast running up front. Plainsboro had the advantage, but now that is Eagles Track Club that has taken to the lead. I'm sorry, Plainsboro still in the lead. Eagles in second, but closing hard. Clarksville part of that conversation as well. And the Bear seems to be jumping on the back of Plainsboro's 400 leg. They're going to hold on for the lead position as they move into the second exchange. So Plainsboro giving chase. So the Eagles continuing to lead. And the Eagles have continued to extend that advantage over the rest of the competitors. It is Terrio to Terrio. Again, a set of siblings working hard here between the 400 and 800 handoff. Plainsboro has been passed. They are now going to have to settle for 4th position on this leg. As Rocket City and Clarksville working hard with 2 laps to go. It's Rocket City in second, with Scales leading this 800 leg, being hotly pursued by Clarksville. It's Mattis of Clarksville, and now a big push down the backstretch. And I believe that's the Vikings getting themselves back into contention. It remains the Eagles. They will have the advantage at the handoff, but if you keep your eye to the top left of screen, there's a battle developing for the second, third, and fourth positions. So Eagles will hand off at 7:03.92. That was a 2:20 split. They have almost 5 seconds over Ocean City. Pardon me, I called that wrong. Ocean City, who now moves into second at 2:18.30, courtesy of their 800-meter leg. So that is why they've got themselves back up into contention here.
Eagle Track Club, pretty nice advantage right now. About 25 meters in front. We've got a battle developing for second place, and that's going to probably result in that deficit getting reduced pretty swiftly. So Clarksville and Ocean City are slugging it out for second right now.
That's Lucy Kramer anchoring the Eagles Track Club.
So we saw Lucy in action earlier. She's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ran a really strong 2-mile. Parkview Baptist High School, I believe.
That's right, we did see her in the 2-mile. We also saw her in the 4x8 last night, so another athlete who's been doing a lot of work this weekend. She's had a season's best with her team as part of that 4x8.
The Eagle Track Club still in control. They have about a 3-second advantage. Maybe down to about 2 seconds now, with Ocean City in second and Clarksville tucked in behind them in third place. And now Ocean City really have reduced that deficit, and now they're within about 5 meters, Kate.
Again, you can never count anyone out in the DMR. We've already seen that on good display with some of our earlier races. And this is really strong running here for our anchor. I believe that that's Maeve Smith. Smith is headed to Villanova in the fall and doing well to, again, stay right on the back of our leader. She's got a 5:05.10 1600 PR, set that about a month ago. She's run 5 minutes flat outdoors for the 1600.
Kramer looking smooth in front. We've got 2 top-class runners on this ankle leg, so this is going to be interesting. Kramer probably better at 2 miles than she is at mile, but certainly has the strength to deal with this challenge that will be offered by Maeve Smith.
Yeah, it's such a great point because every time Smith has come back up on her, Kramer has responded and thrown in a surge. That is a really hard thing to convince yourself to do when you're full of lactic acid. You've had a busy weekend already. Again, we talked about it with those 2-mile championships last night. You have to go into the pain cave and commit to just living there for a while, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Kramer's responded really well. She's going to work on some lapped athletes here. Don't count out Smith. It's not over for her yet. And Clarksville still definitely in the conversation as well. Just off picture in those pink shorts you see her coming into screen now on the top right. But Kramer has continued to extend her lead now, found some more gears. And she's going to hear the bell here, Dave, and it looks at this point, again, you can never say this with certainty in the DMR, but it looks at this point that she will not be caught.
Yeah, in fact, it looks like Clarksville might pass to sneak into second place, but Kramer looking very, very strong. I don't think she's going to get caught. So it's the Eagle Track Club soaring down the backstretch.
And they are certainly going to come away with the fastest time of the day so far. 12:18, the time to beat, courtesy of Lexington Elite out of section number 1. A huge close here as you see Kramer working hard. Coming into picture now, really turning over well, is the anchor here.
But Lucy Kramer is going to bring it home for the Eagle Track Club. They are going to take section 2 in pretty emphatic style. And Clarksville come through for second and a battle for third. The Eagle Track Club win at 12:09.44 and Kramer split 5:05.52. There's a 5:04.36 anchor for Clarksville to bump them up to second place. Maeve Smith, 5:07.30 brought her home in fourth, and it was Plainsboro Track Club that snuck in for third with a 5:03.80. So really strong anchors in that second section, Kate.
It certainly is. That's just outside Kramer's best for the 1600, but well fought from the front to take it home for her team. That will be our halfway mark in the championship girls DMR. As you said, Eagles Track Club now holding the time to beat at 12:09.44. That is what the wave lights are surely to be set to for our third section. Getting ever faster, again, at least on paper, as we move through each of these timed finals.
So we're getting set for heat number 3 shortly. So we'll have 14 teams, and then you see the results from section 2. Eagle Track Club have the time to beat at 12:09.44. As section 3 now gets underway. We'll have Impulse Track Club, Duval, Tubgator, Warriors Track Club, Charlotte Country Day School, Guilderland, Conard Track Club, Riverdale Country, the Jackets, Cub Athletics, Roberts Track Club, Manalapan Braves, Hopkins Track Club, and Newton North.
And a really quick start on the outside here at the break. Moving into pole position comfortably here. Impulse Track Club, again, they're no strangers to doing well in the relays. And they are off to a very quick start with a big amount of distance between them and their competitors at this point. Definitely wanting to lay down the gauntlet here and remind everyone exactly how good they are as a team. Going to come around with about 2 seconds over the rest of the field. This is Ballinger for Impulse, just ahead of Riverdale Country Track Club out of New York.
And there's Duval leading that chase pack, Kate, in third place, wearing hip number 2. Joseph running the opening leg for them. So Impulse out in front, and they have about a 2.5 second advantage right now, courtesy of Ballinger. Riverdale still occupying second place. I believe that's Osfeld running for them.
Impulse Track Club were dominant last year in the 4x800 meters. They took the national title. And Ballinger, another one of their standouts now. She has been closed down on, Paige Ballinger, by the Falcons. And so too the jackets. And what was a really big lead has been all but eaten up now as we have a pass with 100 to go here in this lap, 300 to go proper in the race.
A little bit of contact there on the pass. We'll see if Ballinger can react and tuck in. Ballinger has run a 5:04 mile, just a freshman. Riverdale out in front, running strongly, and they've opened up a little bit of a gap over Impulse now and are ratcheting it up the pace. And coming into the final straightaway, they're going to hand off a couple of ticks ahead. And for Riverdale, it's been an impressive run, 3:34. That's a fast opening 1,200 meter split, Kate. And they have about 3 seconds advantage now over Impulse. That's Riverdale, Impulse, and then the Jackets occupying third place.
As you're watching the left split screen there, you can see just how chaotic this is as handoffs are continuing to happen while the runners are coming through. Officials doing a great job of helping everyone negotiate all of this traffic, but this is a blazing fast split here.
So Riverdale are at 3:34 for the opening split. Impulse were 3:35. We're waiting for our 400 meter runners to come in now. And they hand off stride for stride, Kate. Neck and neck. So 61-17 split for Impulse to get them back into it. And they handed off just 0.03 of a second apart. So now it's a turn of the 800 meter runners. Riverdale still leading. Impulse tucked in right behind them, like a stride or two back.
So that's Riverdale Country's Madeline Braun continuing to lead Impulse. Braun is a 2:24 best to her name this season.
It looks like it's Drost who's tucked in behind for Impulse. It's a two-team race right now. Riverdale still leading. Impulse Track Club just content to sit in their slipstream right now, a stride or two behind. And now Impulse trying to make the pass on the backstretch with 100 meters to go. So here we go. We're about to hand off to our anchors, and Impulse have a lead, albeit a slender one, Kate.
Well, at this point, any lead is helpful. And a couple of athletes splitting the difference there. Again, lap runners still helping our leaders pull through every meter of this track.
So it's a 2:20.45 split for Drost, for Impulse to bring them right back into the mix and hand off in the lead.
That's Brianna Heffernan for Impulse. Again, Impulse Padua Academy out of Wilmington, Delaware. 2:19.29, Heffernan's best from earlier this season.
So Impulse leading by about 3.5, 4 seconds over Riverdale. Manalapan Braves have moved into third place now. Hopkins Track Club are in fourth. They've been in fourth pretty much the whole race.
So again, 2:19, the very best time for our leader. She's being trailed by Talia Mamaski of Riverdale. Mamaski has a 2:26 best from this year, but a 2:16 outdoor PR, so that is some fast running.
And then Manalapan have really moved up, and they are right on the shoulder of Impulse.
Well done by Manalapan just to keep ticking away, and now they are opening that gap up on Impulse, who did so much of that work early on.
So I believe it's Abbott running for Manalapan.
That's Jessica Abbott. She's run 2:15 indoors this year. And that's showing right now as she continues to pass other lapped athletes. 2:15 twice outdoors last year. She's a 4:57 miler.
And she's pulling away with every powerful stride. She's opened up a gap of about 20 meters now over Impulse. She's way ahead of the pace lights, really just chasing lapped runners at this point. So Abbott looking smooth in front. And she's opened that gap now to about 35 meters over Impulse.
Here you have a great shot of Impulse in the all pink, continuing to work away, but they're a distant second at this point, and they're being closed down on. I believe by Riverdale, as Jessica Abbott is less than 2 laps remaining in this race. And now it is Impulse being passed by Roberts Track Club, and they've moved up steadily. They were in 8th position at the last handoff. Roberts, you'll see coming into top of picture there in that all purple kit, the tall runner of Kratz, now moves into second, and she's really turning over. I think that probably Abbott has done enough work here to hold off that charge. Abbott's going to hear the bell at 11:24 on the clock. She's continuing to pass other lapped runners. This has been a great surge here by Roberts Track Club, who you'll see just coming into picture and top right here in a second. She's really moving well.
But Abbott surely is going to hold on. She had an 8-second advantage at the bell, and Kratz is running phenomenally well, but that's just too much to make up in 200 meters.
Well, it's been a fabulous final leg here for Jessica Abbott, and she is going to bring her team home for a win in section number 3.
And Manalapan wins at 12:03.46, Kate. And that is going to be the new time to beat. And a 4:59.88 anchor for Abbott. Very impressive.
That is quick running.
.4:59.60 anchor also for Roberts Track Club. And then a 5:01 for Cub Athletics. who snagged second right on the line.
With one runner left on track, we will near the conclusion of our third and penultimate section of the Championship Girls DMR here at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025, the fastest party on the planet. It's been a great set of racing so far. Penelope Braves takes that last section, 12:03.45. As we get ready now, the lights will dim. This is what these athletes show up for here at New Balance Nationals. So our first of 13 teams here in this final section of the Girls Championship DMR. In the blue kit, this is going to be Penn Charter Track Club out of Pennsylvania, Tbilisi, Poland, Hamilton, and Klein. Wearing hip number 12, coming from North Carolina, it is going to be Raleigh Catholic. Hip number 11, from Bethlehem Central in Delamar, New York. This is Delamar Track Club. From Alabama, this is Mountain Brook Track Club wearing hip number 10. From Clifton Parks, New York, this is Legacy Track Club wearing hip number 9. From Springfield, Virginia, West Springfield Track Club will start with hip number 8. The returning champions from last year wearing hip number 7, the Carolina Cavaliers from Waxhaw, New York. Wearing hip number 6 from Andover, Massachusetts, the local favorites, Andover Phillips Academy. Wearing hip number 5 from Durham, New Hampshire, Bobcat Track Club. Wearing hip number 4, all the way from Oregon and Lake Ridge High School, this is Pacer Project. We've heard lots about them. This team demolished the 4x800 meter national record last night. This is IMG Academy. Wearing hip number 2, Union Catholic Track Club from Scotch Plains, New Jersey. And taking that coveted number 1 position from Wilmington, Delaware, this is Adrenaline Track Club. 13 incredibly capable and speedy competitive teams taking to the final and fastest section of this Championship Girls DMR. Fastest time in the country this year, not represented here today, that belongs to Fort Wayne Concordia Lutheran High School at 11:52.85. Again, this is not an event that's run all that often, Dave, outside of championship racing. Meet record set last year at the Reggie Center, courtesy of Cuthbertson High School at 11:17. Of course, that is also known as the Carolina Cavaliers. They were the 2024 winners, national record holders, and meet record holders.
So we have our pacing lights here in effect once again, set for 11:23. And we're pacing them specifically for each leg. So 3:30 is what we have the lights set for the first like 1,200 meters. That's 4:40 or just over 4:40 mile pace, so pretty swift.
And just for some context, this is partly because the splits last year to set that national and meet record were 3:29.3 for the 1,200 leg, 58.57 for the 400, 2:12.10 for the 800, and 4:37.49 for that 1,600 meter leg. So we're just a little off those, but using them as guides for each of these legs. And this is really, really quick running up front right off the bat here, courtesy of Union Catholic Track Club. This is one of our Thompson sisters, Sadie or Sophia. Apologies, I'm not sure which it is, set to lead off here for Union Catholic.
And it's Penn Charter that are in second place. Andover just moved into third. Union Catholic out to a very strong start, and they've opened up about a 10-meter gap over the rest of the field. So Union Catholic still leading the way. We are at 141, so that's a very fast opening split. So that's 3:22 pace, 8 seconds ahead of the lights.
Well, I was going to say, if you're looking on screen, those lights are nowhere to be seen right now, nor is a competitor to speak of, as we continue having Thompson bring things around here. Thompson, one of 3 sisters, including Natalia, Sadie, and Sophia, that's part of this incredible program at Union Catholic Regional High School out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. And that lead ever increasing up front, Dave. And again, when you have this much dominance over a field this deep, it really speaks to how quickly you're running.
And 2:18, 2:19, we're about 2:18.5 through 800 meters. And Union Catholic about 2 seconds ahead of those pacing lights right now. So could we see a national record?
Well, it happened last year, and it was thrilling when it did. Again, that was at the Reggie Center. We're here back at the track at New Balance, everyone's favorite facility here in Boston. And now, interestingly, as things have slowed a little bit up front, Dave, those lights have caught our leader. And she will have 1 lap to go here. Less than 200 meters remain, but look at the charge coming behind. And it is a big charge as we have a new runner into second.
Penn Charter still in third place, but the cavalry is gathering behind Union Catholic.
So again, this opening leg, those pace lights set to 3:30 pace. And Thompson just a little bit off those. She's done really well to do this completely solo, though, as she gets ready to approach the handoff here.
So 3:31, pretty impressive run. It's IMG Academy that moved into second, Kate, 3:32.84. So they are just 1.1 seconds back at the handoff. Penn Charter right in the mix, too. And these 3 teams have gotten away.
Well, that's Maya Witch for Union Catholic in the lead, and she's a very capable athlete on her own. 58.12 her best. Again, these pace lights set to 58 flat. But now, as we see IMG move in, this was the team that set that 4x8 record last night. Bertelsen Del Solar winning Robinson and Graham, and this is winning up front. Again, great name. I said on the interview, you always want a winning member of your team, and that's what we're seeing here. Mackenzie winning. Ran 2:12 last night on her leg. She's being passed back now by Union Catholic, who will maintain the slight edge. But it is Union Catholic, IMG, duking it out up front with Penn Charter very much still part of this conversation.
So these 3 teams have about a 6-meter gap over 4th place, which is Adrenaline Track Club. Union Catholic leading the way, courtesy of King. Penn Charter moving up alongside off her right shoulder.
Penn Charter is set to have Gwen Hamilton on this 800-meter leg, and Hamilton is a 2:07.38 runner. She set that time just 2 weeks ago, so she's coming off a win for the Indoor State Championships. You better believe that she has a lot going for her. As I say that, she is moving into the lead. Those pace lights right next to these athletes. And now it is Penn Charter, courtesy of Gwen Hamilton. Again, pace light set to 2:10. She's a 2:07 gal. This is definitely in her wheelhouse, Dave.
Absolutely. IMG Academy in second. Union Catholic looks like they're struggling to maintain contact a little bit now, just kind of hanging on in third place. As now Penn Charter pulling away a little bit.
Hamilton ever increasing her lead here. She's got 1 lap to go on this 800 leg, and it's been blazing fast. She dipped under the 5-minute mark in the mile earlier this year for the first time too, but this gal has wheels. And she is ever extending the distance between her and IMG.
And she is laser focused on those lights as she's pulling away now from IMG and Union Catholic.
And at the handoff, it has been a great run there. 2:10.54, so again, right on those lights. And now you see the lights just sitting on the heels of Marley Klein, who is going to anchor this team for Penn Charter for the 1600 leg. 5:06.29 her best, and those pace lights are going to be set to 4:45.
So Penn Charter have gone 3:33 for the opening 1200, 56:08, and then 2:10. So we're looking at one of the best clockings of all time potentially here by Penn Charter.
Although as we say that, the gap has already started to narrow courtesy of Union Catholic. This is Paige Shepard leading the anchor leg for Union Catholic, and just like that, the gap has been closed. So 4:44.49, 1 mile best for Paige Shepard. These pace lights set to 4:45 for the 1600. You better believe that's definitely something she's capable of. So now it is Shepard into the lead, representing Union Catholic. IMG stalking them every step of the way. This is Graham for IMG.
And Paige Shepard is also one of the best 800-meter runners in the country, so if it does slow down, she can handle that. If, as a 4:41 miler, she can ground it out, so she can win this either way, you would think. But Graham?
Yeah, Graham ran a very quick 2:09 to anchor the team for that new national record in the 4x8 last night. So you know she has wheels as well. She's a 4:55 1600-meter runner from just about 3 weeks ago. And interestingly, they've not shaken the specter here. It looked as though those two had put some distance on our initial leader. But it remains a 3-woman race with Union Catholic just leading IMG and Penn Charter still very much in contact with these top two.
So about 750 meters remaining. And Penn Charter about 2 or 3 strides back from our leading teams. Paige Shepard out in front for Union Catholic. Graham right off her shoulder. Kate, if you're in this position, would you rather be leading and in control and able to see your opponents behind you, or would you rather be where Graham is right now, just off the leader's shoulder?
Well, I think if I'm wanting to be anyone in this race, it's Graham right now. She is ever closing that gap, and she's going to be able to sit back on 2 runners. I'm not even sure, again, unless they look up at that screen, I'm not even sure they know that she's made contact again.
It's going to get interesting pretty soon now. So 400 meters left, and our 2 leaders are both exceptional 800-meter runners. So I think we're going to see a big injection of pace any second now.
Well, they're going to need it. Like you said, 2 laps remain. They haven't yet shaken our 3rd competitor, but it's going to take something pretty special here. Again, we've got a lot of running in the legs of Danielle Graham from last night. And again, it's hard to come down emotionally from that high as well when you and your team set a new record, win a national championship. She's probably had to go back to the hotel and try to just get as many hours of shut-eye as possible. She's got lots of running in her body already, but she's done a really good job of just holding on to Paige Shepard up front. And every time we think that Penn Charter is out of it, they reassert themselves But here comes the kick as Paige Shepard hears the bell and starts unleashing the speed.
So Paige Shepard, I just saw, took a look up at the scoreboard above us, Kate, as she came around the turn. Saw that she had a little bit of a gap and capitalized, and now she's really opened it up. One thing's for sure, it's going to be a new national lead, Kate. And here comes Paige Shepard. She's going to bring home Union Catholic High School from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, to yet another national title here at New Balance Nationals indoors. 4:53.63 anchor. 11:38.03 the winning time.
Well, you can see again what it means to all these athletes to be able to stand there, not only having broken the tape herself, did Shepard, but now she gets to hold that finisher's banner with her teammates. It was in 4:53.63, as you said, for Shepard. 800 leg was 2:16.11, 56.55 on the 400 leg, and it was all kicked off with a 3:31.74. It's an electric environment here at the track at New Balance in Boston. And what a special moment for these athletes. Here you see those handoffs. This is where Penn Charter was still very much in the lead, but Union Catholic put themselves back up in the front of the pack. And again, that final rocket launch by Paige Shepard as she careens around another lapped athlete, sees the fireworks to her inside. Out in lane 3, it matters not. She comes across for the win for herself and her team. What a special moment for this quartet, something I'm sure they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, a fantastic run by Union Catholic, yet another national title. Great run by Penn Charter, perhaps the surprise package of that race, placing third.
And now they get to do their lap of honor. This is so special here at the track at New Balance. Soaking it all in. It's an electric environment, as I mentioned. You can't see it on screen, but there you see the kisses being thrown because the track is just absolutely lined, Dave. It is 5 or 6 deep in places with people trying to get a good view of what's happening on the surface. So this is such a cool moment for Union Catholic as they do this victory lap. IMG in second, Penn Charter in third, Raleigh Catholic takes fourth, and rounding at the top 5 is Adrenaline Track Club.
So number 2 time in the US, 11:38.03. And there you see Union Catholic. They're going to have to divide up that winning banner as we get ready to switch gears now for our next event on the track. The boys sprint medley relay. And if you're unfamiliar with that format, it's 200, 200, 400, 800. So if you've never seen a 322 mile, you're about to see one. Just takes a little bit of teamwork.
19 sections of these boys SMRs, Dave. We're going to get faster and faster, just like we did with the DMR.
So running in this first section of the boys SMR, we have Winchester Track Club occupying 1, and then it's Sky's the Limit in 2, Minisink in 3, Newton North in 4, Bullis in 5, and North Track Club in 6 on the outside. I'm sure Bullis is here with about 4 teams. This is probably their D team, Kate. And here we go, so leading after that second exchange, it's North Track Club. So 44-34 for the first 2 200-meter legs. Newton North are in second. Bullis was in third at the handoff. North Track Club looking smooth going into the backstretch. This is going to be interesting because if Bullis have Colin Abrams on their anchor, he's one of the best 800-meter runners in the nation, and he could definitely make the difference for them. And Bullis handoff right alongside North Track Club, and it is Abrams on the anchor. So in Abrams, you've got a sub 150 800-meter runner. So that's going to be tough to live with for North Track Club. So they were 1:31.39 at the handoff. Now the significance of that is if Colin Abrams can run anywhere close to 150, we may see a national record in this very first section. So this is the fastest section, and Bullis High School and North Track Club slugging it out. Colin Abrams is leading the way right now. So the national record is 3:22.50.
And that's what those pace lights have been set to, Dave. Last year, this event was won by the Golden Eagles in 3:28.38. So this time would eclipse that by a significant margin. And of course, Bullis with that just unbelievable depth of talent and ability continuing to lead, but they are not on their own.
And leading the way is Colin Abrams. He was second in the 800 meters at New Balance National Indoors last year. And he's leading down the backstretch with the 100 meters left. He just needs to cover the last 100 meters in 15 seconds, Kate. We could see a national record here. Here comes Colin Abrams from Bullis. Keep your eye on the clock. 3:22.50 is the time to beat. It's going to be close. Ooh. Just outside. Second fastest time in history. Only Bullis have run faster than that.
But it is a meet record by a fairly significant margin. So 3:23.41 the official time. Meet record was 3:27.42 set by Sexton Hall Track Club back in 2023.
So a very impressive run. Like I said, Bullis is the only team to ever run faster. They did that about 5 weeks ago at Virginia Beach. Colin Abrams ran 1:51.39 on that day. Today he ran 1:52.02 on the anchor.
We should also mention there that North Track Club, who came second in 3:25.68, also eclipsed the former meet record. So really fast running by both of our top teams. Getting a lot of excitement over within that first section as we get ready for the second of 19.
So running in this second section, we've got Hamden Dragons, West Springfield, Wallingford, St. Johnsbury Academy, Motor City Track, and the McNamara Mustangs. Perennially one of the top programs here in the country and at New Balance Nationals, indoors and out. And it's the McNamara Mustangs on the outside, and they're going to hand off first. And a bad handoff for Motor City Track Club in lane 5. And they lose a lot of ground. Looks like West Springfield are in second place as they break for the line. But McNamara Mustangs way out in front now. So McNamara Mustangs out in front. It looks like West Springfield are in second. So 43.53, that's actually faster than Bullis split. All right, I'm gonna throw it down.
Hey, what's up? I'm here with the young man from Michigan, so I'm so excited. So You had a meet record just playing in the sand today?
I did.
All right, so what was the mindset coming in here? You had already jumped 24 feet.
I was going for 25 today, but I'll definitely take 24.11.
All right, do you have any more events that you're going to be competing in, like playing in the sand, maybe jumping over poles?
Playing in the sand was my last one.
All right, why don't you shout out everybody in Michigan because you know I'm biased today.
My coaches and my parents.
Yeah, they paid those entry fees. Thank you, parents. All right, congratulations.
All right, meanwhile, back on the track, West Springfield have taken the lead back from McNamara Mustangs in the second heat of the boys' sprint medley relay. McNamara Mustangs back in the lead again. A lot of leadership changes in this race. West Springfield slugging it out on the backstretch, trying to make the pass again, and they do so successfully. Actually, it's Wallingford have moved into the lead, excuse me. McNamara Mustangs tucked in, and last lap, 2:55. So we're probably looking at around a 3:25 clocking. And Wallingford back in the lead with just 100 meters remaining. And Wallingford having an exceptional race, pulling off the upset here. Keep an eye on the clock. This is going to be one of the best times in the country. 3:26.54. A 1:52.67 anchor. And that puts them third place overall behind Bullis and North Track Club, and that is the time that's likely to get them All-American status. And there you see the times on the screen. 3:26.53 for Wallingford, 3:27.82 for McNamara Mustangs. And that puts those teams third and fourth respectively in the overall standings as we get ready for our next heat. Heat number 3 of 19. So from inside to out, it's East Orange Campus in 1, Odessa Track Club in 2, Kentwood Track Club in 3, LaSalle Academy in 4, Hackensack in 5, and Sea Vikings out in lane 6. LaSalle Academy out really strongly in lane 4, and they're leading slightly ahead of Hackensack. Smooth handoff for LaSalle Academy out of Rhode Island. Odessa running well on the inside, but LaSalle have the lead. Coming into handoff to the 400-meter runners. And LaSalle had a smooth handoff. Their exiting runner had a hard time getting out of the traffic, but LaSalle looking good out in front. And it's Leo Mensa for LaSalle, and he's going to hand off to Vernon. And here come LaSalle down the home stretch. And they're going to hand off with about a 12-meter advantage. Hackensack in second, Odessa Track Club in third, and Kentwood in fourth. So it's the Rhode Island quartet out in front after a 49-1-2 400-meter split. So LaSalle and Hackensack out in front. Odessa in a somewhat isolated third place. Kentwood in fourth, and then East Orange Campus in fifth place right now. So 1 lap to go, and it's LaSalle and Hackensack neck and neck through 2:59 at the bell, and Hackensack now edging into the lead with about 1:50 to go. For Hackensack, it's Garcia who's run a really strong anchor leg. 3:28.60. A 1:53.72 carry for Garcia. So 3:28.59. That puts them 6th in the overall standings. 3:23.41 is top of the pile. That's Bullis, no big surprise there. Section 4 is on the track. From inside to out, we'll have MVP League, Sudbury Track Club, Carolina Cavaliers, Norristown Eagles, the Norsemen, and Western Monsters. So boys sprint medley relay, section 4 of 19 is underway. Pretty even handoff, but in lane 2, it's Sudbury Track Club that had a smooth exchange, and they are going to find themselves in front down the back stretch. Sudbury handoff pretty much neck and neck with MVP. MVP had a really strong second 200-meter leg there. And MVP are in the lead. This is the 400-meter leg. This is McLaughlin running for MVP. Western Monsters have moved into second, courtesy of Barbieri. Barbieri hunting down McLaughlin. And it was MVP and Western Monsters out in front. And they're going to hand off about a half a second apart. And now our half milers have the sticks. The MVP leading. Western Monsters in second. Norristown Eagles have moved into second. They had a nice exchange there. Barbieri clocked 49.74 to bring Western back into it. MVP still holding pole position. That's Watson running anchor for them. Fast opening split, around a 55.8 through 400 meters, and the MVP leading the way. So it's Watson still leading, and he actually just got past. And now anybody's race with a lap left. The Norsemen are in second. Norristown are in front. Hackensack are right back in it. And coming around the turn, across the line with a really, really strong anchor leg. It's Norsemen with a 155.04 carry for them to the win, 332.86. So Tavares it was with the carry for Western Monsters, 331.82 their winning time. That puts them number 13 in the overall standings as we get set for our next heat, heat number 5 of 19.
So heat number 5 taken to the track now. This is going to be LaSalle Academy Track Club in 1. Hillsborough High School in 2, Hopkins Track Club in 3, Milton Track Club in 4, the McNamara Mustangs in 5, and Portage Track Club in 6. And a very quick start by the Mustangs in 5, but so too Milton Track Club in 4. This is an incredibly swift opening leg here for Milton. Milton with a clear advantage now coming around the back of the track, but at the cut-in, now McNamara getting themselves back into contention and making up a huge gap here. Oh, and a difficult handoff there for Milton. That's going to cost them as McNamara now right on their backs. A bit of a tricky handoff for them as well. There was a lot of congestion there at that exchange, and just like that, 3 teams back in it, as Milton does a great job of continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. So it's Milton, followed closely by McNamara. Then Hillsborough High School sitting on the shoulder of the Mustangs. And Portage Track Club wearing the black kit on the inside there. Now he passes on the inside, does Portage. That's a difficult thing to do with the size of these guys, and he's making up big ground as they come up to the final exchange. It's going to be neck and neck between the Mustangs, who just edge out Milton, but Milton with that inside line of the track is going to maintain pole position and force McNamara to their outside. So it's going to be a fascinating final couple of laps here. So Milton continuing to force McNamara to the outside. Just a little bit of a stumble there as he is forced almost onto the rail. I believe this is Joshua Toth bringing things home for Milton. Again, McNamara has run a few extra strides on every one of these laps. Now they're finally able to tuck in a bit. With a strong run here by Toth. Zachary Law Gabriel giving good chase here. And in fact, they changed their order. That is not indeed Law Gabriel, but it is Toth, who's held off several challenges here and now looks to be clear of that threat. Milton Track Club working their way to a section win, leading every step of that last leg, 156.72 to bring his team home in 3:31.99. And that's going to land Milton Track Club 13th in the compiled standings so far. The Mustangs just behind them in 3:32.81. They'll sit in 14th overall, courtesy of that final 800 leg of 157.64. So Milton, 3:31.99, like I said, 13th in the overall standings as we move into heat 6 of 19. Looks as though we have 5 teams contesting this 6th section. In 1, it's Valley Project, 2, Danbury Track Club, 3, Greenwich Track Club. Doylestown seems to be a scratch, and 4, the Stags will occupy 5, and Bellport Track Club will go in lane 6. And the starter will call the runners back. Red card, unfortunately, looks like being awarded to or given to lane 2. So that's a real shame there for Danbury Track Club. It looks like they just didn't get out of their blocks quickly enough as we take another look here in lane 2. And yes, it was a very obvious false start. It's so hard here at these championships for these high school athletes. There's lots of nerves on the line. So unfortunate for Danbury. A 6-team race will become 4. So we're away clean now in section 6. Valley Project in 1, Greenwich in 3, Stags in 5, and Bellport in 6. That's swift running out of lane 5, courtesy of Virgil of Stags. And it's going to be fairly close between Stags and Bellport at that first handoff. But now the Stags making their way to the lead in a dominant manner at the cut-in. And absolutely running away with this thing as they approach the second exchange. So the Stags with 43.97 in those opening 2 legs. It's about a 1.5 second advantage over Bellport, which is a lot at this stage in this race. This is Dixon for the Stags. And he's being hunted down by Greenwich Track Club, the Cards. But they've got a lot of work to do here as Dixon comes up onto the final handoff. It's going to be Dixon for the Stags. Nice clean exchange there. And this appears to be Grogan is going to take things home over the last 800 meters. This is Dayton Grogan. And the Stags are DeMatha Catholic High School. Grogan, a 154.81 runner from indoors this year, finishing third at the Spire Scholastic Showcase. And he looks like he's just cruising down that backstretch. 2.5 laps remaining, and he's got about a 60-meter lead over a very fast closing, quick charging Greenwich athlete. And actually that is Bellport in second now. Cards are back in third. But this lead increasing with every stride here for Dayton Grogan. And he'll hear the bell at 2:55 on the clock. Running completely solo. Grogan starting to tire a little bit. You can see him rocking and rolling down that back stretch. But it is just 100 meters separating him and his team from a section win here at New Balance Nationals indoors in this sixth section of the SMR. It will be the Stags representing DeMatha Catholic High School coming across the line for a section win in 3:27.30. That was a 1:55.15 final leg. And amazingly, that time is also under the former meet record. So that was a fantastic run there for the Stags. That's going to put them fourth in the compiled ranks. And so far, we have 4 teams that have bettered that previous meet record. Fantastic performance by Grogan there to secure that win. Stags 3:27.30, huge win there over Bellport at 3:36. So taken to the track for section number 7. We're set to have 6 teams. They are Westfield Track Club, Hall Track Club, Trojan Track Club, Guilderland, Sandy Hook, and Boston Jesuit. And we're away smooth. Really fast start out of lane 4, courtesy of Guilderland. Guilderland almost making up the stagger in this opening section, opening leg, I should say. And it is Boston Jesuit with a slight advantage over Guilderland at that first handoff. Moving really well in lane 1, Westfield Track Club out of nowhere finds themselves in pole position at the cut-in. And this is a very close race. Looked like there was a little bit of a bump there. Oh, and looks like some contact and a fall there. That's a real shame. That was Boston Jesuit, who at one point were in the lead and went down there back up, but it's kind of blown this race wide open now. So it's the Trojans just ahead of Westfield. And now Hall Track Club getting back into action as well. And a big move now on the outside. Getting set for this final handoff. 1:36 on the clock. And that is Gilderland in the lead. Trojan sits in second, Hall in third, and Westfield relegated to fourth, although looks like they're making up some early distance here in this 800-meter leg. Gilderland comfortably in the lead. That's William Smeetus. He's headed to Brown in the fall. And he's got lots of racing under his belt so far this season. Not many 800s. He's a 1:58.49 athlete at his best outdoors. That was from last year. But he is about to be caught, and now it looks like overtaken by Sandy Hook, who were second last 2 laps ago, and now Sandy Hook looking to edge out Gilderland, but Gilderland able to respond. So this is Smitus of Gilderland going shoulder to shoulder with Sandy Hook. But a big response here with less than 100 meters to go, and Sandy Hook pulling away. They are going to take this 7th section and cruise to home in 3:33.30 unofficially. That was a 1:53.24 final leg there. That was one of our faster 800-meter legs courtesy of Dissa. And he's all thumbs up. Fantastic run there. So we get set now for our 8th section. So cleanly underway in Section 8. We have Natick Track Club, Rapid Track Club, Grassfield, Robinson, Riverdale Country, and McNamara Mustang C. Really quick running there, courtesy of Riverdale Country. So too McNamara Mustangs. And a bit of a tough exchange there on the outside for the Mustangs. It's Riverdale Country with the advantage. They're being chased down by Rapid Track Club in lane 2. And it is going to be Rapid taking the lead at the cut-in and powering around the top of the track as they approach the second exchange. And a really nice clean handoff there, a rapid one, if you will, for our leaders. And just in that exchange, they put some good distance back on the rest of the pack. McNamara closing really hard. This looking more like a 200 race than a 400. This is a stellar run for the Mustangs, as they have overtaken Rapid. I believe that's Addison for the Mustangs. And with 100 meters to go, he's continuing to pull away from what looks like to be a tiring Rapid Track Club athlete in the form of Curry. Oh, the Stangs just holding on at that exchange, so they will continue to maintain the lead position. It was a 51.72 for the Mustangs, 52.68 for Rapid, and 51.47. Back to our third place team, but it remains the Stangs up front. And it's packed back up. It's gotten quite close now. As 5 of these 6 teams are really closely ordered with 2 laps to go now. That is Madison running for Rapid Track Club, and he's starting to pull away from the rest of these runners. He'll hit the bell at 3:06 unofficially. So Madison running completely solo right now. It's been a fabulous final leg here for Rapid Track Club. They put together an excellent quartet and really smooth exchanges. They're going to be rewarded with a section win. There's a fast charge from behind. I don't think it's going to be enough. And at 3:37 unofficially, Rapid Track Club will come home for the win in section number 8. That was a 1:58.93 for that final leg. 1:59.01 for Robinson Track Club, who can credit their anchor leg to move them up in the ranks. So moving on to section 9 of 19. So we have a full track. Union Catholic Track Club will wear hip 1. Peabody will go in 2. Devils Track Club out of New York in 3. The DC Cadets occupy 4. North Brunswick takes 5. And Thetford Academy will go in lane 6. Away cleanly, incredible running out of lane 5. That's North Brunswick. That's Marty Feliz, pardon me, who's meant to be their lead leg. And it's going to be a clean exchange, it looks like, although a little bit of jostling there. So North Brunswick maintains their lead position. The DC Cadets just seem to get in a bit of trouble there. Not sure what happened.